right, this Committee of Finance, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is reconvened. First ordinance that I'm going to hear is ordinance number 594-2026 by Council Members Starr, Santana, and Griffin by departmental request, approving an emergency ordinance approving the addition of certain property located at 629 Euclid Avenue to the Northeast Ohio Advanced Energy District, accepting and approving a petition and plan from a property owner in the district proposing a special energy improvement project, declaring it necessary to conduct the special energy improvement project, providing for the assessment of the cost of such special energy improvement project, authorizing the Director of Development to enter into a project cooperative agreement and a special assessment agreement to implement the project, and declaring an emergency. Director.
Thank you, Chairman. Joe Rose Bordeaux Small, Director of the Department of Development, here with Bobby Bruno and
594-2026.
and Jeff Goss, who's here to represent the team working on this project. And Bobby will go ahead and present on our request today.
Good afternoon. So this project is a PACE project, the Property Assessed Clean Energy Financing. This is the private development financing tool that's repaid through the special assessment on real property taxes. And so we're bringing the project that will renovate the 629 Euclid building to keep it as a current competitive hotel property in downtown Cleveland. What this project will do is it will convert the existing Holiday Inn Express into an AC by Marriott. That will comprise the renovation of 141 hotel rooms, lobby, and amenity space. The developer is 629 Euclid Hotel 2 LLC. That's led here locally. The financing is going to come from the Port of Cleveland for up to $7 million at a term of 23 years. And it's going to fund improvements to that property, such as high-efficiency lighting, HVAC controls, building envelope improvements, and the like. This project has been approved by the Special Energy Improvement District, and we have gotten a letter of support from Councilman Starr where the project site sits.
And I do want to note, as we continue, that we do plan on bringing forward, hopefully this is the last independent project to go through this process, and we will be coming forward with legislation in July on the blanket PACE legislation.
Okay. Councilwoman Santana?
Yep, vetted and recommended for passage.
All right, thank you. And you said you have support of the councilman through letter as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the director, whomever. This isn't costing the city anything, correct? This is $0. They got their money from the port, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And do we know who the owner, Euclid Hotel 2 LLC, do we know who they are?
Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Goss. I'm general counsel for the MRN family of companies. MRN family of companies is the broad name that the Marin family uses for its companies. Ari and Jory Marin are central to several key projects in the city of Cleveland, including East 4th Street, Uptown, the United Bank building on 25th Street, and Carriage Company on West 25th.
And are they local?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions for ordinance number 594-2026. Therefore, it stands approved. Please sign on. Is Ms. O'Leary here, Jennifer O'Leary? These are council pieces, and I want to make sure that I hear these because, quite frankly, Ms. O'Leary has to leave, and I want to make sure that we get an opportunity to hear any of the council pieces that she has. Okay. First up is ordinance number 1380-2025 as amended by Council Member Griffin, and Polensek, Conwell, Starr, to amend section 621.07 of ordinance of the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, as enacted by ordinance number 54-74 passed March 25th, 1974, relating to menacing of a healthcare worker. And the amendment is as follows. Actually, we have several amendments. I will not read them all. They are on your tablets, so you can actually refer to the amendments on your tablets. Ms. O'Leary, if you could please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, to the committee. This was recommended out of the Safety Committee as amended. We did make some amendments to address expanding the definition of healthcare worker and to require hospitals to offer de-escalation and crisis intervention training, as well as trauma-informed care training for their healthcare workers. In addition, we added whereas clauses so that the hospital systems will require paid time off when their workers need to file charges or seek injury treatment, and also urge the prosecutor's office to carefully consider filing charges under this section. In addition, the committee voted to add a new section to this ordinance that requires annual public reporting requirements by the safety director.
All right.
Basically ups the penalty for menacing when it's done against a healthcare worker.
All right, thank you so much. First of all, I want to commend you, Ms. O'Leary, for working hard on this piece of legislation. I know that there was a lot of back and forth and a lot of conversation. I believe that this is something that, quite frankly, is needed. Our healthcare workers at all levels, whether they be nursing assistants, whether they be nurses, whether they be EMS workers, are oftentimes being intimidated by the consumers. We understand that people undergo a tremendous amount of stress and trauma that sometimes lead to certain actions. However, it should not be tolerated to be menacing to a healthcare worker. We also encourage the healthcare organizations to strengthen their policies to make sure that whether there are opportunities to take an employee to the actual police station to file a report or anything else, I think is going to be critical. The other thing that I would strongly recommend is that the city enhances our online presence, because if you can make police reports for certain areas, you should be able to make police reports digitally on this as well, as opposed to having to physically go and show up. So I think that there's room for improvement all around. I will tell you that our ordinance is comparable to what Akron did, to what Columbus has done, and others to strengthen protections for healthcare workers. Let's face it, many of our institutions and our high-wage employees are healthcare workers, whether they're working in a healthcare facility or whether they're working in the community. So we know that we have a very large workforce. So this is a step for council to add added protections. And we expect for the prosecutor and the police department to enforce when and if necessary. But we do want to make sure that it's within caution. We know that it's a very sensitive time when people's loved ones are in the healthcare system. So we know that there's heightened sensitivities. So I believe that we put in place something that I think accomplishes what we're looking for. So thank you. The co-sponsor was Michael Polensek. He stepped out for a brief moment. Anybody? Councilwoman Stephanie House-Jones.
Thank you. Through the chair, and just for committee members, I really feel like, again, I voted no against this, and I will vote no on the floor this evening. One of the things I think that was very enlightening as we go through this process, it really is amazing to me that the healthcare system that is committed to taking care of people overwhelmingly who don't have insurance, that have many of the various like comorbidities and all of the things, that this seems like they have one of the stronger systems in place to not only provide care, but also to support their staff, their police department. Because this whole thing about, do you get time off to go file a police report? What we found out is that Metro Health, their police department files the police reports, with their workers, removing a barrier. This is the hospital system that is to care for those who don't have. Metro Health. But on the other side, and they give their employees paid family leave. The system that has and working for the least of us. But the systems that's the global renowned institution don't offer paid family leaves, don't have their police department set up like Metro Health to ensure that their workers can file their police reports. Y'all, come on now. I just, and the fact that, I don't know, I received a call from one of our judges that said Cleveland City Council should consider what they are doing. So I just, and I'm gonna always go back to it, and I appreciate the committee looking and putting in the requirements as far as tracking the data and information. But if there are standards for without our rules or things of that nature, but to have the system that has the least resources doing the most to shore up and provide protections for their employees when it comes to menacing, I just don't think this legislation is necessary, and I'll just say that. So,
Thank you, Councilwoman. I don't see any more comments. Therefore, I know that Councilwoman House Jones has voted against this, but we see no other objections. 1380-2025 as amended stands approved. Will be voted on by the full council this evening. Next up is 522, and thank you so much, Ms. Odie Martins, for all of your work on this as well. Next up is ordinance number 522-2026 as amended by Council Members Bishop to amend sections 453.01, 403.04, and 403.06 of the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, as amended by ordinance number 817-2023, passed September 18th, 2023, and ordinance number 1806-2000, passed March 19, 2001, relating to paid parking regulations. And I know that the amendments are on your tablets, therefore we will not read all of the amendments, but I will kick it over to Ms. O'Leary, and then if Ms. Saban and Mr. and Councilman Bishop would like to elaborate on the amendments, please do.
Thank you. Through the chair to the committee, this was, as the council president said, passed out of the Municipal Services and Property Committee with amendments as recommended. And this basically addresses the on-street paid parking regulations, and council really wanted to keep parking more affordable and more accessible, and to have set rates for parking. We do have an additional amendment.
And I believe Councilman Bishop will be proffering that amendment. Councilman Bishop.
Yes, Mr. President. I'd like to make a motion to make an amendment to ordinance number 552-2026.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to amend section 1 at section 453.01B, line 4, insert for up to 8 hours, and in line 5, insert after 8 hours.
Mr. Attorney, do you have that? We have a moved and second. Attorney, do you have that amendment? Councilman, could you repeat one more time, and then we'll have a second.
In section 1, at amended section 453.01B, line 4, insert for up to 8 hours, and in line 5, insert after 8 hours.
You got it?
And Mr. Chair, I
Councilman
second.
Harsh has seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Councilman Davis, discussion on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the committee assembled, I'll speak more when we return back to the full ordinance here. I oppose this amendment for a very simple reason that parking on West 25th Street is different than parking on 48th in Lorraine. They're different things. They should be treated differently with different prices at different times. I don't know why we're acting like they're the same. To me, that seems very straightforward to say that 25th Street is different than downtown, but also different than 48th in Lorraine. Very simple to me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. And I know that this is a very, one thing you learn in this business is never get mad at the person who's there to advocate for what they believe in. I just, or who they represent. I think there's going to be more discussion on this, and one of the things that we talk exclusively with the administration about is how can we beef up the residential parking issue that makes it coincide with this, that will probably help us alleviate some of the concerns that you have, because then I think probably a lot of us, councilmen and others, I can't speak for him, but probably it'll be a little bit more flexible if we ever shore up that residential parking side. But I do understand your concerns, sir. I know that you brought it up with us, and believe me, there's going to probably be, I talked with the mayor about this probably 4 times over the weekend. There'll probably be significant more conversations to get this right, but I totally take into consideration what you're talking about, and I do understand, sir. On this amendment, Councilwoman House Jones, on the amendment.
No, I wait, that's the larger legislation. Never mind.
Okay, so on the amendment as proposed, it's been moved and seconded. I will call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oppose.
Okay, so we have, the ayes have it. We'll move back forward with the discussion of the piece of legislation. Ms. Saban, Councilman Bishop, did you want to add anything else before we have any other discussion from our?
Yes, Mr. President. We fully vetted this legislation. We thought thoroughly. We had numerous meetings with the administration, and we heard the administration's viewpoint on every last point that we had made changes to, but just enacting in the best interest of all of Clevelanders. We thought these changes would bring more affordable parking, parking that's predictable. You know how much that you generally pay if you come downtown and park or you go to the neighborhoods, and it's more sensible and it's more practical. We do realize that when we have special events, like for instance the Guardians games or the Cavaliers games, that parking is very much in a higher demand at that point. So we've created special zones where the administration has the flexibility of actually increasing the rates to capture the higher demand for parking. But we want to make this affordable for Clevelanders to be able to come to their neighborhoods, their downtown, and park on the streets that they actually help pave and then maintain with their tax dollars. So, Mr. President, I also want to thank the staff. We have spent countless hours meeting. All of their efforts is very, very much appreciated. Ms. Saban has done a remarkable job. Our attorneys has done a remarkable job. And I also want to thank Steve Rise for his efforts in this too. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Bishop. And Councilman, I know you put a significant amount of work into this. I also want to thank the administration. I know that they've given put a lot of effort into this as well. And I still think that there's going to be some things we have to work through, but I believe this gives us a good foundation. And I totally agree. You're exactly right. We want to make it affordable for the people of Cleveland to be able to come downtown. We want to make it affordable for the workers that are working downtown. And we want to make it affordable for the students that actually come into a lot of the areas. So unfortunately, I've been downtown the last couple of weeks, and the events that I've gone to, people have said that it's not affordable or we're not coming back down here. And those are things that alarm me because we want people to come down and enjoy the Central Business District, not be dissuaded from coming to the Central District. Even though we always want out-towners to come as well, but we want to make sure that we're making it affordable. I will tell you the other thing that I'm really happy about that Councilman Bishop really pushed with this is how we place the machines, because there was a little bit of a challenge with some people who don't quite have the apps yet. So I believe that we have some coin-operated options now, which the administration has put in place. So I do think that we've gained some traction on this, but once again, we got to get the residential parking squared away. And I think that's when we can really, really dig into what Councilman Austin Davis is really pushing to say we got to be able to look at flexibility in neighborhoods. So just want to make sure that everybody knows this is going to continue to be a work in progress, and I ask everybody to continue to work with Councilman Bishop in order to not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Okay? Councilman Charles Slife, and then who else do I have? Councilman Charles Slife, Councilman Michael Polensek, Councilman Shaw, House Jones.
Thank you, and I'll be very brief, and just a little bit of maybe a worthwhile history lesson. When Ordinance 817-2023 came to us 3 years ago, it was basically designed as one blanket policy for the entire city, and I think at that time it really came down to kind of a test of wills between maybe me and former Councilman McCormick, and ultimately realizing that there is a fundamental difference between parking on East 9th Street during a special event versus parking at a meter in Cam's Corners. They're completely different markets, and for that reason, we formally designated the downtown parking area so that we could have a higher rate schedule. I'll share that I think one of the reasons we're here is that the administration, I think, got overly aggressive with using the sliding scale that was provided to them. And in 2023, it was characterized more as a way to adjust for inflation without having to come back to this body. But when I've gotten calls from people that are trying to go to Classic Cleveland State at night or get a haircut on a Saturday at East 12th and St. Clair and having to pay $4 or $5 up to $8 an hour because it's in the special event zone. Nobody's parking at St. Clair and East 12th to walk to the Gund Arena. That doesn't comport with, I think, reality. And I think part of the problem, whatever we call it now. Sorry. It's frustrating that multiple touch points with the administration saying that we are hearing frustrations and inability for people to afford, and the administration seems to have dug down and become more entrenched in their design of this. I do think is why we're here. So I'm happy that we are, for example, more narrowly designating special event zones to be in closer proximity to the arena, to stadiums, and not doing this catch-all issue. Now, I'll just close by saying that I really do think we should go forward expeditiously with coming up with a third category of parking districts. If the whole argument that was that the downtown and Cam's Corners are different, I do agree with Councilman Davis that in places maybe like Ohio City or perhaps in University Circle, these are somewhere between those two poles, and we should be trying to find ways to charge for parking in an appropriate manner, and that's not within this legislation yet. But I am happy that we are moving forward based on the number of complaints that I have gotten, and it's frustrating that the administration seems to have flip responses to people's real lived reality and challenges. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilman. I have Councilman Polensek, Councilwoman House Jones, Councilman Davis, and Councilman Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, and to the council staffer here. I want to thank the chairman of the committee, Kevin Bishop, and all the members of the committee for the action that they have taken. The administration has made parking downtown miserable, as has been alluded to at the table. And just last week, I got another email, because as chairman of public safety, somehow people downtown think that I have something to do with the parking. But again, from Danny's Deli on St. Clair, saying he's losing business because their customers are getting tickets who are just coming in to pick up a sandwich. These are working folks. These are people wearing the blue and gray uniforms, just leaving work for a short time to grab a sandwich, and then getting tickets and asking for 2 more parking spots over there on the side of their building, which I'm going to direct that in, and I believe that's Councilman House's ward. I'm going to make sure she is aware of the situation. But it's like you've alluded to it, between the on-street parking and what some of the garages have raised their rates to, who wants to come downtown? I spent 35 minutes in a garage on Prospect a week ago, cost me just under $18. And as I was leaving, I'm thinking to myself, less than around 35 minutes in a garage cost me just almost 18 bucks. Why would I come down here? This was during the day, or early evening. Why would I come down here to go to a restaurant before I even walk in the door? I'm going to drop almost 20 bucks, not counting how miserable it is to park on the street. So again, I want to thank Councilman Bishop and all the members of the committee for taking this whole issue up and trying to level the playing field for residents and businesses alike. We want people to come downtown. And it's like, I don't understand why people don't get that. We want people to come downtown. So again, I want to thank the chairman for understanding it, standing up for this downtown businesses and a lot of the small businesses downtown that were getting hammered because of this. So again, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman House Jones.
Through the chair, to the team, how do we assess that this is going to be effective? What's the assessment mechanism? How are we going to evaluate this?
Through the chair of the councilwoman, we do have a reporting requirement for the administration to come back to council within a year of the effective date of this ordinance and report on its implementation and also on the data that's collected by Park Mobile.
So, okay, but through the chair to the team, the data from Park Mobile does not give you data as it relates to business activity, business increase versus business decrease, right? And so if the notion of we are doing these updates is to ensure that people are participating and engaging and attending businesses, what we have presented will not tell that story. So if that is the basis of why we're providing the updates as council sees fit, how do you actually share that story? I mean, I don't know, because Park Mobile data will not tell you that.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, at the committee hearing, it was also discussed that both council members and the administration will continue to get feedback from residents, employees, businesses, things of that nature. That was the plan.
And again, through the chair to the team, what does getting feedback mean? Are we doing that in a comprehensive way? I'm assuming we're going to just do it in a subjective manner, so just people get information the way that they want to, even in the businesses. Like I said, for the business, we have a new business, the APL, that talked about some of the parking stuff. My office is working that. So thus far, if there was a business that had an issue, at least it's from the Ward 8 perspective, that's the only one I've actually heard from, and then I've heard from 2 residents. So from anybody else, I don't know it, and I can't advocate or do things that I don't know of. But if we're talking about we're making these decisions, but we do not have a standard way to collect information, to assess information, we're only going to continue in a level of people talking through each other and saying, oh, I'm getting all this information, and Ward 8 is a portion of this area, and for all these things that people said they've heard, that's not been the feedback that my office has received. So what is the standardization to actually assess that this is actually doing what people say it needs to be doing?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, the only thing else that I can add, and maybe Bishop, Councilman Chairman Bishop wants to add something, was that also at the committee it was discussed, I believe it was Councilman Starr that talked about Lucas Reeves is kind of in charge of this in the administration, and that he was going to direct businesses and residents that have concerns specifically to Lucas Reeves, and he agreed to take those under consideration. He's kind of collecting all of those.
And just for clarification, and if the policy team can get a follow-up, and Ms. Saban can comment if she'd like, there is some data that the administration has begun to collect. I am going to be honest that I'm not sure if it is the clear static data that you're looking for to say, like, okay, did businesses' bottom line increase or decrease, or has visitors increase or decrease? But one of the reasons that one of the amendments that I was looking at making that I kind of left it alone is because they showed that more people come down during Saturdays than I was originally aware of. So that's the reason why I kind of left the amendments alone. But there is some data that they're making adjustments on as well. For example, an aerobics instructor from Cleveland State gave significant information to them as well about the challenges of doing this. But Ms. Saban, if you would like to articulate some more of that.
Sure. Through the chair to the council member, the mayor's administration also put out a survey that as they were rolling out paid parking, there was a QR code and people would send responses and feedback. And our team has reviewed all of the feedback that was sent over to us. And they also put together a survey specific for employees to understand employee parking needs in these areas where paid parking is being expanded and rolled out. So.
Right. The chair to the team. I hear that we're putting out surveys, but that still doesn't make clear. Those are anecdotal things, right? How do we, and I'm just going back to the premise. We're saying that we're doing this because it is a decline in people wanting to come downtown, which is impacting businesses. Is that from commentary or in fact? Like, has that translated in the city of Cleveland getting reduced revenues as a result of business activities or business taxes? You see what I'm saying? The things that you can actually track that then will make a determination. This decision is impacting our bottom line. And if we are not putting in things in place to assess ourselves, we are making decisions based on feelings and opinions and not in fact. And I do not think we just don't have the luxury to do that. We really need to put in stronger assessments so that we can make informed decisions no matter who the council members are, right? In a context where, in a body where people come in, come out, opinions change all the time. And so we really have to do a much better job to make informed decisions based on practices that will inform us this is happening, not just because one person said it or this group of businesses said it or not. It is because we are being driven because we see the data. And I just don't see that this information, one way or the other, will be able to prove or disprove what we're saying. That's it.
And Councilwoman, your points are well taken. I think it would be great if you and Councilman Bishop can have some conversations with the staff. What I believe, to your point, is that there has not been a baseline, and I think what everybody's trying to create is that baseline. And with that baseline, then everybody can tell if once we establish that baseline, if we need to, either tighten up some of what we're doing or loosen up based on some of the points that you're talking about. But what I think would be a great idea, because I think you're right, that we need to be able to measure this, so when we do have the sunset of, or a year from now, when we do review this, that we actually have some clear data points. And I would love if you could talk with Councilman Bishop and Ms. Saban to try to establish those, because I think what everybody's trying to get to now is exactly what you're saying. I think that everything has been subjective and not objective. And what we're trying to get is a more predictable, objective way of looking at all of our parking in the city, so that we are based on our policies on facts and not feelings. So I agree with you. I would hope that you will work with our team to really accomplish that. Okay? I have Councilman Davis, Shaw, and then Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through the chair to everyone else here. Yeah, I rise today to offer maybe a little different perspective. I did, and I from my perspective, I'm going to put aside the conversation about downtown, fair points all around. I don't really represent much downtown. I represent Ohio City, which has had significant interest and discussion around paid on-street parking. West 25th Street, Lorraine Avenue, and then proposals in the Hingetown area on Detroit. I used to live on West 25th Street, to be clear. I used to live at West 25th and Carroll. My back neighbor was Dave's Supermarket, so I know West 25th Street better than most. It was a great neighborhood, still is. The great landlord, good rent. Didn't need a car for a couple years because that's a bus headquarters. If you're working downtown, it's really easy to get around. The COVID changed things. And the kind of person who comes out to West 25th Street to a bar that's open during COVID is maybe not our favorite neighbors. I watched people fall down drunk face first, like all the bones fell out of their body in the middle of the street. Watched two very privileged white boys get into a shouting match with a homeless person and then beat him up right in front of me, right on 25th Street. When we talk about protecting everyday Clevelanders through parking, through the parking policies on 25th Street, I just want to be very clear. I know what 25th Street looks like. I do, because I live there and I represent that area. It's not always low-income, needy Clevelanders. It's the dude with the Lambo and the suicide doors. He doesn't need our help. He needs to get out. I want to be very clear. There was something of a deal hacked out last week at MSP. I was sorry that I wasn't invited to the MSP committee. It was held on a Thursday, typically held on Mondays. Wasn't invited to the discussion about what that deal looked like. This involves the way that my ward works, the way that my ward feels, and the way we live in my ward. I don't appreciate it. I'm going to propose 2 floor amendments following discussions here to smooth over what I see as some rough edges in that deal. But I do want to be clear that a deal was hacked out about my ward without me at a meeting I wasn't invited to. So the 2 amendments I'm going to propose, one is just adding 2 additional blocks to expand parking, paid on-street parking in Hingetown. Very simple. If you've been engaged in this subject, you've heard from the good folks at Joy Machines, the good folks at Lecco Coffee. They're at 26 in Detroit. I've been pushing the administration to hold off doing anything in Hingetown until we were able to figure out a residential parking permit solution for that area. I stand by that every day. Residents need to be at the center of our parking strategies in the city. Resident input needs to be at every stage of that process. But there's an L-shaped block, 26 between Church and Detroit, and then Detroit between 26th and 28th. That is not a residential area. It's just commercial. We can do a solid for the businesses that are extremely frustrated by the proposal before us today without having to come back in September or wait any longer. And the second thing I'm going to propose is regarding Saturdays. The current proposal before us eliminates paid on-street parking on Saturdays. And to me, that's nights and weekends is when this matters most, in the neighborhoods. But Saturdays are when it's the most crazy in Ohio City. It's when you get the most tourists, the most partygoers, it's the most hectic, it's the hardest for residents to get around. People looking for parking swirl all around the neighborhood and do loops and park in residential side streets because they can't find a spot where it would be convenient because those spots have been taken up by somebody who's been parking there indefinitely for the last 36 hours. Like, Saturdays are a very reasonable time to charge for parking on West 25th Street. There's really no, in our local experience, my experience as the council member representing that ward, in the national best practices, here's a list of cities that charge for parking in neighborhoods on weekends. Detroit, Milwaukee, Columbus, Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Pittsburgh. Those are just the ones around us. That's not New York or Portland. Also, they charge on Saturdays as well. We should do the same. We should simply do the same. I'm asking, respectfully, for the support of my colleagues in that very brief amendment to produce this outcome, because it's just good policy.
So, Councilman, I know that I let you, make your statement.
Sure.
However, as the Finance Committee, as you not a member of the Finance Committee, are not able to make an amendment from what I understand. I just wanted to make sure I clarify that. So, unfortunately, unless another member of the Finance Committee would take up that amendment, you actually are not able to proffer that amendment. So.
It's as a point of order. Thank you for clarifying that. Because we're a committee of the whole, that doesn't supersede
That's
any
what I
sort
was
of
just
finance.
trying to get clarification from, and it's my understanding that it's just finance. That's what I was just giving clarification.
I'm not
as.
sure.
Aren't we committee? This is committee of the whole.
Yeah, but as it already has been passed and moved out of municipal services and finance, the amendment is on the floor of the Finance Committee.
That's correct, through the chair, because this piece was only referred to municipal services and properties and finance. So it's moved
Right.
out of municipal services, recommended for passage as amended, and it's being heard in finance.
And the amendment on the floor is with the Finance Committee.
But clarification, what is actually committee of the whole then?
Committee of the, Jen, did you want to explain just committee of the whole is like if there was a DPS piece, then all the committee can hear it. So whatever committee you are assigned to, all of the committees are here, but the actual voting members are the ones that are assigned to the committees.
So technically, when it's going through, just clarification. So technically, when it's committee of the whole, then as it relates to the various legislation, then the people who are not on the committee don't have any relevancy. They should not be here, correct?
That's not
That's
necessarily the case. There are several other pieces where the other committees that the other people that are here are representative of that would hear their pieces as well.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. But just to clarify, based on
this specific piece.
So moving forward, we actually probably should do clarification of which committees the committee of the whole is relevant to, so that people who are not applicable on that committee wouldn't need to participate. I guess that's moving forward. That's just for clarification.
If I may as well, because I'm not on MSP or finance, I'm not sure how I could ever get an amendment regarding my ward involved
would.
here. What would my mechanism be? To the lawyers?
Well, as
Ms. O'Leary.
the council president said, through the chair to the councilman, you could have another member of the finance committee proffer your amendment.
So,
Point of order, Councilman Harsh.
Mr. Chair, it's my understanding operating here today that Committee of the Whole, which we are today, is so that we have all of the different committees together at
Yes.
once so that we can handle pieces from multiple committees. So as one piece comes up in DPS, it'd be the members that are part of DPS that would be able to proffer amendments to that piece. If this one comes up through finance, it's the member of finance present. But the idea is we're all here so that we can hear multiple committees' pieces get finalized today, because this is the last session. We're trying to get a bunch done. We only do this a couple times a year.
I thought I said that earlier, but yes,
Yeah.
exactly
But-
what you just said.
And just FYI, just according to the agenda, it's listed as council. So I think that's a bit misleading when you don't know, if you don't serve on a committee, you don't know where but that's how it's listed, so.
Okay. All right.
it's through the
Councilman Shaw, you actually have the floor next, so.
I wasn't done with my statements as well, but
Okay.
because
Just-
we're
Okay, well then, Councilman Davis.
Just a point of order. Rule 16 of our rules is the committee of the whole. I can read it real brief, or members can pull it up, but it talks about the committee of the whole. As far as I can see, I think it would be up to the chair to allow amendments, but because it does not specify that council members who are not on that specific committee cannot vote. It does not say that.
But then
So it would be
who
up to the chair.
The question would be, the Finance Committee is actually the one that's voting on the amendment, not the Committee of the Whole.
actually, as part of the Committee of the Whole, Rule 16, the final line of it is, the rules of council, insofar as practicable, shall be observed in the Committee of the Whole. However, a roll call of yeas and nays shall not be in order. So as a matter of fact, it would be,
Yeah, so that's the point.
we're not technically having a roll call of the committees either.
But we are technically the Finance Committee, and one of the members of the Finance Committee has put forth an amendment, so he's allowed to put forth an amendment.
I was just providing the point of order.
Okay.
I believe it would be up to your discretion, but I'll leave that to the table.
We're going to keep with the Finance Committee, but Councilman, the Councilman Davis still has the floor, and I want to make sure he gets his points out.
Thank you, Council President, Chairman. It is worth reflecting that there is apparently no procedural way for me to directly amend legislation that affects my ward. We should be troubled by this deeply. That's not in the rules. It's something we could change. I'll end with just two quick thoughts. One, we do need to come back and talk about different neighborhoods. You may have had something in your inbox this morning from the Gordon Square Art District or from the Special Improvement District there. That community, near West Theater, Cleveland Public Theater, the LGBT Center, these are folks who are not big cat business people, and they see the value of paid on-street parking in a dense area that's struggling to find places for visitors to park, employees to park. Their system needs to be put into place, and this is a troubling signal to them that this council isn't looking to find solutions for their problems, just to retract. So neighborhoods in the future, and as well as Hingetown, the residential paid parking permit. And then the revenues that we're generating. Right now, all the revenues generated from parking, as I understand it, is trapped, stuck in an enterprise fund, unable to be used without further action by this council. That's, as I understand it, open to correction, but we're raising money that's then sitting there rotting. We should do something about that. There is a proposal the administration put together. It's not my preferred outcome, but I think anything is better than just money sitting in a bank account when we have so many needs in this community. I'll end there. Thank you.
And Councilman, once again, and I want to say this, you have shown a tremendous amount of patience through this. I know that you have a constituency that really wants you to make this change and do some things. Once again, I do not believe that this challenge is going to be resolved just by this action today. What I would strongly recommend, and I believe that he is a very patient person as well, that the things that you are suggesting, that we probably spend some time with Councilman Bishop and really look at this, because 6 months from now is going to come very fast, as we know. And I think that you and Councilman Bishop, especially as we recommend, which the administration was actually going to withhold implementing any of these parking changes until we finalize and finish the residential parking permit process of this too. So I really think that what we are trying to do is just start something, but I think it's going to have to be worked on a little bit more, because the residential parking is going to be a critical part of this as well, which is one of the reasons why I believe Councilman Bishop was, trying to at least right-size the fees before we moved them. And I think Councilman Slife hit it right on the head, where he basically said, we think the administration's been a little bit aggressive in using their discretion as far as how they increased and decreased rates. I'll give you a personal example. I parked on 15th in St. Clair 2 weeks ago, and I wound up paying $20, similar to Councilman Polensik, just for a half-an-hour event, and was very close, because if you park more than an hour and a half, then you're going to get a ticket on top of that. So my downtown escapade would have easily ended up with a $55 to $60 for 2 hours. And, that opened up my eyes. So I understand that this may not be perfect, and I know that your area is very unique. I really want to work with you to see what ideas we could come up with to fit it, but I just want to be careful that we don't start picking and choosing winners and losers across the city of Cleveland, because if that's the case, it'll be about 5 wards that generate most of the cash and the rest of the wards don't. And those are things we just want to think through as we approach this. So Please stick with us on this because I think more conversations are going to have to be held on this, okay? And we want to hear from your business owners. We know that turning over those cars are important, and I've heard from several downtown business owners as well. So, and to hear from your business owners would be important too, okay? I have Councilman Shaw, then Harsh.
I'll make it brief. I know we've been going over this in MSP, and I appreciate everyone's work on it. I know the we've come to a point. Just want to emphasize again, I'm interested in making sure we create a revenue fund that we can pour into street upgrades, mobility, transportation, all of those where we can make the streets safer for bikers, pedestrians, and making sure that that fund is properly funded, it gets the max amount of revenue it could, I think is in the interest of all of the city, not just a few wards or downtown. And I want to just, that stat again that we talked about before, right, was almost 75% of the people that are utilizing these spaces are not from the city of Cleveland. We saw this before. And when we look at who we are levying these increased prices on, it is not generally the city of Cleveland residents. So once again, I want to kind of emphasize that and center that and make sure that we're not continuing to subsidize parking spaces for more affluent suburb folks and giving up potential revenue that could be generated. So, I look forward to how the impact of these rules create the fund and the amount, but I want to keep that in the back of council members' minds, is that whatever money is generated, that could be increased, and to think about how that can be helpful for our neighborhoods, not just a few areas. And I'm looking forward to that. And at the end of the day, if we want to make downtown or any of our places more affordable or accessible for working class people, we need affordable housing. We need those other investments. The part of the reason why we don't have that in downtown Cleveland is there's nowhere you can raise a family on a working class salary. It's not because parking's too expensive. That's not why families don't come down. It's because they can't afford to live here. So it's like thinking about how do people actually operate in downtown is helpful. And with that, I yield. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Point taken. Councilman Christopher Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, 3 quick things. First off, I want to commend Chairman Bishop on how he handled this. This is one of those situations where you're not going to make everybody happy. It's impossible to get 370,000 Clevelanders to agree on a parking strategy, much less the administration, all the out-of-town interest that we have in the special events. But I think that the process was handled very well, not rushed, not lackadaisical either. We're getting here today to a compromise state that I think is going to work for most people. I'm really glad to see us get to this point today. The second thing is about, I just think it's worth addressing publicly about the committee assignments. So not everyone's on every committee, and we can't all vote on every single issue. We have a representative democracy, so we put people on committees to make decisions. Like I've got police officers in Cleveland. I've never voted on a safety committee, right? I'm just not on the safety committee. I don't vote on that. If I had an issue on safety committee, I wanted to lobby around, I could talk to one of my colleagues who's on that committee, or I could talk to the chair of that committee to let them know if I'm a potential no vote on something when it hits the floor. But not being on a committee is not a slight. It's just that we can't all be on every committee. Some folks don't even show up for the committees they are on. So there's a workload capacity here. But sticking on the subject of flock and safety, the third thing I wanted to say was some of this park mobile data is troublesome to me. I made this comment in MSP, and I'm going to repeat it again today. The reason the administration can tell us that 75% of the people visiting are from the suburbs is because Flock collects data on where you live. And they couple that data with your license plate number. Data that was decoupled by the federal government in 1994 because a movie star was murdered when a stalker traced her to her house based on her license plate number. So in a Privacy Act in 1994, the federal government made it so that you can't tie a person's identity to their license plate. Flock gets around that by getting you to give them your license plate and your personal credit card data, which tells them where you live. So the reason that they only charge 35 cents per transaction is they make the rest of their money selling your personal data to the dark web or whoever wants to buy it. It's their data. They can do what they want with it. This is part of the digital dragnet that we've been talking about on the peripheries of this council for quite a while now. And it should be, I hope, a little bit disturbing to many people. This is why I also commend Councilman Bishop in pushing the piece that we can pay in cash. the only way around that, frankly, if you don't want people selling the information on where you live based on your license plate, is to spend cash, which is fine. We did used to collect over $100,000 a year in cash fees off meters. People use them. Quarters still exist, and they were fine. But I'm glad that that option comes back to us. The last thing I wanted to say was that if we come back in a year or two and this seems to be not working, I'm sorry, through the chair to Ms. Heinert O'Leary, can we make a note to ask Park Mobile for the number of unique visitors? They should be able to tell us the number of unique transactions, the number of actual people using their meters throughout the course of a year. That's data that is probably the easiest data set in the world to provide, just how many unique meter transactions were there. We'll be able to sort of measure traffic in and out of downtown that way, at least in terms of on-street parking. And maybe then I did forget the last part. Something about oh yeah, if none of this works, Mr. Chair, I'd like everybody to remember that we could potentially just write our own app. We could just write an app that segments the city into zones, and you put your zone G, spot 73, go to this app if you want to pay, or you can throw it in a little box on the side of the street called a meter. And I don't think this would be any more expensive than the $5 million we're spending on Park Mobile. I think we could probably get an app built for a lot less and house it in our own IT department. I bet we actually have people that work for the city of Cleveland that know how to do this already. So I know it's a day late and dollar short for this suggestion. I'm just going to sow seeds for future harvesting if it comes up. But maybe if none of this works, we could just trailblaze our own municipal app and run it all the parking in-house at cost for maximum profit. Councilman Shaw's on my side already. Mr. Chair, I relinquish the rest of my time.
All right, thank you. All right, that concludes all the comments on 522-2026. I believe we already, no, the Finance Committee needs to vote on the amendment. Therefore, I will call the question. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, so the ayes have it. Therefore, 522-2026 as amended, with all the amendments, will be presented tonight to the entire body. Once again, thank you to the council staff, Ms. Heinert O'Leary, as well as Ms. Sabin, who worked very closely with Councilman Bishop on this, and I want to commend Councilman Bishop on this. Are these two yours? 651? Where's the 651? 651, if you could come to the table. Where's it at? Is this 651? Hold on, which one is this? Yeah, that's not yours yet. 1 second, you're up next. Where's the 651?
It's the ordinance about,
Short-term rentals?
no, 181.102, software purchases.
Where is that at? 654? Oh, what is this? Short-term lease? 651. I thought we already passed this. No. All right, this is ordinance number 651-2026 as amended by council members Polinsky and Griffin, an emergency ordinance to amend section 181.102 of the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, as amended by ordinance number 1183-18, passed October 1, 2018, relating to software-related purchases. And the amendments are in your file, so please look at your file for any amendments. And I know Dr. Crow is here, but Ms. O'Leary, did you want to explain what this piece is?
Thank you. Through the chair to the committee, you also have a legislative summary on your tablets. This ordinance amends codified ordinance section 181.102 relating to software-related purchases. As originally introduced, it would require legislative authority for software-related additional contracts costing more than $150,000. And this would apply to additional contracts that have previously been authorized by council to acquire software. Section 182, 102 is an exception for certain software-related purchases to the requirement that all purchases over 50,000 shall be authorized by council. So that's the piece that's introduced, and since then, we have had extensive conversations with Councilman Polensek and Griffin, and also with Ms. Crow here, and have agreed upon the following summary of amendments. We agreed that instead of requiring ordinance authority for software-related additional contracts over 150,000, the appropriate director shall notify council through its clerk and appropriate committee chair 30 days before any Board of Control resolution is heard. That notice will include the name of the software developer or vendor, a summary description of the acquisition and its cost. In addition, we've agreed to amend to include that the Director of Innovation and Technology, who's sitting right here, shall report to council within 90 days after this ordinance's effective date regarding the implementation and to provide a compilation of the required notice information. And I'll turn it over to Councilman Polensek.
Councilman Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, and to Jen and Ms. Crow. This came about as a result of what we experienced as a result of ShotSpotter, where they went around, the administration went around council, raped the Board of Control to extend the ShotSpotter contract. It was our concerns, especially yourself, Mr. Chairman, myself, and others, with regard to transparency and accountability. We felt that there should have been notification to council, there should have been a discussion about that whole issue. And so the action we took was to address 181.102 of the codified ordinances with regard to notification. And we understand, we had a great deal of this discussion about software and the challenges that the administration is confronted with as it pertains to software contracts and extension. I believe the piece that is before us now with the amendments best addresses the concerns that we have. And again, if we find out within a short period of time that what the action that we've taken today is not sufficient, then we will amend this piece. But again, I want to thank Ms. Crow, members of the administration, and Jen, and you, Mr. President, for your engagement on this issue, which we thought was very important. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank Ms. Crow because she kind of really let us know that there's a significant amount of software, everything from just Microsoft Copilot to the Kronos and everything else that we do. That's a tremendous, heavy lift. And we did not want to hamper the software department, but we did want to add some level of accountability. So we have what we believe is a fair check and balance on all of the processes that we put forward. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to Ms. O'Leary, according to the legislation, now they just have to notify us. And what if we don't agree with the notification, or what if we're not in conjunction with what they want to do? It just says they have to notify us, right?
Through the chair of the
Then what?
councilman, that is correct. They need to give us notification. I mean, obviously, that would create a situation where the chairperson of the relevant committee could go back and forth with Ms. Crow or the appropriate director, to work
Right,
something
so,
out. To work something
Mr.
out.
Chairman, to Ms. O'Leary, we'll just take the reason that we're here in the flock or the ShotSpotter situation. So what if the administration would have notified council, yeah, we're going to re-up the contract because they consider it software, whatever, and the council would have said, yeah, okay, but we don't agree with it. We don't have any outlet for ourselves because according to the legislation, they just notified us, correct?
Through the chair of the councilman, that is correct.
But just for clarification, if we could, Ms. O'Leary, this is for the IT folks and for CPP. What else we amended out was safety has to come back before us.
So through the chair to the councilman, one of the critical changes that I don't think has been quite spelled out yet is we've limited the departments who can use this authority to just IT department. So it would be the Department of Innovation and Technology.
And then where appropriate, the IT staff in DPU and the airport can use this authority. So we are consolidating the number of departments with the intent that we're much more proactive in this conversation. So in my mind, the 30 days is the latest that we can notify you, but these are software contracts that should be the steady state software contracts. So these should be the Advantage, the Kronos, the ADP, the Drumbeat contracts that we want to make sure are steady and stable. And that's my understanding of the intent of why the legislation was written. So our goal is to notify you well before 30 days to open that conversation. And we're
Right.
going to try this for 90 days, and if we need to amend again, we'll amend again.
Mr. Chairman, to Director Crow, intent is nice,
Fair, I
right?
understand. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we don't know what anybody's intent's going to be tomorrow,
Yeah.
right? So I believe, I wasn't involved in the conversations with this stuff, but what's to say that all of a sudden you don't believe that ShotSpotter is an IT thing, right? And we believe it's a safety thing, but you're going to say, I'm just
Yeah.
playing devil's advocate here for a minute, because I don't want to get into the situation where all of a sudden there's a number of different pieces of legislation that all of a sudden are going to become with the intent of not being IT, but it end up being IT because you want a certain contract. I mean, you can see where I'm coming from with that.
Understood.
All right. I just thought I'd
Yeah,
voice that. Mr.
and one of the reasons we did it, Councilman, because of what you're saying, that if we would have just entertained all the pieces of legislation that they would have had to come back to us for, it would have been a mountain of legislation just by IT alone.
Well-
But like I will tell you is that we did amend out that under the way the legislation is written, ShotSpotter would definitely have to come back to the table. It would not be considered an IT.
So I get that, and today it's ShotSpotter, and tomorrow it's
Yeah, it might be something
What,
else.
right?
But once again, that's why we try to limit the departments, and we go from there. Councilman Christopher Harsh.
I'm done.
Line of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to get the same, I think, I'm still a little bit more confused than Councilman Casey. Through the chair, so does this allow the IT department alone to approve and renew contracts up to 150,000 through the chair?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes. This would
Okay.
be IT and with IT and the airport and public utilities as well. So it would
IT,
just be
airport,
the-
public utilities.
Correct.
Okay, and through the chair, is ShotSpotter an IT issue or a safety issue?
So through the chair to the councilman, today, ShotSpotter exists under safety administration.
Okay,
as who
so
holds
if
that
the
contract.
administration wanted to say that ShotSpotter was an IT issue, they could transfer it to your department and you could renew the contract without council approval.
So through the chair to the councilman, technically, yes, but
Right.
I would want to double check all the legislative authority on who does what.
So it really sounds like a workaround, Mr. Chair. It sounds like they're just making it so that they can pass contracts that they don't want to deal with us on over to IT. And I understand that there's probably a legitimate argument in the world that some of these software contracts we don't need to debate them, and some of them just need to be approved, and the cost of everything goes up over time, and we're still stuck at our $50,000 mark. I get that, but I would rather err on the side of caution in this case. Mr. President, unless something changes dramatically here in the next couple of minutes, you can put me down as a no on this one.
Totally understand, and as I made the administration clear, this is going to show a tremendous amount of backlash from council because of what happened, and I think that's why we tried to work with IT, but I made them clear that this was a concern for council big time, so.
Through the chair to the councilman, we've written into the legislation, I know this doesn't answer your concern, but we've written into the legislation a 90-day checkpoint from here. And so the intent is, as we go through the summer, we learn, we put this in operations. If we have concerns, we're coming back to make sure we can keep talking about this.
And just to let you know, originally, we looked at moving from 150 to 250, but that still would have been an arbitrary amount because, you know, Kronos and some of those other Advantage and some of those other tools, Salesforce, actually a little bit more flexible than that. Councilman Harsh.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think I understand what's going on. I mean, I understand it. There's a time for yes and a time for no, and I can see the time for yes, but I think that blanket yes is the wrong approach. And I'd rather do individual back to council and have to grind through some contracts than accidentally renew one that we're all opposed to. It seems like we're giving them the option to do that, and I understand the the director's 90-day point, but I suspect this will probably get through over my objections, so I'll just, I'll keep my no vote, you know, we'll see where it goes.
I totally understand, Councilman, be honest with you, I do. I got Councilman Shaw.
Yeah, I think I want to echo, the concerns that Councilman Casey and Harsh pointed out. I mean, in an increasingly digital world, I think this is a much bigger opening than we understand right now for the administration to bypass council. I mean, we can easily imagine the number of scenarios and the way software is going to change even over the next few years with AI introduction. I mean, let's say next year, once again, this is not any accusations towards the administration or the folks at the table, but if the mayor wanted to introduce Palantir as a software that we're going to start using in the city, we've seen them already partner with the Cleveland Clinic, regardless of their war crimes overseas. Is that something we should allow the administration to do without any council oversight?
So through the chair to the councilman, the authority for 181.102 is only for contracts that council has previously approved that are in maintenance. So council
Sure.
needed to have approved the original contract and the funding for us to be able to use this authority.
Thank you for that clarification. I think my reservations still stand. If Palantir buys out ShotSpotter, I mean, it's going to happen probably at some point or the other. We don't have any control over this, and we've already gotten burnt, and obviously that working relationship isn't there right now. I echo my colleagues and if we already have a solution of taking away this authority, why would we walk that back? I'm confused. So with that, I yield, Chair.
Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, to the director, who put utilities in the airport in this?
Through the chair to the councilman, that was an ask. So utilities buys some software under the enterprise fund. The airport buys some software under the enterprise fund, and we were trying to make sure we covered each of the large IT departments that specifically purchase software for enterprise operations.
And Mr. Chairman, to director, did you have a conversation with the chair of utilities or the chair of transportation?
Through the chair to the councilman, I did not, but I did talk at length to the IT departments in both the airport and public
again,
utilities.
You know, all right.
Okay.
I'm going to, Mr. Chairman, to the director, I'm going to tell you now, as long as I'm chair of utilities, if I find out that there's a contract that's been renewed or anything like that, more than 50,000 or whatever the thing is, and I'm not informed about it so that I can inform my committee,
Okay.
there's going to be an issue at some point down the line. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments on this piece of legislation? All right. So I'm going to just make sure by a voice vote, I do a voice vote. Or Councilman Polensek, this is your piece. What do you want to do?
Well,
This
Mr.
is both ours. What do you want to do?
Yes, it is. It's both of ours, and we've tried to come up with a compromise with regard to what has transpired in the past. I understand the concerns of my colleagues, Councilman Harsh, Councilman Shaw, and Councilman Casey's, because we both shared these same concerns. I think again, it's going to be incumbent upon the administration, and I want to say this again, to make sure that the notifications take place, because if not, I have no problem amending this piece. I mean, again, I want to go back to what I said earlier. This came about as a result of the bypass over ShotSpotter. How you went around, not you, Ms. Grove, but the administration went around council, and they were about to do the same on Flock until I insisted that that wasn't going to happen. And that's why tonight they're coming in with legislation on Flock, because we were not about to sit still for that to transpire. So the bottom line is we're going to watch you. We're going to be watching the administration, and if there's inappropriate action taken, a lack of transparency, then I can assure you, the Council President, I will have no problem amending this piece. That's my position, Mr. Chairman.
Let's do this if we could, because I want to make sure we get this right. and we spent more time than we had as originally on it. Director Crow, Dr. Crow,
Yeah.
can the chairs of CPP and CPP, the chairs of public utilities, the chairs of port control, and Councilman Polensik or anybody that has concerns about this, meet with you and your IT team to have a thorough conversation about this?
Absolutely.
What everybody's intention
Yep.
is that nobody was happy that safety utilized this tool to basically go straight to Board of Control
Yes.
to vote on a tool that some people support and others don't. But the bottom line was council should have been afforded the opportunity to debate the issue.
That's right.
And at the end of the day, there is mistrust, and that's the reason why myself and Councilman Polensik wanted to put something to close that gap. But clearly, you see that there is still some mistrust there. So I'm going to ask that a special committee convene from my colleague, Councilman Polensik, be put together to have a discussion, a thorough discussion, and I think it should be between you and your IT team so that they can ask all of the questions that need to be asked, understand what is the urgency, because I know that Director Kane, unfortunately, we couldn't meet because I was busy and Councilman Casey was out of town.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, let's have those folks that you deem necessary at a table to discuss this in its entirety, so that we don't just put something piecemeal out there, and so that we don't put something that doesn't accomplish what we're trying to accomplish, nor you get something that kind of hamstrings you and your organization. So does that seem fair?
Yes, extremely.
Okay, so that's what I'm going to ask Councilman Polensik, if you could work with Attorney Heinert O'Leary in order to try to put together that working group to really roll up our sleeves and look at that piece of legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll coordinate that with my colleagues. Thank you.
Is that fair to everybody, that everybody get a chance? So all of you tech guys that want to really dig into this can have at it. Councilman Shaw, you had a point?
One final scenario. For the notice period, once again, why I think this isn't sufficient is if the administration wanted to work around, if they provided a notice while we were in recess, that's going to require us to call a special council committee meeting if they wanted to address that, right? So there's all kinds of ways this can still further be abused. So that's the only point.
That's why you guys are going to work with the dean and come up with some ways to make sure we close those loopholes.
Thank you,
Okay?
Chair.
Thank you.
And through the chair to the committee, I just want to make sure, point of clarification, that everyone understands that every contract, additional contract authorized under this section will require the notification to council, both the clerk and to the appropriate committee chair. So it's not that the departments that were written into the legislation are exempted from that. It's just that those are the departments that are participating in these contracts.
So we're going to have this working group, because I still see some perplexed looks. It looks like it needs to be worked on a little bit more.
Great.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right. One last piece. So we're going to hold ordinance number 651.
Yes.
We're going to hold that one until we have a further discussion. Thank you. The next one is ordinance number 654-2026 by Councilmember Griffin. I believe, Ms. O'Leary, is that you, or you could just stay for this one briefly. An emergency ordinance authorizing the clerk of council to enter into an agreement with Civic Plus LLC for a software solution to provide ADA-compliant, accessible documents on public-facing digital content for Cleveland City Council. So I wanted the attorney to be here, but all this is by federal law, Cleveland City Council, when we have any of our public-facing materials, have to be ADA compliant, which means that there have to be captions and other kind of material, hearing impaired or anything else like that. So there is a company that we're working with in order called Civic Plus LLC that's working for all of our public-facing materials that would have to become ADA compliant. And that is a federal law that all of us in Cleveland City Council have to deal with. Am I correct?
That is correct, and Rachel did this piece, so
All right, thank
I
you.
believe she's on her way down. If you-
Any questions regarding ordinance number 654? Councilwoman Stephanie House Jones.
Yes, through the chair, this was something I asked for, I believe, a couple of months ago, for us to actually talk about it, because it's actually being able to get the details of what people are actually going to do. that's what I'm trying to get clarification on. And what
Okay.
are they actually going to do? Because again, this gets into and getting the clarification legally as to, especially for council members as they are utilizing social media. How is this applicable to this, and what will need to be done to meet the standard as the requirement for the transcribing federally?
Ms. Kalish?
Iran, I'm sorry. Through the chair, I believe you're asking what are council members responsible for their social media? And that is not through the city. If it is a city program, then yes, we need to make that ADA accessible. Any apps have to be ADA accessible, but they have to be run by city council. Okay, so we are working toward making our website ADA accessible. This particular contract is one of the contractors that, or one of the consultants that is helping us do that, and they are going to be translating all of our PDFs into readable spoken word documents.
So, I think through the chair to our attorney, I think this is the reason why I asked for a conversation, Tone, because again, many times, even though we have personal social media, we are still legally treated as a subset of the government, and I really think we need to have some guidance on that, even when it comes to the ADA standard as it relates to our own social media, right? And even councils. So I just really feel like we need some clarification on that legally what the standard is, because many times, even in some cases, as elected officials have deleted things from their social media, they have been held accountable for that because they were elected official, not because, even if it wasn't connected to their official public thing. So I really would we need to get a clear standard on that, because this is a whole other level of work capacity that many of us don't have. And I don't, from even conversations I've had with communications experts, they're telling me something different than what I've been hearing and even what I'm hearing here at the table.
So through the chair, I agree with you. I think that we need to look at the apps and the social media. My understanding, and I will look into this further, and I will work with our consultants about this. We do have time. We have an extra year. But I know, we're lucky. But my understanding is that things like Facebook already have that kind of thing built in. That's my understanding. So, but I will look into it further and make sure that we're all okay.
Yeah, I will say that even if it was a year, we actually got, was it 10 months? 11 months right now, and we really need to get the clarity and the here and now.
I hear you.
Because we weren't ready this year as the deadline passed. But most people weren't. So.
All right, thank you. Any other questions regarding ordinance number 654-2026? Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 654-2026 stands approved. Thank you. Yes. All right, next one is ordinance number 561-2026, as amended by Council Members Davis, Santana, Polincic, and Harsh. An ordinance to supplement the codified ordinances of the City of Cleveland, 1976, by enacting new sections 686.01 through 686B.11, 686B.99, and 686B.99 relating to short-term rentals by amending sections 193.01, 193.02, 193.03, 193.021, as amended by various ordinances related to the transient occupancy tax and by amending section 337.02 as amended by ordinance number 586-16 passed July 13, 2026 related to one-family districts and repealing section 337.251 as amended by ordinance number 1444-16 passed January 23, 2017 relating to limited lodging in residence districts. You do have amendments. The amendments are on your tablet. I will not read all of the amendments. And Ms. Kalish, did you want to open up, and then I'll turn it over to Councilwoman Santana.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, Ordinance 561, 2026 will regulate short-term rentals as businesses through a licensing process. It provides a licensing procedure and regulations for the use and operation of short-term rentals, which we call STRs, in residential neighborhoods. All short-term rentals must be licensed. Short-term rentals are allowed in one-family residential districts, subject to a density limitation. The density limitation is now, it was changed in DPS, it is 10%, the density limitation of at least one or no more than 10% of the total residential units on a block or in a multi-unit building. That was reduced from 15% by the council. And that has been through city planning last week, and they've approved it. A variance is needed to exceed the density limitation. Even with the variance, a short-term rental must be licensed. An owner of the property or a tenant with written authorization may operate this property as a short-term rental. An operator may be the owner or a designated local responsible party who will manage the short-term rental. All STRs must have a local contact designated to serve as the local representative for the owner or the operator, who responds to complaints and must be available at all times while the short-term rental is occupied, and must be able to be present at the premises within 1 hour of receiving a call. That is the main gist of the legislation.
All right. Once again, this was a very hot topic and hot discussion. I would like, if I could, to be added. Okay? So if you could add me as Councilman Griffin. We do have somebody from the Short-Term Rental Association that is here. So we do want to give them a quick opportunity from the short-term rentals that helped contribute to this.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Dave Stokely. I'm the president of the Northern Ohio Short-Term Rental Association and the owner of a local short-term rental management company. And before I go any further, I want to be very clear that we support sensible regulation of short-term rentals. Licensing, inspections, insurance requirements, and especially accountability for bad actors. We want bad hosts shut down because they create a bad name for us and they hurt Cleveland's reputation. We're not here to oppose the idea of the ordinance, but we do think that a few of the details need more refinement before being passed into law. So a little context about my experience in the industry. We've hosted over 55,000 nights across our properties. That's over 150 years worth of nights. We have over 10,000 reviews on Airbnb and have maintained superhost status throughout. As far as I know, we're the only superhost in Ohio with over 10,000 reviews. And in all of that time, we've never had a complaint that resulted in any enforcement action, any sanction, or any neighbor petition against us, because we know what we're doing and we're proof that this can be done right. I also want to tell you a little bit about who actually stays in our properties, because the party house image that some members have pushed here and that drives a lot of this legislation is not representative of the industry. We host families for funerals who want to be together under one roof, not scattered across hotel rooms. We host parents coming to the Cleveland Clinic for children who are having surgery and need 2 weeks somewhere comfortable with a kitchen and space for a caregiver. We host Cleveland residents whose pipes froze in January or whose houses burned down, and they need somewhere to go for a couple nights or a couple weeks. These are the people you're regulating, forcing them into uncomfortable hotel situations and sending their dollars to international hotel chains instead of local property owners and local restaurants. Moreover, my small company alone employs 6 full-time local employees and supports dozens of local cleaning contractors. These are Cleveland jobs paid for by visitors staying in Cleveland neighborhoods. Again, I support 95% of the regulations. But our biggest objection is a density cap, which limits short-term rentals to 10% of residential units on any block or multi-unit building. And before this committee votes, I just want to ask a couple questions that I haven't heard answered yet. The first one is how many short-term rentals currently operate in the city? The second is how many properties would be immediately out of compliance the day this takes effect? And the third is what data was used to come up with this 10% number? Why not 5% or 20%? And my concern, as Councilmember House put it earlier in another issue, is that we're making decisions based on opinions and feelings and not facts and data. The city's estimates have ranged from 900 to 1,500 short-term rentals. That's a 67% uncertainty range. And if you can't count what you're regulating, I don't think you're ready to criminalize it. Because under this bill, violating the density cap is a first-degree misdemeanor, 6 months in jail for a property owner who followed every rule, but because too many of his neighbors have short-term rentals. Now, the ordinance's preamble suggests that this density cap is proposed because STRs contribute to Cleveland's affordable housing shortage, and I want to address that directly too. Downtown Cleveland has a 14% vacancy rate. The broader market's at 8.7%. Both of those are above the national benchmark. Cleveland's lost 6,400 residents since 2020 and 60% of its population over 70 years. Furthermore, the city has 30,000 vacant lots, 18,000 of which are owned by the city's own land bank. That seems like a better starting point to me for affordable housing, not legitimate businesses that contribute so much to the city. And the thing is, we know that this isn't going to work anyway, because in 2023, New York essentially banned short-term rentals to solve this same problem. But 2 years later, rents in New York are at record highs, and the hotel industry has gained $380 million in additional revenue. Renters saw no relief. Are we really going to repeat that experiment here? Because we already know how it ends. Local property owners lose income, visitors pay more to stay at the Marriott, and rents don't move. And by the way, as Councilman Davis pointed out, we're comparing ourselves to Cleveland, to Akron, Pittsburgh, Columbus, Indianapolis, Cincinnati. None of them have density caps, and they're all growing faster and are more expensive to live in than Cleveland. So my ask is simple. Please pass the licensing framework. I love it. I support it. But separate out this density cap and come back with a number that actually makes sense when we have the data to support it. Because again, I don't think you can responsibly limit and criminalize something you can't measure. Thank you.
All right. We're gonna, any of you guys want to respond or whatever else like that? And then Councilwoman Santana, I know you led a discussion on this.
Mr. Chairman, put me down too.
I'll put you
Through
down.
the chair, I mean, maybe to Rachel, when we came up with the 10%, I mean, we're estimating 40 to 50 homes on a street, which would be, what, maybe 3 to 6 houses that could be registered as short-term rental. Correct. I mean, 3 to 6 homes per street is a lot of properties. And I'm not sure, through the chair, if do you live in the city of Cleveland?
Through the chair.
Okay, thank you. So that's what we were starting at 10%. I mean, if things have to be changed, just even throughout this whole legislation, we can amend it. We want to give it about a year for us to pilot the short-term rental legislation. And through the chair, as you know, this started in 2025, actually 6 years ago. And Councilwoman Gray, Carrie McCormick, they were being impacted in their neighborhoods. There was a lot of partying, a lot of nuisance properties in their neighborhoods, so they started working on it. There's been significant amendments made to the short-term rental that was based on residents' input, businesses, short-term rental owners, administration, council members. So I think that this is a great starting point, and it's ready to be passed. And I'm hoping that my council colleagues support and pass this legislation.
Thank you. And just briefly, if I'm not mistaken, didn't we receive a letter from Airbnb that they actually support this legislation as well? Okay. All right. I got Councilman Polensik, Slife, Harsh, Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleague. What's the gentleman's name again?
Dave Stokely.
Dave Stokely. Okay. And Mr. Toki, I appreciate you coming to the table because we always want to be transparent and we want to hear from other folks as well. I was involved in these negotiations as well because I have long maintained this should have been passed a long time ago. So just to give you an indication, 2 weeks ago, I had grandma rent a bottom of a two-family house for her grandson's party. There had to be 75 people, if not more. We had to send 5 police cars to that address because all hell broke loose on that street. A wonderful residential street, which I never even would have considered for a short-term rental on this street. So, but that being said, even before that, I've experienced, as some of my colleagues have had, and you mentioned about the party houses. We are not, the council is not opposed to those property owners and those owners of short-term rentals who have been responsible. We based what we did off of all the information we could gather from the administration. I have to believe there's a whole bunch of short-term rentals out there that we don't even know about, that are operating totally illegally in the city of Cleveland. What we attempted to do is, for the first time, is send a message. If you have a short-term rental and you are a legitimate owner, you better register. Because if not, you're going to have a problem. Because I'm not going to put up with what I experienced, and I'm lucky no one really got seriously hurt over there. I mean, I had chaos. I had girls half dressed running down the streets. I mean, it was like, what the heck is this? So we are going to take the appropriate action. You indicate you don't live in a city, and I appreciate your honesty. But, you know, we kicked this around, the percentage, and we said to ourselves, wait a minute. If you were to ask residents on those streets, they wouldn't want 10%. We tried to come up with a compromise. And like with anything we do, we can always amend legislation. This council, we're not locked in. We're not in a silo. We're not in a bunker. We're willing to listen. So all I say to you and to anyone else who's listening, we're going to give this legislation a chance. But I want to say to the party houses and to the animal houses, it's over. We're not having this crap going on. The only thing I didn't have over there was people running around in togas, okay? I mean, we have got to have, you've had the toga party, okay? I haven't had that one, okay? But, yeah, I can remember you telling me about that one, I forgot. But it's over. I've got great residential streets, but I'm having a problem north of the boulevard, up near the lake, and what some of maybe you folks don't understand, on some of our streets, like I have in my ward, we have private parks that are owned by the people on the street. So now you rent out the unit and you take your party from there down to the park and tear up the park and leave nothing but beer bottles and cans and garbage. And no, that's not acceptable. So please bear with us. We're not attempting to hurt legitimate owners. You came to the table. But the only question I would have, we know they have to provide to our staff. I want to make sure that they have to provide emails and phone numbers. Okay.
Local contact?
Yes.
Yes.
Within the local contact, we need to have their names, their email, and phone numbers, and their firstborn, if it was up to me, in that list. But I want to make sure that when we have the house, we know who to go after that are operating. So, Mr. Chairman, I won't belabor the point to the gentleman here. I appreciate you coming to the table, express your thoughts, but you have to understand the challenges that we're having in the city. We're lucky we haven't had people killed at some of these places. And so that's where we're at. And so, Mr. Chairman, I am here, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And I appreciate everyone who's been involved in this negotiations.
Thank you, Councilman Polensek. Councilman Charles Slife, Horace Davis.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. Arguably, maybe nearly all Airbnbs or other short-term rentals in Cleveland are illegal right now because the problem is that the law that is written is unenforceable. The law says that it has to be an owner-occupied home at least
Right.
51% of the time, and we do not have the resources to determine if people are there 49% of the time or 51% of the time. So I do think having a license is a more reasonable system because it will allow us to revoke something and be able to demonstrate that something illegal is happening if someone is not a regulated short-term rental. To our attorney, probably, could you just for one more time for the record, because I think, so what we've had conversations in the past of can we regulate out essentially what is, for all intents and purposes, a short-term rental being used as an event center. And there is my understanding is, so I'm in Cincinnati for work, and I get a short-term rental, and I tell my buddy that I have a place around the corner, and he comes over for a beer after work, and there's, I have a right to occupy my unit and to invite people over, and I don't think anybody would think that it's problematic, but what we've seen are people that are renting something instead of going to maybe a more traditional event center, and our previous conversations have been that we do not have the legal authority to regulate in that manner, but I'd like to spell it out because I think that is what gives a lot of people grief and is something that we have tried. There's not a perfect solution to that use of a short-term rental. But I'd like for you to explain so people understand
Sure.
how much we've thought about this.
Sure. Through the chair, a property owner has the right to use his or her property the way they want to within the bounds of the law, right? So if you are having a party and there could be a nuisance violation, loud noise, too many people, and any kind of nuisance violations like that, violence, a gunshot or something going off, that's going to cause a revocation of their license.
Right.
So, yes, you can use your property.
Yes.
the way you want to.
Essentially, the point is we do not have the ability to regulate otherwise legal behavior on a short-term rental based on its classification as a short-term rental. It's still legal behavior. If people are engaging in illegal behavior, obviously, we can enforce that. But there's not a way. I would wish there was a way for us to say you can't rent for, like, there would be a separate call out for a short-term event center, and that's what a lot of these are, but we don't have that within the legal framework.
Through the chair to the councilman, you wouldn't be able to do that in a one-family, two-family, multifamily, or local retail business district anyways, because that would violate the zoning code.
Okay. I still would maybe like to explore the opportunity for something of a short-term event center in the zoning code, but I appreciate that I'm up against a brick wall. Lastly, I'd want to understand, since there's going to be a rush of units that need to become compliant and what type of a grandfather clause exists. What happens if there's 60 houses on a block, 7 short-term rentals currently? Is it essentially a first come, first served, and the 7th one would have to go to BZA? Or how do we anticipate kind of onboarding short-term rentals into this system and kind of the stumbling blocks we might encounter along the way?
So the administration was asked that the effective date of this legislation becomes effective in 180 days. They've asked for 6 months to kind of get rules and regulations in place and determine how they are going to do intake of license applications and that kind of thing. So there will probably be some kind of influx of license applications, but hopefully in 6 months we'll have the capacity to figure that out.
Okay, and just final question, but what happens within that 180 months if we find out that a block is in violation of the density cap? Are they grandfathered in because they did apply before 180 days?
This ordinance will not become effective until 180 days is up.
Go ahead, Shannon.
Through the chair to the councilman. So there's only a handful of actually registered, permitted, limited lodging units acting as short-term rentals that we have on file. The rest are not permitted. They would need to start the permitting and licensing process.
Okay.
And then it'd be a first come, first serve, and we'll be mapping it. And then as that goes on,
obviously it's going to, if you have some blocks that have more than the 10%, so if your average, lot is 43, or block is 43 houses, 10% is 4, you get 4 houses of short-term rentals. Beyond that, they end up at the Board of Zoning Appeals, or they just cease operating as a short-term rental.
And then the other thing I want to mention is that to be grandfathered in, you would have to have operated under our law for at least a year prior to the effective date of the ordinance, and in full compliance with the law as it is now. And I've been under the understanding that there are going to be very few short-term rentals that are
Okay.
able to do that.
I'll leave it, since that's the case, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, I have Councilman Harsh, Davis, and then Gray. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be voting in support of this today. I think this is the definition of not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. There's still some things in here that I would like to see changed, but I think that this, again, is a good compromise piece that gets us where we need to be. And so in congratulating Chairwoman Santana, I also have to point out that the 6 years of this, Councilman McCormick, I think, brought this to council many years ago. I know he reached out to me about 4 years ago to ask me if I would sit in on some of the meetings. I know that Chairman Hairston was doing this through DPS when he was chair of that committee. And Councilwoman Gray was at a lot of those summer meetings with us trying to figure out how to handle this. So this has been a long time coming, and I'm not going to stand in the way of a good piece because I don't think it's perfect. I will have some I'll elaborate somewhat on these comments tonight, I think, for miscellaneous. But I would just say that for the sake of public record, I've never gotten a call from a neighbor who was excited that one of their houses turned into an Airbnb. It's never happened. Everybody only complains about these. They contribute to the shortage of housing in our neighborhoods. Most of the Airbnbs in Old Brooklyn, I don't think any of them are owner-occupied. They're all formerly rentable houses that got turned into Airbnbs because the landlords saw more money in short-term rental than long-term rental, which means that the owner-occupants around them have to live their life on the whims of whatever person's moving in next door for the weekend. And to me, that is an unacceptable standard for us to tell Cleveland residents that they must accept. Essentially, Airbnbs are commercial activity conducted in a residential zone. This is what I'm going to elaborate on tonight. I'll be voting for this, but it still blows my mind that I can't open a convenience store in my house because that'd be commercial activity, but I can turn my house into a hotel and make everybody around me live with the good or bad behavior of whoever I decide to rent my house to for the weekend. That to me seems wildly inappropriate. So I am voting in favor of this. We're going to give it the old college try. And I will put everybody in Old Brooklyn on notice. Let me know about all the Airbnbs in Old Brooklyn because we probably have low volume compared to some of the other wards that are infested with these. I probably have low volume. So I will be asking every single Old Brooklyn resident to let me know about every single short-term rental in the neighborhood because I think we can probably get our arms around it. It's probably just a couple hundred. But I'll have more comments on this later this evening. But congratulations to Chairwoman Santana, as well as Councilman McCormick and Chairman Hairston for all the work they did that got us here today.
I got it. Yeah. I was going to ask him, he's up next. I know he's on the next.
Yeah.
And I hate to say this, I feel bad because it seemed like it wasn't his day at council, but he actually was very involved in this, and I want to make sure that Councilman Davis, who actually really put a lot together on this as well. So I wanted to give him some kudos.
Through the chair.
Councilman Davis.
Even before he was the councilman, he actually put a lot of work in on this.
Thank you, Chairman. Councilman Harsh, that was a long list of people, and I don't know how I got left off, but it's what new blood is for, to get things to the finish line. Dave, good to see you again. I think I saw Michael in the crowd as well. Thank you all for being here. I know this ordinance isn't what you're looking for. It was illuminating to me to talk with the folks at the Stonebridge condos and learn that short-term rentals are part of the condo building's future, its economic future, and that there had been a vote by the folks living there in support of increasing the number of short-term rentals in that building in order to better provide for things like fixing the roof. This is a one-off scenario. I don't think we can build a whole city policy around that, but I want to reiterate that I'm committed to supporting variances for unique cases like this. I was very surprised to hear something like that, but it's a big city with a lot of different combinations of folks living in it. So wanted to reiterate that. Otherwise, just wanted to thank my colleagues here on City Council for getting this to the finish line. The administration can't build this system until we pass this ordinance, and the building of the system is going to be hard, as we've heard. It's going to be 180 days of developing a new license process, a complaint process. Some places submit your videos online or something when there's a problem, but it is really important. It's a huge quality of life issue. It's what we're here to get done, and I'm very glad that we're getting it done this spring. So we'll see you all in 180 days. Fingers crossed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilman Davidson. Thank you for contributing to this. Councilwoman Deborah Gray, who also is very involved with this from day one. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. I'm just going to say this. I don't believe no one has any problem with Airbnbs. However, since we have the bad actors that's forced our hand to do this, prior to me even coming to council, we have a lot of bad actors that don't have the respect of understanding how to enjoy an Airbnb in the community. And the reason why that I work with McCormick is because I have a lot of residents that came to me in Cleveland Shaker, especially Cleveland Shaker. I had no idea how many Airbnbs, were in Cleveland Shaker. Those residents even came downtown, Chair, to the team, and had a meeting with Attorney Butler, and they sat with him, and they did a video with him, and I also sat with him. So he thoroughly understood how those residents felt. It wasn't about feelings and emotion. It was about disturbance in their community. They pay an extra amount of taxes. They have a nice community, and I think most people who live in these communities has that. But they could not tolerate the 200-300 cars all of a sudden appear on their street, and it wasn't their neighbors. So so when they called me over there, I couldn't even believe it. But however, they tried to work with the people, but the people, ignored them. So say the least, even though that you're a good person and you have a good establishment, the bad actors force our hand in order for us to pursue this. So that's why I'm in favor of this ordinance, so it can pass, so we can see how it can work out in the next year. So I yield, Chair.
Thank you so much. Councilman Joseph Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did we talk about, or did we break down the penalties if they're not compliant?
Yes.
Okay. So why is the penalty so stiff?
That's what everybody
Where
settled on.
says civil penalties, failure to obtain a license is $5,000 fine.
Yeah, that's what
Advertising without a license is $1,000 per violation.
So
Did
that's
somebody
what the
explain that,
committee
break that-
based off of best practices in other places, plus what the committee that's been working on this for several months settled on.
Also, through the chair, many of the council members felt that initially the penalties were way too low, and that this is more than just a slap on the wrist and will actually force compliance.
It seems pretty steep to me, so. I don't have a massive major issue in my neighborhood, but I know that there may be some folks who may. But getting hit with a $5,000 penalty and then another $1,000 per violation, who would regulate this? Who would seek the fines? Who would be the people who would enforce this?
It would be the assessments and licenses or public safety. We've given the authority for many directors to be able to institute the fines.
And how would they go about finding out some of this information? Where you have,
It would be complaint-driven.
advertisement, how would they look? I mean, how does
Right.
that work?
Right.
I mean,
Through the chair, it would be complaint-driven.
It'd be what?
Complaint-driven.
I see. So then anyone can lodge a complaint and say, hey, here's what it is, and then our folks will go out and regulate it, or how do they define it? How does that work?
Well, I think that you hit the nail on the head. There would be a complaint, and whoever to whatever department the complaint was made, they'd go out and investigate.
I see. Okay, and so now the next one is like 30 days. Can you explain that to me? Lodging for fewer than 91 days slash, then it has calendar year and to any larger for not more than 30 consecutive days. What does that mean? I got an idea, but I really want to understand.
Are you speaking of the limited lodging?
Where you had number 9, right? Number 9, where it says grandfather conditions. Then you drop down here a sentence before the last, and it says lodging, limited lodging for fewer than 91 days, calendar year, and to any larger for not more than 30 consecutive days. What
Right,
does
so
that mean?
this, through the chair, this is whether or not a current short-term rental, or what we're calling limited lodging now, would be grandfathered. So they would have to be in operation as limited lodging under Section 337.251 for a period of at least a year, as I said before, and then in full compliance of 337.251, which is at this point, right now, for fewer than 91 days per calendar year, and for not more than 30 consecutive days.
So if someone's renting it, can you give me an example of that? Can you, Mr. Chairman?
No.
All right, well, let me
Could you?
ask the question then, if you can't give an example. So the question I would have is, if I'm the owner and I'm renting out my Airbnb and the person stays over that amount of days, are they limited to how many days they can rent the property? Is there a limitation?
We really do not have a good enforcement mechanism for 337.251. This is why we are implementing this ordinance right now.
I understand,
so-
but can they stay in there longer? The question is not about our capacity. The issue is, can a person rent it out more than 30 days?
And that would be
consecutively
a long-term rental.
So that it'd be a long-term rental. So if someone wants to stay there for 60 days, that would be considered long-term rental? And
Yes.
how would that impact this? And what violations then would
Long-term
happen?
rent-
What would be triggered in to cause this to be an issue?
Through the chair, long-term rentals have to register under the rental registry, and that is not impacted by this ordinance.
So this ordinance wouldn't do that. So if they did have it, if they did rent it for 30 days, this wouldn't be the place. But there's other laws in place that saying, hey, maybe they need to do long-term rental.
Yes.
Who would do the enforcement of that?
Building and housing.
So building and housing. So building and housing will more or less do the enforcement here, and then potentially do the enforcement. So someone can complain and say, hey, these people have been here, which I don't think that's the case, but they will complain and say, these people have been here for 60 days, we don't want them, and then they can force them out because they don't have a long-term rental agreement. I mean, how do we handle scenarios like that? Because I know one of them.
Through the chair to the councilman, I think what you're asking is, on a regular basis of people renting out units around the city, is there a code enforcement mechanism? And so generally, again, it's most things in the city as it relates to code enforcement are complaint-driven, whether that's 311 or directly to emails of staff throughout, whether that's building and housing, zoning, et cetera, or the administration. And enforcement, it goes out that way. But as it relates to like just counting down the days, day by day, again, that would be complaint-driven. It wouldn't just be, you know.
All right,
and
so
if-
for
and-
every 40 houses on a street, I'm switching up subject matters, Mr. Chairman. For every 40 houses that's on a street, you can let 4 be rented out.
Through the chair to the councilman, if you apply to be a short-term rental in the city of Cleveland under this ordinance, you would be subjected to the 10% density. So that's that 40%. Now, if every other house is, 10%. But if every other house in that block, some are owner-occupied, some are actually renting them out, we would only know that through whether they've applied for the rental registration, et cetera.
Okay, so other than that, we wouldn't be able to know unless we sent someone to investigate.
Through, if it was driven by a complaint, that's correct.
I see.
I don't think there's nobody like walking the streets knocking and saying, hey, are you owner, are you renter? That's not happening.
Would this then, since we passed this, you know, would any kind of record keeping be done where it lets us know which properties are on a particular street, and we can find out how many Airbnbs are on a particular street now, since this legislation will be passed?
Through the chair to the councilman, that's really the purpose of the legislation, is because we do not know who is short-term rentals throughout the city. This allows, because of the licensing, that will allow the city to track the short-term rentals throughout the city.
I see. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, and I just want to make sure I reiterate, many of us do have this challenge. I have the footprint of the Cleveland Clinic in Little Italy, and I will tell you that I am proliferated with Airbnbs all over the place, where every day, I pretty much can't go a day without someone in Little Italy telling me about Airbnbs that have basically taken over a lot of times new projects that we've actually funded that's still getting tax abatements. And even though I know they're not supposed to do that, people do all kinds of things. That's why some of the advertisement requirements and other things I think are very important as well, that help us suss out when we see some of these Airbnbs. So once again, kudos and commend the staff for putting this together. Commend my colleague, Councilwoman Santana, for picking this up and running with it. So thank you all so much. Hopefully everybody was supported. And thank you, sir. All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions. It's in there. So once again, ordinance number 561-2026 as amended stands approved. Remember, to the listening public, we are going to be reviewing this legislation at some period in time. So I did ask you to really watch this closely if you could. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to apologize in advance. I do have a commitment at approximately 3:45. I'm going to turn over the chair to my colleague, Councilwoman Jasmine Santana, but I'm going to call this the lightning round. Most of these have already been heard. We just need to pretty much, if we have any clarifying questions, let us know. All right, this one is ordinance number 656-2026 by Councilmember Griffin, that by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to make additional appropriations of $491,427 to the general fund. Director and team. Please proceed, Mr. Gentile.
Through the chair of the council, people, to the committee.
We got too many conversations going on. If we could, let's please get back.
This is a small supplemental to handle a couple items in the general fund. The 4 items that we're trying to handle is we want to start paying the Fair Employment Wage Board. Historically, we have not paid them, so we're putting that in.
Could everybody please talk directly into the microphone so that everybody can hear?
Yep. So we have money that we're putting towards the Fair Employment Wage Board. Historically, we have not paid them. This will provide them pay for their service. We're trying to certify the contract for accounting services for the controller's office for additional help when we have new GASB statements to do for the ACFR. We're adding money to risk management. They're starting to look at potentially purchasing insurance, so they're at the front end of that, but there was no money in their budget. That was a separate piece allowing them to do this.
656.
And then this is the last part of this is for 2 employees to the Division of Environment for the lead initiative. Thank you.
So these are pretty basic transfers to cover critical hires as well as critical operations for risk assessment.
Yes, sir.
All right, pretty straightforward. Are there any questions regarding 656-2026? Seeing no questions, ordinance number 656-2026 stands approved. Please sign on. Once again, I'm trying to make up time, everybody. I know that everybody might have clarifying questions. I'm gonna be respectful, but we need to make up a little time. Next is ordinance number resolution number 657-2026 by council members Griffin by departmental request, an emergency resolution to adopt and declare a tax budget for the city of Cleveland for the year 2027 and submit it to the County Budget Commission as required by state law, chapter 5705 of the revised code. Director.
To the chair and to the committee, this is a piece that we do every year. We're required by the county to put in a tax budget for next year, and we're required now to do that. That helps us levy our property tax through the county, and this is a standard piece that we have to do under state law every year.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, resolution number 657-2026 stands approved. Next one is ordinance number 659-2026 as amended. And I want to make sure that the amendments are on your tablets, so I'll let you look at your amendment on your tablets. But this is an amendment, and I'll let the director explain it.
Through the chair to the council, through the chair and the council members, this is a transfer ordinance. The main piece of this is to move money from above the line for an executive, for an additional executive assistant. If the council wards opted out, they're going to get NEF money. So there was 4 wards that were not getting an executive assistant. Therefore, the bulk of this is moving the money from wages and salary to transfer to NEF.
All right, thank you. Any questions regarding ordinance number 659-2026? Councilman Michael Polinsky.
I just signed to be included in that list. So you should have got that. You should have received that.
Are you Ward 10?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So you're not getting,
I
you signed
am-
up for not getting an EA?
No, I am getting one.
Oh,
That
I'm
was-
sorry,
yes,
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 659-2026 as amended stands approved.
Yeah, just to clarify, the wards that are not getting an additional EA but NEF money are 2, 3, 6, and 15. Those are not getting the second EA. They've opted for the NEF money.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Well, he lucked out.
Councilman
He
Casey.
laughed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is 659, correct?
To the chair, yes.
Right. Are we given additional appropriation in the Community Police Commission on this?
Through the chair of the council person, we're only moving money from personnel. In total, it's not going to change. We're just moving money from personnel to below the line.
Yeah.
They expressed interest to hire an attorney, but in total, their budget does not change. It's just shifting it from payroll and benefits to below the line.
Yeah, they moved it from above the line to below the line.
No, I understand that. And Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Gentile, wasn't there just an issue with the police commission about hiring an attorney, attempting to hire an attorney, where they illegally hired an attorney or something to that effect prior to this piece of
Through the
legislation?
chair, I vaguely remember something like that, but I'm not positive.
Right.
What this is doing is they're going to not hire an attorney, they're just going to consult with one below the line. So they will not bring them on the payroll, but their intention is to use this money to get legal guidance and a professional service contract below the line.
And then, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Gentile, we're taking it from their personnel?
Through the chair of the council person, yes, because I think they've decided, yes, they have 5 vacancies, and
How do they have 5 vacancies?
Not hiring.
They literally have like 2 administrative people working there when they're supposed to have around 6 or 7. So they're very short-staffed on the administrative side.
And Mr. Chairman and Mr. Gentile, isn't their budget set per the chart? Can we, hey,
Hold on, if we could have one conversation, please, everybody. Go ahead, please, go ahead.
Isn't their budget set per the charter?
Through the chair of the council person, yes, it's set for the charter based upon the police budget. And
Right.
this will not increase their total budget because it's just shifting. So the total bottom line budget will be the same as it was.
So, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Gentile, and this, so they're lacking staff, correct?
Correct.
So they want to go and consult with an attorney, not to hire staff. They would rather go and consult with an attorney as opposed to hiring staff, is what you're telling us today.
Through the chair to the council person, I think they have a legal matter they want to discuss with an outside attorney. Yes, that's
And
my understanding.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Gentile, doesn't the law department have somebody allocated to the Community Police Commission to help with legal matters?
Yeah, through the chair of the council person, I think they have a half FTE dedicated to the
Right.
CPC, but the CPC has asked to go out to get a independent look that's not in the law department. That's my understanding.
And Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Gentile, and the administration's okay with this?
Through the chair of the council person, yes, they said in their mind there's a conflict on this, so they want to get outside legal advice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you. And I believe this one was 659, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, Councilman Polensek on 659.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to my colleagues, the new director, she's got a mess on her hands, and she's got her work cut out for her. But I want to just say this again to Mr. Gentile and to the administration. They owed it to us. They owed it to the safety committee that at least they should have informed us what they wanted to do. We're hearing this at the table for the first time, and I'm not opposed to the action that they're taking, but there should have been some communication to us. I met with her and I indicated, we're here to work with her. We know she's got her work cut out for her, but again, opening lines of communication would be very helpful. And I want to stress that again, Mr. Chairman. There should have been discussion with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman,
How much
Councilman
money?
Jones.
How much money are we talking about here, roughly?
To the chair of the councilman, for the CPC transfer, it's $140,000 out of personnel into other contractual.
Well, I just want to thank the administration for their consideration. I've sat here at the table on a number of occasions and talked about the fact that they didn't have the resources and the capacity to do the work in terms of outreach to the public. And then hopefully, I'm not sure how these funds are going to be spent, but certainly they needed it. So kudos to the organization.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, Councilman Tom Mayshaw.
No question. I just wanted my understanding of the additional amount. As an independent body, they are entitled to it, and I'm appreciative that the administration is not pushing back and they're working with them on this. And once again, we are asking this commission to do a lot of work for ones that are paid on a fairly small stipend in light of how much work we're asking them to undertake. So I'm looking forward to the work they come up with and looking forward to the new director. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 659 2026 as amended stands approved. We'll move to public safety. Once again, I apologize in advance. I do have a commitment I have at about 3:45. The first one is ordinance number 594-2026 by Council Members Polensek and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant from Cuyahoga County for the fiscal year 25 Urban Area Security Initiative Grant. Public safety, come on up, Ms. Hartsong. 593-2026, 593-2026. 593, all the safety could come on up, 593-2026. Once again, this is accepting a grant for the Urban Area Security Initiative. Is anybody available to talk about this issue? Okay. who is on his way in. Let me come back to that. Ordinance number 605-2026 as amended. Up here they go. Come on. All right, this is 593-2026. The Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant from Cuyahoga County for the FY '25 Urban Area Security Initiative Grant. Director.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Was in my office trying to make my way over. I do apologize. And yes, sir, this is ordinance number 593, 2026. And this legislation would authorize me to apply for and accept a grant in the amount of $659,479 from Cuyahoga County for fiscal year 25 Urban Area Security Initiative Grant. And the purpose of the grant is to provide funding to enhance regional preparedness and capabilities in designated high-threat, high-density areas with a focus on planning, equipment purchases, and exercise. The Department of Public Safety will use the funding for EMS, fire, and police equipment. And here are the items that will be purchased with the grant. For EMS, the equipment is for $92,400. For mass casualty incidents, helmets, response kits, again, the total is $92,400. For fire, it's $180,774 for area RAE, rapid deployment kits. And for the Division of Police, it's $256,000. That's for traffic barricade systems. For both fire and police boats, $130,305. That's for transponders, antenna, Doppler radar, flare for 3 boats, for a total of $659,479. This would be purchased through Cuyahoga County, and then the assets will be transferred to the city of Cleveland.
Okay, Councilman Mike Polensek, this was heard in your committee.
Yes, it was, Mr. Chairman. We heard it at length and we passed it unanimously.
Thank you. Do we have any questions regarding 593-2026? Go ahead, Councilman Jones.
The barricades, what type of barricades and where would they be put? How many?
Through the chair, we don't have numbers right now. The barricades would be used for special events. For example, let's say the St. Patrick's Day Parade. We utilize from the Department's Public Works their snow plows to block certain streets and so forth. So we would substitute out the snow plows and others and use the barricades to keep the parade participants and also others at special events safe.
So let me make sure I understand this. So the $256,000 is more or less not it. How does that work? I mean, is it for the staff to bring the trucks and pull them there and stop them as a barricade, or is it an actual physical barricade?
Through the chair to Councilman Jones, they're actual physical barricades.
So no, I guess let me make sure I'm clear, because sometimes you can get me good. So I want to make sure I got here at the table. So the question is, are we physically buying barricades?
Through the chair to Councilman Jones, that's correct.
We are buying a barricade. And what is that barricade we're buying? What is it?
Through the chair, I would have to get the barricades themselves. We do have some barricades in mind for this particular system, but I'll get that information for you. I don't have it currently.
Like plastic barricades?
No, through the chair to Councilman, no, they're metal barricades that's put together. We can string them out across the street to stop vehicle intrusion. For example, if someone wants to try to harm participants by driving their vehicle into a crowd at high speeds, this particular system that we're hoping to purchase will prevent that from happening.
Is that one system or several?
It's one system, however, there are several barricades that would be attached to each other to prevent a vehicle intrusion.
I see. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 593-2026 stands approved. Next, we have ordinance number 605-2026 as amended. by Council Members Polinsik and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to repeal all sections in Chapter 604 of the Codified Ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, as enacted and amended by various ordinances related to dogs that pose a threat to public safety, and enact new sections 604.01, 604.02, 604.03, 604.04, 604.05, 604.06, and 604.99 relating to nuisance, dangerous, and vicious dogs. Director.
Yes, sir. Chair and council members have stated this particular ordinance. So, by the way, at the table with me, I'll have them introduce themselves relative to this particular ordinance. Bruce, can you start, and then we'll move to my right.
Yes, my name is Bruce Campbell. I'm the Division Manager for Animal Care and Control.
Jason Schachner, Assistant Director of Public Safety.
Rachel Bryant, Chief Animal Control Officer.
As stated, Assistant Director Jason Shatner has done a lot of work on this. I'm going to turn it over to him as he talk about this. As you said, that repealed section, or request and repealed section 604 with new ordinances relative to potentially nuisance and dangerous and vicious dogs. Jason.
Thank you, Director, through the chair. What this legislation essentially does, it eliminates a problem that occurs throughout the state where we have a bunch of kingdoms and silos that have their own dangerous dog designation regimes, where if you designate a dog dangerous within our city using our municipal ordinances, they can move out to Euclid, Solon, wherever that designation doesn't apply. So you run into situations where you have a dog that has bit a few people. They're a level 1 dangerous dog here. They move out to Euclid. There's no record of them. None of the restrictions apply. They bite another person. The clock starts over again. So what this does is essentially with, there was House Bill 247, otherwise known as Avery's Law, which substantially amended Ohio Revised Code, Chapter 955. And what this legislation does is shifts the responsibility for dangerous dog designations, nuisance dog designations, and vicious dog designations to the county. So what we're going to do, our animal control officers are going to take the initial report. We're going to collect that information. We're going to send it over to the county dog warden so they can make the designation. That designation could be done by the dog warden. It could go through a court of proper competent jurisdiction, most likely the municipal court, and designation could be done there. That way it follows that dog throughout the entire state. All right, so we lose that, so that solves that problem here in the city of Cleveland. It also gives us, our animal control officers, some freedom in enforcing our, more of our dog breeding and for our dog abuse or animal abuse ordinances. We actually have a package that we're preparing to submit to council that will overhaul a lot of those, and which will give our animal control officers a lot more time and be able to spend their energy on preventing these problems from happening. In addition, this also allows for our animal control officers to impound a dog in the interim if certain circumstances apply. And it also allows our animal control officers to implement certain restrictions on a dog while it is going through the designation process. So while an investigation is ongoing or if appeals are happening, that dog does have to be maintained as a dangerous dog until the case is resolved. That's the long and short of it.
All right, thank you. Councilman Polinsik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard the piece in the Safety Committee because obviously, as you know, the council has been very proactive as it pertains to vicious animals. The behavior of the owners in most cases, because that's what the problem is in the city. It's not an animal problem, it's an ownership problem. But we want to mirror state legislation. So again, those folks who move across our borders, either from our city out or from another city in, that they are held accountable. So we wholeheartedly support this legislation.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me just say I'm supportive of the legislation that's before us here right now. We do have a major issue in our community with dog issues. I just want to take this opportunity also, Mr. Chairman, to thank the dog warden and the work that you guys do. You really get out there. So, and the good thing is our people call you and you get out there. So I don't necessarily have to always call you for you to be out there. And so I really appreciate the hard work that you do every day. The problem that I'm having, and I hear that you're talking about a subsequent piece of legislation that you're working on, I'd like for you to give this some consideration as well. We've had a number of locations in our community where, I don't know if you call them dog hoarders or what you call them, and breeders. They're tearing up our properties. They're a nuisance to our neighbors. When you have more than 2 dogs, especially those big dogs, in these mom and pop homes with no more bigger fronts than 40 to 150 depths, it's just having 5 or 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 dogs is a little bit too much in a residential neighborhood. So I would my suggestion would be, if you have over so many dogs, I'm not sure if we have a limit. Do we have a limit, Mr. Chairman, to anyone who's able to answer? How many dogs are limited to a person per person?
I'll just say in the upcoming legislation through the chair that Chief ACO Bryant has been very instrumental with her experience. And we do have dog limitations, the amount of animal limitations to address this hoarding issue.
Do we have it currently right now, Mr. Chairman?
We do not at this time. So that will institute that. And then in addition to that, the dog animal hoarding and the amount that's also going to fall under the animal abuse section and animal neglect. We're also going to have breeding permits and breeding requirements, and the amount of dogs you're allowed to have. The amount of litters are going to be limited to 1 per year, and with pretty substantial penalties if those aren't followed. Also, kenneling requirements and permits, and outside tethering requirements and permits, just to make sure everybody's on the up and up.
I would love to work with you and sponsor that. I have some ideas of my own. There's some actual legislation that we started to work on 5 years ago considering this particular issue. So I would love to sit down and work with you and be a co-sponsor.
Thank you.
That's
Through
it,
the
Mr.
chair.
Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 605-2026 as amended stands approved. Please sign on. One last piece for safety, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague. And I want to make it clear to the public, this is council's time to go over legislation. Public comment at committee meetings are usually due to the availability if we don't have marathon days like today. So I want to make it clear that most public comment is relegated to the floor this evening before I go to my next meeting, and I turn it over to Councilwoman Santana. Next is ordinance number 613-2026 as amended by Council Members Polinsik and Griffin by departmental request. I got a question for you, sir. By departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant from the Ohio Office of Criminal Justice Services for the FY26 Violent Crime Reduction Program. Director.
Yes, Chair. Joining me at the table is Lieutenant Scarlett from Cleveland Division of Police to my left, and Dawn Hartsong, at the end there is the grant administrator for the Department of Public Safety. This particular ordinance, which is 613-2026, and the purpose of this particular grant and the goal of the grant, the Violent Crime Reduction Grant Program, is to provide funding for the prevention, reduction, and elimination of violent crime through the use of proven strategies. The Division of Police will use a multi-jurisdictional approach that incorporates focused deterrence, place network investigation, hotspot policing, and violent fugitive apprehension, supported by crime analysis and multi-jurisdictional task force operations. The grant term and amount, the amount for this grant is $272,399.58 for a period of January of this year through December 31st of this year. There is no local match. The expenses will be dispersed following the following way: $231,049.58 for police overtime. The equipment is for $41,350. That's for bumper guards, throwable robots, and computers. For the total I just mentioned, the grant period, again, as I stated before, is January 1st of this year through December 31st of this year. This is a new competitive grant. There is no local match.
Thank you. Councilman Michael Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard the legislation at length, and we supported it wholeheartedly, unanimously.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilman Shaw.
Just curious, what's a throwable robot? To the director, through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilman, a throwable robot is it's a robot that on fugitive operations and warrant service, we would, if we have rights to make an entry into a location, we introduce the robot so we can get a view of the interior before we move into that structure.
Oh, I see. So
It's
this
a-
is
it's
to
a
gain
rem-
entry into a building or a structure, and you would be able to scope it out. Is that?
Yes, sir.
I see. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Councilman Jones.
something told me to stay in here. Looking at this here real quick, Mr. Chairman, I just had a senior citizen who was carjacked, and I'm starting to see a lot of that happening now with senior citizens in the neighborhood that go to a store or they'll go to a gas station, and then all of a sudden they get carjacked. It's a trend that I'm seeing, and I'm not sure, will this be able to do anything to help me in my neighborhood
Through the chair,
with
Councilman.
carjacking?
Through the chair, Councilman Jones, I'll add some commentary, and then I'll let Lieutenant Skirlett chime in as well. This particular grant is also about violent crime, and what you just described is violent crime. We have our units out there that respond to those type of incidents, along with the technologies that we have, that we currently have with our license plate readers and so forth. This will give us the opportunity, and the officers that are working, to be able to track those individuals with our technologies and the hard work of our men and women out there to apprehend this individual and take that particular, or individuals who are involved in those type of violent crimes.
So who's going to come out my neighborhood and help me out? Because I need some help. You said a whole lot, but I want to know if it's going to help me out in my neighborhood, because I got a problem and I ain't got no help. And the problem that we're running into, unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, to the director, is the fact that, you know, they're trying to rob our senior citizens on the holy day, on Sunday.
Through the chair, you have a really responsive and a good commander. They're all responsive throughout the city of Cleveland, in particular District 4, where you're located in Ward 1. Commander Sean Smith is, I believe, doing a really good job. We met together, you and I and him. He's responsible to make sure that you have the resources you need in your particular area, along with some of the specialized units that Lieutenant Skirlett and others head up and come out in your particular area, or any place in the city of Cleveland, to make sure that we provide the level of services that you're desiring.
Well, I don't know. How much is this money going over there to help me is the question.
Through the chair.
Because we got the commander out there, but we still getting carjacked.
Through the chair to council.
And we've been carjacked twice now with our commander.
Through the chair to Councilman Jones, I'm sorry that happened. Obviously, we're here to do what we can to find the individuals responsible for those carjackings that you reference. Through the hard work of our officers. The amount of money in particular is coming to Ward 1, I don't know. The money goes, again, the money is outlined how the grant dollars are outlined as I specified, but we have officers that are specifically assigned to Ward 1 in your particular area, working with the deployment with Commander Sean Smith. And we also have additional resources through our specialized units that are also assigned to different hotspots, different details in your particular ward, as well as the other wards throughout the city of Cleveland.
Well, it's a long response, right? So, and I respect that. So, but just in conclusion, Madam Chairwoman, to the director, I pass on off all of these grants, and I think your grant writer does a wonderful job. I pray God keep her here to 120 years of age, and we can get more great grants coming in here because you've done a great job as long as I can remember when I was a baby with hair on my head. And so what I will say is this, is that right now, Madam Chairwoman, to the director, I'd like to see some movement in my neighborhood because it's not getting any better, unfortunately.
Through the chair, understood. Again, I have to go back to what I stated before, that Commander Sean Smith, I believe, is doing a really, not believe, he's doing a really good job. He's relatively new there, but he's doing a really good
I don't
job.
want to keep saying his name and put him on the spotlight. I just want to, I think he's a great commander, Madam Chairwoman, to the director, and all I'm saying is I need some more help over there. And he can become a great commander if he's got those police out there preventing these types of crimes from happening.
Through the chair, understood.
Okay, we're done. Councilman Polensek.
Well, I'm in support of the piece. I just said a basic miscellaneous thing for him. So if you want
Okay,
to.
so no other questions from my colleagues on this piece? No? Okay, go ahead. Miscellaneous.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, to the director. Yesterday, at around 5 o'clock, a herd of dirt bikes, ATVs came through my neighborhood. And I do mean came through the neighborhood, down East 185th Street. People called the police, never saw anything until an hour later when they saw one car who could do nothing. Then at 6:15, they came again. We're being told that the mayor has a summer safety plan. I don't know where it's at, because I'm not seeing it on the northeast side of the city. So I'm apprising you of this. This is the second Sunday now that I've experienced this. And I'm not happy, and the residents are not getting a response. I just sent you another email just now from a resident who watched a gasoline station fuel them up. They went to a gas station and tanked up all their ATVs and their dirt bikes, and we know we have an ordinance that prohibits that. Not only when they are tanking up their dirt bikes and ATVs, the riders stood outside of the establishment and urinated on the side of the building on a Sunday afternoon on East 185th Street. This is totally unacceptable. I will not tolerate that kind of crap in my neighborhood. I don't care what you guys got to do. I don't care if you got to put the 82nd Airborne out there on dirt bikes. I want this crap stopped in my neighborhood. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo my colleague who just spoke on the drag racing. Now, we know the parks are public. And you know what go on over there on Lou Easton Park every day, 7 days a week. I get it. We all get it. But when we get the text, which I got the text this past weekend, that what you call them, the showdown jam that comes over every Sunday in Lou Easton Park, Saturday or Sunday. I know you're aware of it, Chair to the Director. But it has gotten totally outrageous. We know that can nobody be kicked out the park because it's a public park, and everyone understands that. But this slow down jam that hit Lou Easton Park every Saturday and Sunday because of Gordon Park was shut down, and you're going to be doing a beautiful job of remodeling. But they all over there in Lou Easton Park. It be so packed and jammed. The cars can't even come down Martin Luther King Boulevard. There's one lane because one lane is going into the park, and the other lane have to go around the cars just to come down Martin Luther King. I live 2 doors from the park. That's my backyard. So, and I know our commander, he does a fantastic job. And we know that cars get sent over there, but they have to sit and just watch and make sure there's no violent acts going on over there all day. But I have to agree with my colleague. To a certain point, something has to be maintained because you got so many people that live around the park. You got Reservoir, you got Audubon, you got Melva, that circulate that whole Lou Eastern. You got 116th. And like I said, I'm 2 streets over from the park, which I hear all the commotions, but my phone get blown up, and I email Commander Shaw. When my phone get blown up, his emails get blown up from me, and respectively, he does a hell of a great job. Believe you me, they putting their foot in the grind, but in the sense of this being planned, because every time the slowdown jam comes, I get all the emails, I get all the texts, and I alert Commander Shaw, and I know how much he can't do, but something got to be figured out. Something got to be figured out. Something got to be figured out with the drag racing. They tearing up the street, they tearing up the parks. They are ignoring all the residents, homeowners who live around that area, and all our hands are tied to try to figure out what can be done. So with this violent crime reduction grant program, maybe we need to sit around the table to try to figure something else out to maintain this over-assesses activity that comes to the park and just blows up that entire neighborhood Saturday and Sunday, if not through the week, but especially on Saturday and Sunday. So you're doing a great job. I appreciate all the security that's over there in that area per se, but when that hit, we have to deal with it from 3 o'clock until 9 o'clock every Saturday and Sunday. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Joe Jones. Wrap us up, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Be brief. I know it's getting hot. We've had a situation already, and this is on East 175th Street in Harvard. I don't want to name an organization, but Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairwoman, to the director, you know what I'm talking about. We have this issue all the time. It seems like we need to really fundamentally put some clamps down on this. It's totally out of control, and it seems like there's no fear factor in what they do, all right? So if we could really fundamentally deal with this issue, especially on these Sunday nights, we would be appreciative. We want it shut down. And then, and if that means we have to go to an extreme with it, then we just go to that extreme and start taking processes. But I'd love to sit down with you and the commander to start talking about escalation steps. The second piece, Mr. Chairwoman, to Director, is there's a lot of traffic issues going on in terms of speeding up and down the Lee Harvard Ward 1 zones. I know that the mayor walked the neighborhood in the Kinsman area, and that's a problem for us. And we need to have more traffic enforcement on Kinsman Road. All of our roads need help, but Kinsman, if we could focus some traffic enforcement there. And also by the school of John F. Kennedy, there's a lot of issues there. We're on the anniversary of the young lady who was killed at the stoplight. There, the car ran right over, right after she got off the bus. So at the end of the day, we really need some traffic enforcement on Miles Avenue by John F. Kennedy High School, in addition to traffic enforcement on Kinsman Avenue. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, to the Director.
Thank you. Hearing no other questions, ordinance number 613-2026 stands approved. Please sign on. Okay, is there another safety piece? Right here. Okay, let's do this. Ordinance number 698-2026 by Council Members Polensek and Griffin, an emergency ordinance to amend section 401.0 405.01, 405.03, 405.06, 405.08, 405.10, and 405.11 of the Codified Ordinance of Cleveland, Ohio 1976, as amended by various ordinances to supplement the codified ordinance by enacting new section 405.14 and repeal section 405.05, 405.09, and 405.12, all relating to vehicle impoundment and towing operations administered by the Department of Public Safety. Director?
Madam Chairwoman, for a point of information, what ordinance is that?
It's under suspension.
Oh, it's under suspension.
There's a separate
Correct.
folder for suspension pieces.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Assistant Director Schechner is going to address this particular
And which
legislation.
one is it again?
698.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll first have Lieutenant Schneider introduce himself to my right.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Lieutenant Vincent Schneider, Cleveland Division of Police, Administrative Operations. I'm the officer in charge of the property section.
Is this Ward 1?
All righty. So essentially, the proposed legislation to amend all the sections as read by the chair, and they're all relating to vehicle impoundment and towing operations. The amendments would modernize obsolete administrative provisions, recalibrate towing, impound, storage, and preparation fees to reflect current operating costs, repeal 3 provisions made obsolete by current legal and operational developments, including a probable cause hearing framework predating the Parking Violations Bureau, an obsolete bicycle impound provision, and a vehicle diversion program no longer in use, and enact a new section 405, I think it's 14, oh, 13?
Yeah.
I might have changed it to 14 because there might have already existed one, requiring the Director of Public Safety to review chapter fees prior to initiating competitive bidding for towing, storage, or disposal contracts. Essentially, a lot of these provisions have not been updated for 40 years and no longer reflect a current operating cost or administrative practice. You'll see a summary of the fees as adjusted below. Your most significant ones are going to be the standard tow fee going up from $125 to $190, recovered stolen vehicle tow, which we give a discount for from $50 to $75. We previously subsidized the standard tow, low standard tow fee and the loss taken from recovered tow fees with the arrest impound tow surcharge. So if your car's towed isn't to arrest, you would be charged $175 previously. We recommending repeal of that. And then there's various other charges that you'll see below. So a one-to-one comparison of tow fees is challenging because municipalities, they don't all have them under ordinances, and they don't charge uniformly for certain things. They wrap things up in collective charges and fees. Some do rotational contracts like we do. Have one vendor that handles everything, so that changes the cost. So it's hard to compare one-to-one, but the best comparison is us in Cincinnati because we have a similar regime in where we bid out for contracts for individual towers. We put them on a list and we go rotate through the list depending on the calls. So that we'll be right in line with the city of Cincinnati, and also lower on the recovered stolen vehicle tow with $75 to their $100. For some of the things that are being repealed, one section that's being repealed has this whole bond hearing regime that was in 1980 that was put in place prior to the Parking Violations Bureau being created in 1984, 85. And that process has not been used since before I was born, but somehow is still on the books. So we're trying to get rid of that. And there's one recommended amendment, which is just a Scribner's error, is to strike line 1, in section 1, line 3, strike 601.01 and insert 604.01. And additionally, when we get to it, there's an amendment that I'm recommending, but we could talk about that after questions. So, ready to receive your questions about this issue. Oh, one thing to note is that the city Cleveland, we don't get any of this money. This money goes, for the most part, directly to the towers. It's been we've done a pretty extensive analysis, Sergeant Donegan did, of both consumer price index, along with increased costs of the equipment that our towers use and fuel costs, which account for a lot of the raises in prices. So those were all taken into account. So this is really getting as close as we can get to what the market rate for these people to be able to tow, provide our residents this service, and to maintain a living accounts for. Thank you.
Got it. I just have one question. Oh, do you have something to add? Okay, just one question. What happens when a vehicle is part maybe of like a crime, a gun violence, and they're the victims? Do they still have to pay to get their car?
Through the chair, no, they do not. There is an exception in here that if a vehicle, if the person is a victim of a crime and the vehicle is being held for in connection with that crime, that's been long-standing that they are not charged.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I have Councilman Polensek, Gray, Jones, and Casey.
So I'm trying to get some clarification here, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairperson, to the Director and Assistant. This is not the impound lot, correct?
We, through the chair, we did the storage fees for the
Right.
impound lot.
Yes.
Right. And then we discussed that we're subsequently, because this is more complicated, that we are having the actual fees that are paid to the towers from the cars are taken to the impound lot.
I understand.
And the tower collects the fees once the car is
So this is the
retrieved.
folks that are actually doing the tow?
Correct.
So my question is this to you. Why didn't you come to me and talk to me about this? No, you didn't. You were negotiating with the towers. We dealt with the impound lot.
Mhm.
And I know you were negotiating with the towers, but now you want this under suspension, but you never talked to me about the final fee structure.
Through the chair to the councilman, I apologize. I thought what
No,
I
we didn't.
I thought what I
Okay.
previously shared was sufficient. It clearly was
Okay.
not, but the conversation was that we were talking. It's not really a negotiation. It's more of what will work for towers are looking for an increase because there hasn't been one since 2014 in some spaces and some since the
And
80s.
and
you-
Madam Chairperson, let me say this to you, both the director and you. I'm going to acquiesce this just one time because I know that we are dealing with different vehicles. The electric cars are different. I'm come to that realization. I've been talking to people, towing cars, the newer cars, we have to use different types of apparatus to tow new cars, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to acquiesce on this piece, but don't ever do it to me again. Don't ever bypass me again.
Through the chair.
Because there will be legislative constipation here. I mean it.
Through the chair, Councilman
Okay.
Polensek, as you're aware, and maybe the general public is not
Okay.
aware, but we meet weekly.
And that's why we
Right,
meet
we-
weekly.
right.
And you didn't tell me you wanted this passed under suspension. Okay? And so I see it on the calendar here, and I have a good working relationship with both of you gentlemen, so you know where I'm at. I take this job very seriously, so I'm going to acquiesce on this piece because I know the problems that we're having towing these vehicles. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm here to look at what's being proposed, and I will vote accordingly. But do not take this approach again. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Councilman Polensek. Councilwoman Gray. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question to the director. Director, is this just for illegal parking towing and/or accidents?
Through the chair, it's for
Towing.
towing of vehicles regardless.
Okay, we're towing the vehicles regardless. Okay, I have one question, Madam Chair, to the director. When a car is in an accident, I think as I was strolling through this, I'm not sure, who clean up the debris?
Through the chair, council member, It's a requirement of the towing agency. That's part of their requirement. It's in the contract that they're required to clean up the debris that's left from an accident.
Okay, and Chair, Madam Chair, to the director, if that didn't happen, who gets reported and who can we report the towing truck to? And for them to come back to pick up the debris? Chair, to the, is that captain or lieutenant?
It's a Lieutenant
Lieutenant.
Schneider.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, thank you for the question. A lot of times there are private tows outside of who we contract with, the city of Cleveland. If those folks are caught leaving debris, that can be addressed. If you have issues in general, please report it to the appropriate through the chief's office. You can also contact the impound lot, but through your usual channels within the Division of Police, and we'll address that to ensure that's taken care of, because they are required, as the director stated. And we're
Okay.
able to review wearable camera system footage to make sure that can be addressed. But please let us know to ensure that our partners are following our contract.
Okay, thank you. And one more question, Chair, to the lieutenant. Is that down on Quimby Road? To the impound towing place on Quimby Road? You know, that's where we need to call?
Yes. Through the chair to the councilwoman, yes, ma'am, that is correct. 3040
Okay.
Quigley Road at the Cleveland Police Impound Unit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're done. Councilman Jones, and then I have Casey.
I don't want to sound like I'm piling on here, but I also agree with the chairman of the safety committee. I was under the impression when we were at the last meeting, we talked about some of these issues, and I think at the time we were dealing with another ordinance, and I believe that ordinance was 1250-2025. And so now we have this new ordinance in front of us talking about the various different issues that we really fundamentally, Madam Chairwoman.
Could you try again?
I'm not talking to you, Siri.
Okay.
So, Siri, she takes care of business. So, we were, Madam Chairwoman, to the director, this is one of those type of situations where it shouldn't be rushed through. And the reason why it should not be rushed through because it's more integral. And it will help us to go through this process, Madam Chairwoman, because this issue some of these fees haven't been changed in quite a bit of some time. I think you said 30 years, 40 years. You know, so you put that to me, I was 10 years old at the time, or 15 years old at the time since they changed it. My concern, Madam Chairwoman, to the director, again, I don't get the opportunity to really vet through this because I have material on this, and we could improve it a whole lot better. That's the reason why we have these hearings, and that's the reason, Madam Chairwoman, we have the committee process, so that we don't, at the last minute, be trying to vet through complicated situations and then be stuck again with another 20 or 30 years before we update it. So my concern is that, and I've expressed this before, we getting some people driving like they're insane. That's why I asked Madam Chairwoman to the director to have traffic enforcement. And they're smashing into the walls, they're smashing into the buildings, they're smashing into the guardrails, they're smashing into the trees, they're smashing into the utility poles. Their cars are flipping all over. And the reason why you have so much chaos is because we don't have traffic enforcement. It's something I talked about here extensively. And when you don't have traffic enforcement, people don't have no fear factor. And if they don't have no fear factor, they're doing all those things I just told you about. So now what's happening, because we don't have traffic enforcement, don't look like we're going to get any traffic enforcement anytime soon. We have all of these debris that's left here, and these different tow truck companies come and pick these vehicles up, and I asked about that, and I was told that we would have that as a part of this piece of legislation here, or that it would be something put into this legislation where they would be paid for picking up the debris. So is that in this one, or is that in the last one? What are we talking about here? And if it is in here, where would it be so I can take a look at it?
Through the chair to Council Member Jones, It's part of the requirement contractually for the individuals or the companies, the vendors that the city of Cleveland contracts with, as part of their requirements to clean up the debris after an accident. Again, as stated by Assistant Director Shackman is going to point it out as well, but that's part of the contract. They're required to clean up the scene after an accident. And sometimes, as Lieutenant Schneider pointed out, sometimes there are private tows that come out. That's separate from the Division of Police in the City of Cleveland. However, it is a requirement that they clean up the debris, and if not, they can be reported to the City of Cleveland Division of Police. And
So
we'll
where's
take
that here
appropriate
and how
action.
much is it?
Through the chair, to the councilman. First, real quickly, I'll note that Sergeant Donegan, right after our committee meeting, did email all the towers reminding them of their responsibilities and requirements. We addressed this further in conversations with the towers in section 405.10 towing preparation fees, which depending if
What
it's
section?
on 405.10 towing preparation fees. If you look at new subsection 2D, about excessive cleanup of an accident scene is required. So there was some consternation that although they are required, if it takes a lot of extra effort to clean up, they're not getting compensated for that extra cleanup, which is a fair point to make if they're out there a significantly long time, because it's a pretty messy situation, that they will be able to charge this additional rate of $35 per quarter hour under certain circumstances when excessive cleanup of an accident scene is required. Not normal cleanup, but when excessive cleanup, which is, again, all cleanup is required for the city.
So then it's really like opaque in a sense, you know, when you say extensive and if it's cleanup. So, I mean, if there's, you know, like a couple of pieces of bumper is not excessive, you know, but it's debris there, would that be considered excessive, Madam Chairwoman?
Through the chair, excessive cleanup would be if it takes longer than a half hour. That's when it's considered excessive. If they're not going to get paid extra for doing their required cleanup if it takes shorter than a half hour, all including all their towing and rigging and things like that.
So they're not, Madam Chairwoman, they're not to the director. So when they get to the site and they have, say, for an example, 2 or 3 bumpers and some miscellaneous glass, you know, won't take them no more than 10 minutes to remove it. They don't charge for that.
Correct. That is part of their normal contract.
Okay. And for me, I don't understand why wouldn't they get a fee for cleaning up debris if I'm doing the work, right? And I know how this is because, Madam Chairwoman, to the director, I've been a contractor out there where I've been told, just do it, you know. Well, then, just doing it, I'm going to be picking up all this mess. I don't even have I'd have to probably even get some kind of trailer to attach just to pick the debris up. Because when you look at these systems now, these tow trucks don't have no cleaning racks or anything there. I mean, it's just, you know, come on. I mean, and if you're requiring me to clean up this, that's the reason why our streets are a mess. They're littered with accident stuff. So we don't have our firefighter department cleaning it up. We don't have the city street departments cleaning it up. And you're telling me that when these tow truck systems get there, that, you know, if it's not like massive major, then they're technically not going to clean it up neither. And so and there's no way, Madam Chairwoman, to the director that you're going to be able to hold them accountable.
Through the chair to the councilman, if it's just standard debris, then that's part of their requirements. It's part of the contract that they have. And now we have a provision where if it's excessive, then they'll charge an additional dollars and so forth. So how we hold them accountable is if they respond, the towing agency, they respond, there's an accident, they don't clean up, then if we're notified, hopefully we're notified through our towing division, we'll make sure that the towing agency go back to that location and clean up the debris.
Logistically, and I appreciate it, Madam Chairwoman, to the director, and that's the reason why we should hold this piece of legislation so we can vet through it and really start talking about it. Because, see, this is, and all I got is 2 minutes. See, this is the problem with rushing legislation through. We don't have the opportunity as elected officials to do the duty that the citizens sent us down here to do. And that's to vet out these pieces of legislation to make sure that this stuff is being done right the first time. Because everybody wants to run, everybody wants to get it done, but at the end of the day, we still have a problem and there's no resolution on this side of the table because there's no accountability. I mean, and I'm not gonna, if I'm a tow truck company or independent contractor, I'm not gonna be picking up any debris, and how would you know? You wouldn't know. And so right now, that's the reason why we sit here and we hash it out and we work through a process, because I got too much debris, Madam Chairwoman, to the director of my neighborhood, and I'm quite sure East Side really got them. I can only speak for my side of town because I see it everywhere. And so I can start taking photos and sending them to you if you like. But right now, we need to give these folks some money, even if it's a $15 stipend, to pick up something where they can pick up this debris at them site locations.
Through the chair, real briefly. One, as stated before, it is a requirement of the contract. If they can't fulfill the requirements of the contract, then we could terminate it. Second, under 411.01, placing injurious material or obstruction in a street. A3, any person authorized to remove a wrecked or damaged vehicle from a highway shall remove any glass or other injurious substance dropped upon the highway from the vehicle. Anybody who violates this section is guilty of a minor misdemeanor. For 1 year of the offense the offender previously has been convicted of or pleaded guilty, would be a misdemeanor of the 4th degree, and then it elevates again to a misdemeanor of the 3rd degree. So there are already penalties for them failing, in addition to the contract requirements, there's penalties for them failing to clean up the debris.
Well, I Madam Chairwoman, and that's again why we should hold this. I mean, because we're penalizing the people that we already got them on a fee system already for all this, the different things that they do. So it's saying, okay, you're going to take this contract, you're going to take this extra work too. So I don't think, Madam Chairwoman, that's fair to the people who are committed to the city of Cleveland and doing this work. And so with that being said, I agree with Mike Polensek. And Mike, you've been here for quite a bit of time. When we have these committees as a whole, we should pull this stuff back and we should go through the process.
Well, I asked Council Polensek, and he doesn't want to hold the peace. He wants to move forward. However, and this is not only just for this committee, I think, and I'm talking as a council members, any legislation that comes after May or for any sessions like this, if you don't have it in, if it's not vetted through committee, honestly, we just can't do this, right? These last minute pieces, because it puts a lot of, it's not even about the work. There's just a lot of debate and processes that we need to discuss and be all aligned. So anyhow, with that being said,
Thank you,
Councilman
Madam
Casey,
Chairwoman.
can you close us out?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Sure, Madam Chairwoman. Madam Chairwoman, to the director, did I hear the assistant director correct? If your car is stolen and it is recovered by the police department and they tow it to the impound, the owner of the car is then charged the fee. I know you're lessening the fee, but are they still charged the fee for recovering their own vehicle that was stolen?
Through chair, correct.
So they're almost a victim twice.
I wouldn't, through the chair,
would.
usually if people are insured as required to drive, then
Mr. Chairman,
insurance
to
covers
the assistant director, this isn't about insurance. This is about somebody who has their car stolen from their driveway. It's recovered by the police department because of good work by our CPD. It is towed to the city impound lot off a street because it was recovered. And in order to get their car back, they have to pay an impound fee from a car that was stolen from them. This is correct?
That is correct, Chair. Through the chair.
Through the chair, that's correct.
All right. Madam, again, this is the reason why we shouldn't be hearing things under suspension, because if this was running through regular committee, I would ask for an amendment right now to eliminate that. That it's not fair to an individual who has their car stolen to get impounded. Why don't you just tow it back to their house and not charge them then?
Yeah.
Or why don't you tow it back and charge them to bring it back? I mean, it doesn't make any sense that you're a victim of a crime and that you have to pay to get your car back. You can talk about insurance all you want. It's just, it's not fair to the victim of a crime you can go ahead and weigh in if you'd like.
Through the chair to the councilman, there is the fee there, sir, but that's the last step. Initially, the officers on scene, the uniformed officers, zone car personnel, attempt to contact the victim. We text message. There's been policy updates with that. That is the last resort, is to tow the stolen vehicle.
I get that, but you could have the victim out looking for his car, not at home, and he's not answering his phone. Whatever, right? The thing is that he's already a victim of that individual's already the victim of a crime, and now we're charging them to get his stolen property back. Doesn't seem fair to me. Mr. Chairman, to the director, I'm looking through here. I didn't see it, but maybe it is in here. What is the amount of this legislation?
So through the chair, there's no amount to the legislation.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, to the assistant director, is it in the budget, or to the director, is it in the budget? Is towing in the budget that you present every year then? I mean, how do you know how much to allocate?
Through the chair, these fees go to the tow companies. The city, there's nothing from the general fund that is going.
Okay, so we're not using, okay.
Through the chair,
Okay.
Councilman Casey,
So
there's no
is it-
budget line
So,
item for that.
Madam Chairwoman, the director, the assistant director, is charging somebody for a stolen vehicle, is that a city policy or is that a request of the tow drivers?
That was charging less, to the chair, was a city policy charging less amount for the towing. In order to, previously, that difference was made up by charging people who were arrested a much higher fee in order to eliminate charging people that are arrested to return their car.
And Mr. Chairman, to the assistant director, with all due respect, that scenario there is on the tow drivers. You're trying to make up money for the tow drivers. You're not trying to make up money for the victim of the crime, okay? So my question is, Madam Chairwoman, to the assistant director, which company was the highest grossing tow company in the city yesterday, and how much or last year, and how much did they earn?
Through the chair, Councilman Casey, we'll have to get that information for you.
Councilman Casey, we're going to hold this piece, just
Oh, okay.
considering the questions and all the debate. Councilman Polancic wants a hearing on Wednesday, so it's up.
Okay.
He doesn't have to
All
wait
right.
till July.
Well, at least you
But
know
there's
one of
just too many
the questions
going on.
Wednesday will
Okay.
be that one, okay?
All right, we're
Then
gonna
I'll be good then, if you're gonna hold it.
Okay, so this is the last piece for safety, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, and so it'll be introduced, and then it'll be
This
routed
Wednesday?
to this Wednesday. Okay? Yes, we're holding this piece. Okay, got it? So 698-2026 has been on hold for Wednesday. Yeah. Okay, we're good? Okay. Cool beans. So that was the only safety one. Okay, so I am gonna do, planning. Is this planning? Okay. So next up, we have city planning. Ordinance number 626-2026 by Councilmember House Jones and Santana. An ordinance changing the zoning district of parcels of land south of St. Clair Avenue between East 55th and Street and Ansel Road as shown on the attached map. We normally do not hear any zoning pieces in finance, but we did an amendment, which is why we're here today, correct? Okay. No, just a quick amendment. We heard, I mean, once again, we heard it, vetted it through DPS. Councilwoman, if you want to maybe share, no? Okay. Okay.
Okay, so thank you, Chairwoman. For context, during the zoning hearing, when the form-based code zoning district in Councilwoman House Jones's ward was discussed, there was an amendment at the table to resolve for what we're realizing is a limitation within the form-based zoning code system. And this is similar to the legislation introduced for a moratorium on data centers and a need to do a holistic review of the form-based code and the Euclidean zoning. But essentially, this amendment, which I will read shortly, is to expressly state that data centers are not allowable within the entire area being rezoned through this ordinance. And the reason that's important is because the form-based code designates data centers as an office use similar to a small business and not as a light industrial use as the Euclidean zoning currently would. So I don't, through this rezoning, it is Councilman House Jones's presumed intent to not be trying to zone in these uses that just don't align with how we defined form-based code. Before I read anything, is there anything you would like to add?
Through the chair to the councilman, no, I don't have anything to add other than that as the form-based code
No,
was
it's coming
introduced
up.
back in 2024, we had not contemplated large-scale data centers at that time.
So with that, I move to amend the legislation as follows, to insert the following whereas clauses. Whereas the city is implementing form-based code zoning districts intended to encourage walkable mixed-use development, compatible neighborhood-scaled investment, adaptive reuse, and long-term revitalization. And whereas the growth of artificial intelligence has coincided with a rapid growth of large-scale data centers across Ohio and the United States, and whereas large-scale data, in parentheses, storage centers, and hyperscale digital processing facilities represent an emerging land use category not previously contemplated under prior zoning classifications. And whereas data centers may generate substantial infrastructure, utility, environmental, operational, and compatibility impacts materially different from traditional office and commercial uses. And whereas the City Council further finds that additional study is necessary to evaluate the long-term impacts of such uses within mixed-use and neighborhood-oriented form-based code districts. And whereas Council therefore determines that exclusion of data storage center uses within the area rezoned by this ordinance is necessary and appropriate to protect the public health, safety, welfare, infrastructure, capacity, and planning objectives of the city, and continues with the remainder of the whereas clauses. Additionally, in the title, line 5, after the word map, insert, and establishing supplemental use limitations for the protection of public health, safety, and welfare, and then insert a new section 10 to read as follows. Section 10, notwithstanding any contrary provision of the Cleveland Codified Ordinances, including any use regulations otherwise applicable to the zoning districts established by this ordinance, data centers defined as a large physical facility or building primarily used for the housing of computers, servers, network systems, electronic data storage equipment, or related infrastructure supporting digital data processing, cloud storage, artificial intelligence computing, cryptocurrency mining, and substantially similar principal uses shall be prohibited within all properties rezoned or otherwise subject to this ordinance. Lastly, what were sections 10 and 11 are renumbered to sections 11 and 12. Would anyone like me to read it again?
Madam Chair, I second.
Okay, any discussion
Madam Chairwoman.
on the amendment?
Well, see, here's the issue. There's a presentation. I haven't seen the presentation. And I want to see the presentation they have on the slide.
And the thing is that we asked them not to have the presentation.
Oh,
and
you
just give
did?
information because we had a very robust conversation at DPS. That's what it was.
Was the presentation given at DPS too?
Yes. And we
Okay,
can
so that's
email
why
it to
we're at the
you.
committee whole for those who didn't see this, should be able to allow to see the presentation, Madam Chairwoman, as a course of making sure that when we make these decisions we make, because who knows what next neighborhood is coming to.
Yeah.
And whereas maybe Charlie
this is
Slife,
gonna be
Madam Chairwoman,
in
with all due
time.
respect, whereas he may feel a certain way about data centers, I may not feel that way about them. And so while I'm sitting here at the table, I'm not saying I don't feel that way about it. Not that I'm trying to be an obstructionist or anything like that. But I just want my due respect as an elected official to see what this presentation is all about.
Okay, well, they could email it to you.
I mean,
But we're not having the presentation.
I'm just saying, because we held with another piece, Madam Chairwoman, with all due respect, and I appreciate you holding it. Now we're about to see another big piece. And so on this piece right here, because I don't sit on that committee, I would have loved to have had the opportunity to really fundamentally understand what planning department is doing. And so with that being shared, Madam Chairwoman, it seems like we have a number of these pieces that are a whole lot of information to gather in, and we don't have the kind of time to really vet them out.
But right now, we're in the discussion
As a committee of whole.
Okay, but we're in a motion, and we have a second, so.
So
any
thank you,
discussion?
Councilman Jones. For quick context, this is specific to a rezoning of an area of Ward 8 exclusively. It's only a rezoning in Ward 8. We had a presentation at DPS that outlined the proposed change from the current zoning to the form-based code within Ward 8. And the reason we're here today is because there was an amendment not to change anything within the presentation, but to exclude this use within that area.
Okay, so you're just talking about straight data centers within that mapped out area.
In an area of Ward 8.
Okay, I see.
Yep.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chairwoman, to Charlie Slight for the clarification.
Thank you. Okay, so any other discussion? Yes, an amendment. No? Okay. Hearing no, okay. Councilman Davis?
Through the chair, thank you. I'm sorry I walked in late. I was very confused. I figured this out later. Is there any reason why we're not doing a similar amendment for the entire form-based code to prevent the data centers across the FBC? Has this been discussed already? I'm sorry if it has.
Yes.
It has, then never mind. I'll just review it. Never mind.
Go ahead.
I apologize. Got a call.
To the councilman through the chair, what we're talking about today is specific to this Ward 8 form-based code rezoning in Ordinance 626. We do expect to be talking about a similar amendment to the entire form-based code in the conversation about the overarching citywide moratorium that is coming up, I believe, in Utilities Committee and then Committee of the Whole next month.
Very good. Nope, I just missed the 15 minutes that were vital. I appreciate it. Sorry. Go on.
Okay, good. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any nays? No? Amendment passes. And so any other, okay, so any questions on 626-2026? We had a comment on DPS, and we had it at Monday council meeting. So hearing no other questions, ordinance number 626-2026 stands approved as amended. Please sign on. Thank you. So one more for planning. We have ordinance number 609-2026 by Council Member Santana and Griffin. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of City Planning to exercise the second option to renew contract number PS 2024-0030 with Stantic Consulting Service, Inc. to provide professional services for an on-call planning service.
Good
Director.
Good afternoon, committee, through the chair. This is a consultant contract that City Planning is requesting authority for a second option year to renew, as well as use some of our 2026 operational budget for professional services to continue. We've had this contract for the last 2 years, and in your legislative summary, you can see the types of projects that we have utilized it for. This is an especially helpful contract for us because it allows us to very quickly tap different levels of expertise. So in the list of projects, you'll see that we range from planning services to transportation design to fire protection engineering. And in that way, it really complements the day-to-day staff that we have in order to allow us to tap those nuanced levels of expertise quickly and to respond to issues that come up for the department. I'm happy to answer any questions. We did present this to DPS.
Got it. Yeah, vetted, recommended for passage, but open to my colleagues. Any questions on 609-2026? Hearing no other questions, ordinance number 609-2026 stands approved. Please sign on. Thank you, Director.
Thank you very much.
We do have a guest that's been waiting all day, and this is for capital projects. So it's just one piece, ordinance number 687-2026 by Council Members Bishop and Griffin, an emergency ordinance to amend the title of ordinance number 1541-2025, passed by February 2nd, 2026, and supplement the ordinance by adding new section 2, 3, 4, and 5 relating to amendment to lease agreement number CT 0103 and F 2015-052 with Flat East Management LLC to establish fees and to authorize the use of boat docking reservation fees for the operation of the program. And this was also under, I don't know, this is a walk-on piece or suspension here?
Under suspension.
Oh, yep, suspension. Okay. Director?
Thank you very much for having us. To my right, I have Jim Haviland, the Executive Director of Flats Forward, Commissioner DeGennaro on my left. And the reason we're here to amend this ordinance is because we had information that was in the legislative summary that didn't make it into the actual legislation. So we're here today to make an amendment to fix that. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Commissioner.
Thank you, Director. So this legislation would authorize an amendment to ordinance number 1541-2026, which passed in February. And that ordinance authorized an amendment to the city's lease with Flats East Management LLC to allow them to charge boat docking fees on boardwalk property that is leased by them from the city. Under the lease, the Flats agreed to keep the boardwalk property free and open to the public. But last year they applied to the Coast Guard for a waiver of the safety zone along the boardwalk. This waiver would allow for the docking of recreational craft adjacent to the Flats development in an area where it's not typically allowed because of the difficulty with the passage of commercial freighter traffic. In connection with this waiver application, Flats set up a structured, reservation-only boat docking program under which the docks will be managed by students and alumni from the Davis Aerospace and Maritime High School. The program, the docking program gives these young professionals the opportunity to gain direct experience in maritime operations while ensuring that the recreational boats will be moved in the event of an oncoming freighter. Boat owners are notified through a web-based system that a freighter is coming through, and they're given time to move their boat. If they're not able to make it back to their boat, the dock managers move the boat. And so the Coast Guard is going to approve this safety zone waiver. And as I mentioned, under the previous ordinance, 1541-2025, Flats requested the amendment to the lease. This ordinance would amend that ordinance to allow for the fees, the docking fees, to go back into the operation of the program.
Got it.
So, Councilwoman, that's the piece that we missed in the original legislation, is where the docking fees would go. So Law Department asked us to come back and amend it. And the reason we're asking for passage under suspension is because the docking season would be almost over if we came in July and then put that into place. So we appreciate council hearing this today.
Councilman Bishop, do you have any comments?
So, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I was out of the room just for a little bit, and I'm trying to figure out, this is about the boat docking fees? We
Yes,
talked
sir.
about this in committee, didn't we? So what's
Yes.
different now?
Through the chair, we did.
So,
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, we did take the amendment through committees, but we had in the legislative summary a language about what would happen with the docking fees, but nothing was in the actual legislation. So when Law Department went to draft the amendment, they said that we have to come back to council to put into the legislation what would happen with those docking fees, which is basically they're going to collect the fees and it would go back into the program. If there's any excess funds, then that would come to the city. This will be the first summer when they're going to have this program fully operational. And so at the end of this summer, we'll do an analysis with actual costs, how much fees came in, and determine how to move forward with this program going forward.
So the operator of the program is going to take care of the dock and all of the maintenance of the dock, correct?
Correct.
And those fees will go to that first, and then what's left over will come back to us.
That's correct.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Councilman Jones?
Where is this? Because I don't see the map. Where is that? There's supposed to be a map attached to this.
Through the chair to count.
Location map. Where is that?
Yep, through the chair. There should be a map in your packet. This is the docks that are, okay, so I'll just explain to you where it's located. Here's a map for your reference. So this is from the NS1 bridge at the mouth of the river, upriver, approximately 900 feet. on the adjacent to the Flats East development.
And through the chairman and the councilman, so this is the public boardwalk that's at Flats East Bank. So the city owns this, but through the lease that we entered into in 2015, it is operated and maintained by Flats East Bank.
I see.
Yes.
Is this where the boats, is this where they have the restaurant facility located? Go ahead, explain.
Through the chairman and the councilman, this is where Alley Cat is located. At the top end, I believe it's Forward Nightclub. Alley Cat's on it, and then at the bottom end, boy, I'm not sure what's at the bottom end.
Lake House.
The Lake House, yes. Thank you. Mhm. To the Lake House, yes, sir. Yes.
I haven't been there yet. So this right here in the years past, how much have we been able to make in years past on these fees?
Through the chair.
Madam Chairwoman, to the director, how much were we able to make in these fees?
Through the chairman and the councilman, so in the past, we did not, there was no authorization for docking fees because, as the commissioner described, the Coast Guard had concerns about boats going in and out of the shipping channel. We now have this approval that if Flats East Bank manages the boats that are there, meaning if you're having dinner and you can't get to your boat, the dock hands would be sure to move the boats out of the way if a freighter comes up the river. So in the past, there were no dockage fees for this reason. The ordinance that was already passed allows us to let Flats East Bank charge the docking fees, and then this amendment today specifies where those fees go to, what they could be spent on.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. No further questions.
Thank you. Councilman Davis, this is in your ward. Do you have any comments? Are you supportive?
Fully supportive, through the chair, fully supportive. This is a really innovative program to bring some life to our riverfront. Overdue to figure out the ways we can finance these kinds of concerns that we've talked about for ages. Just grateful for the partnership and grateful for Jim's presence here at Flat Forward. Thank you so much.
Got it. Thank you. Hearing no other questions, ordinance number 687-2026 under suspension stands approved. Please sign on.
Thank you.
Oh, here tonight, yeah. You can't sign anywhere. Can I get my pen? Let's bring human resources. They also have one piece here. Ordinance number 703-2026 by Council Members Griffin, an emergency ordinance to amend section 2732 of ordinance number 194-2021, passed March 29, 2021, as amended by various ordinances relating to salaries for various classifications.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and committee. This piece is to amend two sections of the pay band. The first one is section 27, dealing with the local 860 group. We have added a position called Arborist 3 through collective bargaining. So this is to add the wage rates associated with that position. The second is in section 32, a previously archived position called District Forester has been reactivated to be used by the Department of Parks and Recreation. So we have we are requesting that this position be added back into the pay band with the associated wage rates, and happy to answer any questions for this piece. Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman.
Councilman Polensik, Jones. Oh, Jones.
For clarification, Madam Chairwoman, for the addition into the ordinance, would that be number 3, where you have abortionists, the third? And what was the price changing there? Was it from 30? What was it before the 33.86 to the 38.66 an hour?
Through the chairwoman to Councilman Jones. So this is a new position, and the wage rates 33.86 to 38.66 are what were the negotiated rates.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The Arborist 3 position is a new position that was negotiated with Local 860. So the wage rates, the associated wage rates are what was negotiated.
Is there anything else here that has changed?
There is
In
not.
Section 32, is that changed?
There is not.
So everything else pretty much is the same?
That's correct. Through the chairwoman of the councilman. So the Local 860 contract was already negotiated with all these rates. This was just a late addition due to some ongoing negotiations.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. No further questions.
Okay. Councilman Polensik.
So this affects, on the 703, it affects how many people?
Through the chairwoman to the councilman, are you talking about the arborist?
Yes.
The arborist 3 position actually has not been filled yet, because it's new, newly created. And I guess for a little bit more context, the arborist series has been expanded. So the goal is to create more of a career ladder, both in the bargaining unit positions as well as the non-bargaining positions later on.
So, you indicated, Madam Chairperson, to the director, you indicated that 860, the 860 contract has been ratified.
Is your microphone on?
Okay, I'm sorry. Madam Chairperson to the director. So the, you've indicated the 860 contract has been ratified, or complete contract. That affects how many employees?
Through Madam Chairwoman to the councilman, I don't remember exactly the number of 860 employees, but the contract in total was ratified previously.
Okay, so all this is just one change. That's all it is, for one position.
Through the chairwoman to the councilman, yes, it's one new position called Arborist 3.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Okay, hearing no other questions, ordinance number 703, 2026 will be heard today. Stands
Thank you.
approved. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, what should we do next? We have the whole community development and then port control. What is this? Those are, and then what is this? This is all community development? Oh, let me do this real quick. Yeah, ordinance number, okay, I'm just taking them. Ordinance number 661-2026 by Councilmember House Jones, Santana, and Griffin. Emergency ordinance to amend the title, the second and third whereas clauses, and section 2 and 7 of ordinance number 116-2021 passed February 10, 2025, relating to the acquisition of Martin Luther King Jr. High School and property located at 1651 East 71st Street, and conveyance of the property to Structures Unlimited LLC for future redevelopment. Director?
Good afternoon to the committee. I'm going to send this over to Director Bordeaux Small, who's going to share the project.
Good morning, or good afternoon, evening, I don't even know anymore. Here to talk about the MLK school site. This is one that the ordinance had passed previously, and the Director of Community Development had the authority to transfer and transact with the property. But since we've restructured the departments, this is seeking the authority for the Department of Development to enter into the agreement and proceed with the development project.
Any questions from my colleagues? Councilman Conwell?
You said development project. Do you have a project already for it?
Yes, this is the MLK school site. It's a residential project, and I'm just going to pull up the details really quickly.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Director, this is a project that has already been approved.
Correct.
We are only seeking to transfer authority to enter into the contract.
Correct. So this will be some demo, 220 multifamily units, 97 townhomes, 17
I
of
remember that project.
Okay, 17 of those are senior, approximately $20,000 square foot of commercial space and green space.
And the project will start when? Through the chair?
I am not entirely sure of that, but I don't know that there's a start date established, but this will be, this will enable a start date to be determined.
I'm okay. Yeah, I just want to remember, I lost track of so many projects that we pushed through, so that's good. I remember it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Polensek?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. To the director, and you're the new director of Community Development. I had the pleasure, I need to sit down and talk with you. At your convenience. You're in for a treat. Who is, from the standpoint, which department now that the mayor has closed in connection with Dr. Morgan, has closed all these schools on the east side. Is there some type of partnership or linkage between CMSD and the city on these school sites? Because I look at some of these schools that have just have sat and rotted, like, you know, on Wilson on 55th, and some of these, Iowa Maple now in the Glenville neighborhood, which is just sitting there rotting away. So can you have any idea to whoever, is there some kind of process or linkage?
Yes. So the asset redevelopment team that now sits in the Department of Development is working with CMSD on the RFQs that was recently released for the school sites.
Right. So it'll be your shop.
Yes.
And then but you don't own the buildings, Madam Chairperson.
Through the chair, I don't think we own all of them. Do we?
To the councilman through the chair, I believe that's correct. Some of them, there's a land swap involved with some of them so that they can be redeveloped by the city.
I would hope that there'd be communications with the council members, because so often we're reading it in either Signal or Cleveland.com and not adequate communication to us. So again, I look forward to whatever communication there is. And Madam Chairman, I look forward to meeting with the new Director of Community Development at her convenience. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Casey?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Madam Chairwoman, to the Director, who are the new owners?
I'm sorry?
Who will the new owners be?
The developer's name, Structures Unlimited, LLC.
Structures Unlimited?
Correct.
Do we know who owns Structures Unlimited?
Yes, his name is Kareem Abdul Salim.
Madam Chairwoman, to Councilwoman House, do you know who the new
Yes,
owner?
his name is Kareem Abdul Salim.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Conwell, back on.
Yes, back on.
This is Development Department?
Okay, through the chair, I know Iowa Maple will be raised. I put in for it to be raised. Kemet Clemens is moving to Mary McLeod Bethune, and the new owner is the Finch Group. They're putting in to purchase that school. And there's another school in the new part of Glenville, which is part of mine, but I believe in pushing things to make it go through. So the only school that's going to be raised over there so far, it appears, is Kemet Clemens. But Empire, there's a new bidder on Empire, and do you happen to know their name?
I'm
I
sorry.
just found out about it today, the new bidder on Empire School.
Madam Chairwoman?
Council.
I'm sorry.
Councilwoman.
Just a point of information. This was, this piece that we are looking for was a part of the original, right. RFQ from CMSD, which in that structure, they put out bids and then people were able to bid on it. They accepted the bids, and as part of this process, it went from CMSD to the city to the successful builder, and we have finally gotten here. This process started before I was even elected, in December of beginning to serve. So this is definitely a lengthy process. So I just wanted to provide some clarification. This has nothing to do with any of the schools that are closing now. This was from years past. Just clarification.
That's correct. Okay. Councilman, hold on. Are you done, Councilman Conwell?
Yes, I just want to, just like Councilmember, Madam Chairwoman Mike Pulisic, I want to meet with the Community Development Director. I see her walking through the halls, but
I am at your disposal,
work.
Councilman.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
I am at your disposal, Councilman.
All right, thank you very much.
And we have requested that she reach out to council members. She is going to meet with everyone one-on-one. So, Councilman Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. To the new director, I'm going to tell you the same thing I told the previous director. It don't seem like we get too many directors stay around too long. And we've had a railroad train of folks come through here since Frank Jackson's time. And I guess the first word I would give you is make sure that you check in with all of these folks who you're responsible for to make sure they ain't got nothing hid away, so that we won't lose out like we have in the city. And sitting here at the table, I'll tell you, it's quite embarrassing to sit here and give the director, the previous director that was here, and the one before her, everything they've asked for, and then to come back and see that monies have not been spent. And so I would just, tell you, make sure you're going through the auditing process and knowing what you have and what needs to be dealt with right away is just a good house cleaning suggestion. And then the second thing that we've had a couple of projects that are in your area or in your workshop, one of them being Robert Fulton. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with that school site, but we did have a developer there. We had some presentations and it just went nowhere. And so I would love to sit down with you to talk about that in addition to the Grace Mount site, where it's at and what we're doing, because I haven't heard anything from the developers at that particular location. So I look forward when you have the opportunity. And then I wish you great luck. And I want to be one of those people here at the table that's a good partner to you and assisting you just as much as, we have the faith in all of our directors to do an outstanding and great job.
To the councilman through the chair, I am happy to meet with you at any point. Just as a point of clarification, those school sites projects are now part of the Department of Development in the Office of Land Strategy, which is now under the direction of Matt Moss, who I'm sure would also be happy to talk with you.
And
about
these are the new, Madam Chairwoman, to the director, these are like the ones that we're
sites,
currently
yes,
talking about with the closing of the schools currently as well.
Correct.
So I certainly want to sit down and talk to you about Atlee Stevenson then. So with that being said, I appreciate the chairwoman giving me the opportunity, and I have no further questions, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing no other questions, ordinance number 661-2026 stands approved. Please sign on. This is next. Is this one next? Oh, this one. Oh, okay. Oh, who's that? What numbers do you have? Oh, you have all three of these,
We
right?
have the add-on that's.
Okay, so you have an add-on?
That's
Okay.
correct.
So, ordinance number 681-2026 by council members Davis, Santana, and Griffin, emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Community Development to enter into amendment to the Housing Trust Fund Loan Contract Number 59770 with Ohio City, Inc. for the acquisition and redevelopment of the Family Dollar retail store located at 1936 West 25th Street to amend the subordination amount and to restructure the payment terms of the contract.
And everyone, this is a walk-on. This is not on your tablet.
Nope.
Okay? It's 681.
680.
Okay. Thank you. We have copies here if we would like, if we need some. And I'm going to turn this over to Arnold Lockett, one of our project managers, who's going to talk about this. Just to be clear, this is to subordinate, to refinance a loan to which the city is already a subordinate holder, lien holder. Is that right?
Well, good afternoon. My name is Arnold Lockett.
And move it closer to you, if possible. Yeah, thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Arnold Lockett. I'm Neighborhood Development Specialist in the Community Development Department. Before you today, I have Ohio City Incorporated requesting the city to subordinate an existing debt to their senior lender. The senior lender will be providing finance for the redevelopment of the Family Dollar on West 25th. This afternoon, I have joining me is Ben Trimble, who is the real estate developer for Ohio City Corporation, and I think he would like to tell you how important this is and what this means to his community.
Mr. Trimble?
Thank you very much. Ben Trimble, Chief Real Estate Officer for Ohio City Incorporated. We bought this condominium. It's actually a commercial condominium on West 25th Street a couple years ago with some creative financing with help from the City of Cleveland. We currently have a first mortgage that's held by Village Capital Corporation. Family Dollar's lease actually ended about a year ago. And so we've been marketing the space for some time since that time. We actually have 2 users for about half of the space now. We have Ohio City Burrito, who was a locally grown growing business that now has clients like the Cleveland Browns, like the Cleveland Guardians, and so they are going to grow and occupy part of that space. And then we also have a new franchise, affordable pizza provider that's going to take up some of that space. The reason for our request to you today is that we would just like to subordinate the city's current existing second mortgage that's already subordinated to our first mortgage to a new senior mortgage that will do some of the construction and then take out the existing first mortgage that's held by Village Capital.
Got it. So Family Dollar did not want to renew their contract in that
They
space?
they did not, no.
Wow, that's so sad.
We
'cause I know
talked about
that is
it.
a pretty busy Family Dollar area. This is in Councilman Davis's ward.
Yes, through the chair. I watched that Family Dollar get broken into twice. Just a dude walked right in. So
Only twice?
I mean, from my
Oh,
window.
okay.
Only from my window.
Okay.
I'm out and about. This to me seems like a tremendous opportunity. First of all, thank you, Tim and Arnold, for figuring out our chaos of today. We're very glad it's made it on. Letting Ohio City Burrito stay in Ohio City and grow and expand at this, what I hope can be a flagship landmark location, is important. This is going to be good for the neighborhood. So thanks for your help.
Thank you. Councilman Polensek.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Chairperson, to the administration. I'm not familiar, is this a freestanding Family Dollar?
May I? To the councilman, through the chair, it's part of a condominium. It's actually the first floor of a condominium building on West
So there's,
25th Street.
what, apartments above
So
it?
yeah, it's like
Oh,
5
okay.
stories.
I'm just
above
trying
that.
to picture where it's at,
Yeah.
okay. And because I was going to say to the administration and to community development, we see many now abandoned Family Dollars and Dollar Generals throughout the city. And I was just wondering, has there been any thought or game plan or interaction with the corporations or whoever owns all these properties about what their plans are for them? Because I have 2 of them that are sitting there empty. And we see, and I'm just reading a national publication where we're about to see a bunch more going bye-bye. So I'm just wondering has there been any interaction or engagement with whoever on these sites? Not just in my area, but across the city.
Through the chair to the councilman, I know that this is something that's been brought up before, and I know that the business development team can do some outreach to figure out what can be done.
I think we need to start, I think we need to start looking at all these or engaging these owners or talking to people who have the expertise, because we see this growing blight across the city. And I just think we need to come up with some type, or make an effort, some type of game plan to engage the owners of these properties. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Do we have any other questions from my colleagues for ordinance number 681? No? Hearing no other questions, ordinance number 681-2026 stands approved. Please sign on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Slife, the majority whip, as I have to use the restroom. Here you go. Take over.
All right. I think there's one more for development that I have. So why don't we go to that? So we're going to move to ordinance 552-2026 by council members Santana, Bishop, Polensek, Casey, and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Development to transfer various permanent parcels to the control, possession, and use of the Departments of Parks and Recreation, Public Safety, and Public Utilities for the future development of parks, recreation centers, trails, and public facilities.
Thank you. Today I have Director DeRosa and Commissioner Suzanne DeGennaro to help bring this piece forward.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to give a quick overview. This ordinance relates to how the city can keep land bank parcels for a permanent public use. And so it's been a real labor of love to go through the land bank inventory and determine which land bank parcels are already being used for public use and or could be better used if the city kept it for a park or public facility expansion. And so there's an Ohio Revised Code section that must be followed if you want to keep a land bank parcel for permanent public use. And really it relates to the future tax revenue, property tax that would come from it, because land bank is intended to put the properties back into productive reuse. So we have a list of 134 parcels. This has been a real labor of love over many years, many staff members to come up with this list and have it vetted. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Commissioner DeGennaro to talk about the parcels and the process that we've gone through.
Thank you, Director. So as the Director stated, this is a grouping of 134 different parcels that will transfer to city ownership for various city facilities, including the plan is to supplement the footprint, or, and when I say some of these projects are already existing on the land bank property, so you know, just bear that in mind as I go through the list. So we'll be supplementing or have supplemented the footprints of 40 city parks, have or will expand 3 recreation centers. There'll be a portion of the Morgana Run Booth Avenue Connector Trail built on some land bank parcels. Fire Station 26 is comprised of several land bank parcels. The city kennel is currently constructed on several land bank parcels.
It's not under.
Or actually one, it's been consolidated, and the Carew Stormwater Control Facility dam.
Just a moment. We're on 552. It's in your folders under development.
Development, okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. So that's the list of city projects that the land bank parcels are needed for. This is just a general housekeeping effort to try and get these parcels transferred to clean up the land bank list. And as Director stated, state law requires us to obtain legislative authority from the affected taxing districts, which includes Cuyahoga County and the Cleveland Municipal School District. In March, both bodies passed resolutions in support of these transfers.
And so the final step is being before City Council to get this authorization, and then we'll work with the land bank to do the land transfers out of land bank over to the city so that when you pull it up on the county website, you'll know it's city-owned and not land bank.
Okay, so thank you. So the purpose of this legislation, just to state it again, is to take essentially abandoned lands that have come into the city's land bank and transfer them to be formally and permanently public land, be it for an adjacent park, an adjacent facility, what have you. This came through Planning Commission on Friday, so I'm probably more aware of this than others on council. My question really comes down to the timing and does this really need to be passed today? I'm sensing that there's going to be interest from the body about where the specific locations are, and we just don't have that information with us today. So I'm curious if there's a time sensitivity to this, that it came before us, or to how that decision was made.
So, Mr. Chairman, we are happy to not have this passed today. I would just suggest that if we do come to the July committee meeting, that we're allowed to give a presentation, because we have a presentation. We're happy to give it. We were just instructed that at Committee of the Whole today that the agenda was full.
Okay. I had Councilman Polensek first. I'll entertain questions before we determine what we want to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the director and to the commissioner. So on your summary, you have, I'll go back to the bottom here, you have wards 1 through 14, or is this 1 and 14?
No, through the chair to Councilman Polensek, that there are 14 affected wards. So 14 of the 15 wards
Okay.
are.
Wow. So based on the chair comments, I'm sure all of us would like to know where these permanent parcels are, addresses in our respective wards, so that's a given. But what I'm not clear on the mechanics. These are lots that have come from the county land bank to us?
These are currently in the city land bank, but Ohio Revised Code requires that if we're going to keep something that's in the city land bank, that we have to follow a certain procedure. And that procedure is we have to get county council approval, because they're giving up future property tax revenue, assuming these would eventually be in permanent public or in productive reuse.
Yes.
CMSD also has to approve the board has to approve it, because they're also giving up future tax revenue. and then city council needs to approve it as the final step. And we've done this before at city council, but it's been many years since we've done this.
Okay.
But I have taken ordinances through when
Yes.
I was the commissioner.
Okay, so has the county and CMSD taken the appropriate action?
Through the chair to Councilman Polensek, yes, they both passed resolutions in March in
Okay,
support of the transfer.
so then these parcels, how many there are, you've indicated how many?
134.
They will transfer, they're in the county land bank,
City.
city land bank.
Yes.
Then they will transfer to what division?
So the Departments of Parks and Recreation will receive some parcels. The Department of Public Utilities for the Carouche Stormwater
Okay.
facility, and the Department of Public Safety,
Yes.
Fire Station 26, and the City Council.
Okay, so before you transfer those parcels to the respective divisions or departments, have you received the okay from the respective council people?
No, I haven't talked to specific council people just because of the volume of the parcels.
Okay.
And they're, because they're adjacent.
Okay, but this is what I would strongly suggest, Mr. Chair, because maybe a council person or a neighborhood group has a different idea for the use of that lot. So I would just say out of courtesy to the legislative body, I would urge you to contact a council person before you physically transfer that. That'd be number one. And then number two, that again, that all members be notified of to where those lots are at. So outside of utilities, outside of safety, where are the rest of them going to be sitting where? They're going to be sitting where?
Parks and Recreation.
Parks and Recreation.
Yes, sir. The majority.
Okay, the majority in Parks and Recreation, but not necessarily are they going to be used for parks, correct? At some point, they might be, could they be, if someone wants to build a house on them.
Through the chairman of the councilman, so once it goes over to Parks and Recreation, then it would be intended to be used for park and recreation use
Okay.
unless there was another ordinance
Okay,
passed
but
that,
that's what I'm saying. Before you do that, talk to the individual council person to make sure that they're fine with that. Everybody might be on board with that, but there's some that might not. Because I'm into this thing about the legislative body having the final authority, having the final say on properties in their ward. So I think just, Mr. Chair, to both director and the commissioner, both very competent people, but you know how council operates. Notify the individual council person as to where the parcels are to be transferred, and are they in support of that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Happy to.
Thank you. So I am going to hold this, I think, for next month. I can turn it over to Councilman Jones if he has any brief comments about it. I can remember from the presentation, for example, it looks like there was a street that was platted but never built behind Carouche Park. So it's just land that's vacant next to Carouche. Like, that's an example. Like, I think that the spirit of this is probably good, but I understand as the unaffected council member why 14 other members would be interested in the details. It would certainly pique their interest. Do you have any brief comments, Councilman Jones? And then we'll just hold this for
I'm
July.
going to ditto the same remarks because sometimes we get lost, from one generation of electeds to a next generation of elected people. Mike Polensek is 110% correct that this should have been reviewed by the different elected officials for approval in their respective territories. That's why they're elected to public office. And so, Madam Chairwoman, to the director, you have on here for attachments a location map. Do you have that map? Can that map be made available? And I agree with Mike Polensek because I think you two guys are just so great. So you do a good job for the city. So I know you ain't, trying to run a roughshod on us.
Thank you.
But I would love to see where these locations are.
Yes, and through the chair, we do have a complete presentation that we can bring with us to
Okay.
the July.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to Director.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to hold number 552, 2026 to July. If we could use the next month to engage with the 14 members of council so that we're all queued up, ready for that committee of the whole. Why don't you stay up here and we'll just cycle through these last couple real quick. I'm going to read this and then I'm going to tell everybody what this is before we all jump to conclusions, all right? So we are on now ordinance 558, 2026, authorizing the directors of Public Works, Development, and/or Parks and Recreation to enter into one or more agreements with the Board of Education of the Cleveland Metropolitan School District for the exchange of lands for future redevelopment and the mutual benefit of the parties, and authorizing the Commissioner of Purchases and Supplies to acquire and convey the properties. Colleagues, this is not Building Brighter Futures, if I got that right. This is narrowly in Ward 5, adjacent to Lonnie Burton, some vacant land that would be acquired and become part of Lonnie Burton. So it sounds like it's part of the bigger thing. There's been a lot of stuff in the news about RFQs and whatnot. That's not this. But so 558, 2026. Director.
Yes, and I'll just say, similar to what Councilwoman House Jones said, this came from the old RFQ from the previous administration, and it just took a very long time to get all of our ducks in a row to be able to come to City Council today. So with that.
Yep, as was stated, this is a land swap in Ward 5. The Department of Development has 6 land bank parcels at the southeast corner of East 55th and Quincy Avenue. They will be transferred from CMSD to the city to be used for green space at East Tech High School. And then CMSD will transfer 2 properties to the city. One is the the Dwayne Browder Field, which is near Lonnie Burton Rec Center. So the field was constructed by the city. We maintain it. The parking adjacent is the land that the field sits on, and the parking adjacent to the field are owned by CMSD. Those will be transferred to the city, to the Department of Parks and Recreation. And then there is a vacant parcel that was the former home of John Burroughs School. That's located at 6412 Central Avenue. And this land is currently used by the Department of Public Works for equipment storage. And that will be transferred to Department of Public Works.
And Mr. Chairman, these exchanges are somewhat common between the city and CMSD, and they're authorized by ORC section 3313.40, and the requirement is mutual benefit of the parties. And CMSD's board has already approved this land swap.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Starr, this land swap is in your ward. Is there anything you'd like to add, and/or would you like to be added as a sponsor to the piece?
You know what, Chair, you might be my favorite of the day. Thank you, Chair. I would love to be added as the sponsor of this ordinance, 558, 2026. And just for context, if anyone is confused on what's going on, the main issue is when Dwayne Browder Field was assembled, it was actually the land that the old East Tech used to be on those different 2 parcels, and we never ever did the actual land swap of that. So to get everything right, to make it whole, we also have some land on Central, right off of East 65th, where we have a city lot that's owned by CMSD, but the Cleveland is actually using it for East 65th Station. So you take those 2 parcels that's owned by CMSD, and we're swapping it out with the actual parcel that we got on the corner of East 55th and Quincy to make everything whole so everyone can have the actual land. And that land right next to on East 55th and Quincy is actually right next door to East Tech, where they want to use it for green space and part of their horticulture program that East Tech is running out of their school. So this is just a formality piece that needed to be done years ago. I've been talking to MOCAP for a little bit over a year and a half about getting everything lined and getting everyone to support. And I definitely, like I said, want to be added as a sponsor, and I do support this initiative. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If the clerk could please add the councilman as a sponsor. Are there any other questions on 558, 2026? Hearing none, please sign on to all committees. We finally, for capital projects, have 2 street vacation resolutions. We'll start with Resolution 653, 2026 by council members Slife, Bishop, Santana, and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency resolution declaring the intent to vacate a portion of Forestwood Avenue Southwest, Midvale Avenue Southwest, West 185th Street, West 188th Street, and West 190th Street. If anyone has ever been to the rental car facility near Hopkins Airport, you drive past a whole bunch of vacant land. Within that vacant land, there are still old legacy streets. The purpose of this vacation is to remove those streets so that property can be developed as was envisioned when it was acquired by the city in the 90s. Director.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Just for point of reference, it is the streets are west of Record River Drive, north of Cleveland Hopkins Airport. And this is the first of a three-step street vacation process. So just to remind council, the first step is a resolution of intent to vacate. That's what this is here. Then the matter goes to the Board of Revision of Assessments, where all the neighboring property owner and easement holders are notified. And then the final step is we come back to council and we pass an ordinance authorizing the vacation. So this vacation was requested by the Department of Development, and they have a developer that is looking to consolidate the land and bring jobs to the city of Cleveland. I can have Department of Development come up with any questions, but this is the first step for vacating these streets so that that development can happen.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions on Resolution 653, 2026? Councilman Plensick.
So, Mr. Chairman, to the Director and Commissioner, that's in Councilman Slice's ward?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you indicated at the table you want the vacation because of potential development.
Through the chairman of the councilman, yes.
And obviously you're talking to the councilman about that development.
Mr. Chairman, the Department of Development is, and might be a good time for you to come up.
Come on up.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm not here, okay, I'm not here to ask who it is.
Oh, okay.
That's up to the you and the chairperson. I just want to make sure it's not going for parking for the Haslam Group.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, it is not going for parking for the Haslam Group, and the Department of Development has been working with the councilman.
Okay, that's all I want to know. If it's going to be for development in Councilman Slice's ward, it will benefit his community, because I had just become very suspicious of all of a sudden all this land that people are talking about moving around here. So,
Sure.
okay, thank you.
I'll briefly say, and then if you'd like to add anything, Director Bordeaux Small, but right when I came into office was when Sherwin-Williams was doing its search, and the R&D facility that ended up going to Brecksville, I said, well, what about the 30 acres down by the airport? And everyone had kind of forgotten about it. But the reality is that the land down there has not been, it's vacant, but it hasn't been consolidated. The legacy roads still exist back there. It's just not ready for any kind of development. So if we're gonna try to get anybody there, we're gonna have to do this. Fortunately, there is the developer is coming forward to build a rather substantial building that can bring in a number of new jobs. So, Director, is there anything you want to add to that? There you go.
Maybe.
Nailed it.
I just want to add that, I imagine that we're going to be seeing more of this work as the business development team gets more proactive about getting sites ready for the projects that the business development team's trying to bring on to the city.
Thank you. Any other questions on Resolution 653? Hearing none, please sign on. And then Resolution number 554, 2026, by Council Members Davis, Bishop, and Santana, by departmental request, an emergency resolution declaring the intent to vacate a portion of West 59th Place.
Mr. Chairman, so again, this is the first of a three-step vacation process. This portion of West 59th Street is in Councilman Davis's ward. It is 1 block in length, and it goes between Lawn Avenue and Aspen Court. Currently, it's just a grass lot, and the neighboring property owners would like to vacate and consolidate their adjacent lot and build a single-family home. And so there's no street there. It serves no purpose. We support it. City planning supports it. Councilman Davis supports it. So we're looking for the support of council to move forward.
Sure, that's a cool little cluster of alleys back there. Councilman Davis, anything to add?
A cluster of what was that, through the chair?
I said,
no, it's full support. This is a pretty straightforward property, I don't know, merger. So that's it. This is easy.
All right, additional questions on Resolution 554, 2026? Hearing none, please sign on. Thank you, Director.
I have a question. So there's supposed to be some resolution. Do we need to speak to this?
It's Davis's piece.
It's Davis's piece. It should be in there somewhere, but we don't know if you need us to speak on it.
This was not given. They're trading miles here to the Rams. Why don't you take it to Councilman Davis and see if he shows up? Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. Sounds good. All right. Thank you. Okay, we are going to pivot over to port control, and we'll start with the big one first. So I'm going to read it in while they're walking up, and then I'm going to offer some commentary. since I'm the local council representative here. Ordinance number 664, 2026 by Mayor Bibb, an emergency ordinance authorizing the mayor and the directors of law and port control to enter into a First Amendment to settlement agreement between the cities of Brook Park and Cleveland relating to the International Exposition Center and the Emerald Park Joint Economic Development Zone and establishing a special revenue fund. My colleagues may not know how often I get questions about the IX Center, but it is pretty constant. I'd ask council members to pay attention to this presentation, and I am asking you for your support. The structure of the agreement between Cleveland and Brook Park dating back to negotiated in the 90s was based on the assumption that the IX Center in rather short order would be demolished and become the site of a new runway. That didn't come to pass, and what we have now is a city-owned building, the IX Center, in the city, or that's owned by the city, it's in the city. However, Brook Park more or less benefits entirely from all the tax revenue that comes out of the IX Center. And not only is that problematic, but it's come to the point where it's difficult for us to use this and leverage it as an economic development asset because all of the benefits derived therefrom would go to the city of Brook Park. This is 664. So what the administration is bringing forward is a deal to basically modify and update the existing deal with Brook Park that keeps land underutilized and undeveloped buildings to, and allow us to have some exciting opportunities going forward to really take the IX Center to the next level. The last thing that I will just add is the city owns the IX Center. However, the structure of the lease is there's an operator, and also dating back to the 90s, the operator essentially has full rights of how they choose to use the building. A number of years ago, that lease was sold from Park Ohio to the current operator, Industrial Realty Group, who is not interested in doing shows. So to me, it's not whether I like shows or I don't. They're not on the table. They are looking to use this as an industrial facility. The structure of the current Cleveland Brook Park deal makes that functionally impractical, and this is a resolution for it. So I will turn it over to you all for the presentation. Is there something quick, Councilman Jones?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This is a big piece of legislation. Again, it goes right back to why are we rushing this piece that needs to be deliberated and go through the body? We don't have enough time to really fundamentally do the work that our people elected us to do.
Sure.
And so are you trying to pass this now?
I am comfortable with this passing now, yes.
Okay,
because there are, and hopefully Director McNair can speak to it to some degree, but there are opportunities coming towards us that are time sensitive, and the current structure of the deal makes them
will
not
that be
workable.
talked about? And then just want to make sure I'm on the same page, because a lot of times we push these things really quickly through, and they have a negative impact later. And so all I want to, I've sat down on the original deal inside then Mike White's office. And so I am concerned about what we do here. And the question is, if we have had this, Mr. Chairman, to the administration, why give us to us the last day? This doesn't make sense to me. And I'm just going to say this. Some of us may feel comfortable, but some of us don't.
Okay. I'll turn it over to the director to maybe answer some of those questions or concerns within the confines of the presentation. Director.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, there is a lot that goes back here, which is why we prepared this presentation. And I think the first thing that I want to say, I am not going to sit here and judge decisions that were made 30 plus years ago. I think that there are a lot of reasons that everyone came to together 30 years ago to make the decision that got us here today. But again, I've spent a lot of time kind of going through this and trying to figure it out, and I know through several conversations. I do want to thank in particular Councilman Palentik, who spent a couple hours talking to me on a Saturday afternoon, filling in a lot of the gaps that have gone here over the course of time. And so, I think as we get into the timeline of this deal, this does date all the way back to 1992 with the idea of an expansion at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport, of which there was an announcement that we were going to add 2 additional runways, extend another. So that was announced in 1992. In 1994, the lawsuit started. right? And you can see here, this is an old thing that I found from the Plain Dealer. You see, oh, that doesn't work there. You can see closest to that darker block, which is the old NASA Glenn Research Center, right? A new runway that came on there, an extension of the additional runway, and then you can see a third one that was going to cross through the IX Center. So at that time, the IX Center was in the city of Brook Park. So a variety of lawsuits started in the land dispute, and I could have gone on and on in the iterations of lawsuits that took place during that time. In 1999, the city of Brook Park actually filed an eminent domain lawsuit to acquire the IX Center, right? Because it was in Brook Park. The city of Cleveland preempted that and acquired the building for $66.5 million. Now, again, I am not sitting here judging. I think that there was a great amount of, again, the city, Councilman Plensick, I'm sure can kind of give some additional color, the business community, everyone truly felt that by getting these additional runways, we were going to be able to connect to Europe, the Far East. It was going to change our economic fortunes, and we essentially had to acquire the IX Center at all costs to make this happen. So after that was acquired in 1999 by the city of Cleveland, conversations continued, and in 2001, finally a settlement agreement was reached between the city of Brook Park and the city of Cleveland on the future deal that we'll go through here in a second. Now, I think also important to note, because there's been a lot of this talk today, if you go back and you read the PD articles from that time, when that settlement deal was announced and reached, it caught everyone by surprise, right? And I'm happy to forward everyone the PD articles that I found in this. Everyone from the director of NASA, who had no idea that this is happening, multiple members of council saying that out loud. And so, we have tried very hard in the timeline that we have been working on this to keep everyone as informed as humanly possible, which I will get into. But then it's interesting, right? So 2001, this settlement agreement is reached, which allows the expansion to move forward. And then, I think we all know that I believe it was 2010, Continental and United merged. These plans were abandoned, right? You can't find a whole lot of news stories about the abandonment of this. I feel like these things happen often where everyone comes together and says, this is the right thing for us all to do. But there wasn't a lot of fanfare, and there certainly wasn't a lot of help for the city of Cleveland that was kind of left holding this bag that we'll get into. Now in 2017, because we abandoned the plan, the city of Brook Park filed another lawsuit against Cleveland for default. And so past that forward a little bit, that is still ongoing litigation that would be dismissed with this. But in 2021, I think this is important, as Councilman Slife mentioned. So not only we acquired it in 1999 for $65 million, we leased it back to the owner, Ray Park. And that lease was not really great for the city of Cleveland, didn't give us a whole lot of rights. So that lease was just acquired. We had no say in that by a group of people. And that kind of got us to where we are today, because that group is a subsidiary of IRG and ICP. They do industrial buildings, and they have made it clear that they do not intend to operate trade shows, right? They do not intend to operate trade shows in that facility. What they do is they lease to industrial companies. That was their plan. That is what they wanted to do. I believe I started here in 2023. They started asking, can we extend our lease? We're trying to go down this road. And at that point, you start to really look at the deal, and you understand how problematic it is for the city of Cleveland in its current state. And so, as we think about that 2001 settlement details, here is, in essence, what happened there. You can see north of the runways there is NASA Glenn Research Center. NASA Glenn Research Center was located inside the city of Cleveland corporate limits. We transferred that over to Brook Park. At the time, they were paying $1.9 million in income taxes annually. They pay $3.5 million today. We transferred that land over to Brook Park. We then took that area in pink, you see also kind of north of it, and created land that was already in the city of Cleveland, land that was on the city of Cleveland tax rolls, and we created a joint economic development zone, which gave the city of Brook Park rights to 50% of the property taxes and 50% of the income taxes on that property. We then agreed to, you see the area in green down below, we then agreed to acquire and demolish houses down in Brook Park residential lands that stay in Brook Park, right? That is still land that is in Brook Park. Because it needed to be in a runway protection zone. And then lastly, out of this, we received the lands from Brook Park for where the IX Center is. So it's the IX Center and about 47 acres that surround it. Fun fact, though, all taxes and revenues were frozen for Brook Park at Brook Park's 2001 levels. That means that the city of Brook Park collects roughly 60% of the income taxes on that. They get the first 1.5% of the 2.5%. They keep the same millage of property taxes today that they got in 2001, which is about 40% of the taxes on that. They collect all parking revenues from this. And then they collect the first 3% of all admissions taxes on this, right? And that stays in effect into perpetuity until such time as the city of Cleveland were to demolish the IX Center. Because at that moment in time, everyone in this body, everyone around thought, that building is not going to exist. We're going to tear it down. We're going to put a runway there. The problem is that the runway never happened, right? And so we literally acquired that area in blue at all costs, and those costs were very severe, right? And so I think this is a good part to think about. What did we actually acquire when we got there? And so the IX Center, as you look at that today, was built in 1942 as the Cleveland Bomber Plant, right? This facility is 2.2 million square feet. It has 55 to 77-foot ceilings, depending on where you are within the building. It has 16-foot thick concrete floors. It has a multitude of overhead bridge cranes, 9 truck docks. It has a 25-megawatt power substation attached to the building. This is a place where they manufactured B-29 bombers, tanks, right? This was heavy industry. This is when Cleveland was a leader of manufacturing. And for the last 40 years, it has been operating as an amusement park and a place where people eat stale popcorn and look at cars and boats. And by the way, I've gone to all those shows. There is a place for them. I like them a lot. But to say that this is an underutilized asset is an understatement. And I think that we're going to get into a little bit about kind of some of the numbers of this right now. So, you know, again, we want to talk about what it is Cleveland is receiving out of this deal. We are abolishing that Emerald Park JEDs, that area in pink. So last time tax records we have, each city, so Brook Park was getting about $305,000. Cleveland was getting about $305,000 out of that deal. There's also about 40 acres of developable land that has never been developed because it's been stuck in this little quagmire of a deal, right? We are also abolishing the tax sharing at the IX Center and all revenue sharing, right? Everything that is in Cleveland will now be in Cleveland, and we will get full benefit of it, right? And so just to look at kind of what that facility is producing. So again, we acquired that building at all costs. NASA Glenn Research Center today that we gave up is producing $3.5 million in income taxes annually to the city of Brook Park. Last year, the IX Center produced $228,000 in revenue for the city of Cleveland. I'm gonna let that one sit there for a second, right? Also, if you look at it at its peak time, the city of Cleveland was making about $520,000 on that asset. Obviously, that was in 2018, so a couple factors that go into it there. You have the pandemic that impacted it, and then following the pandemic, and so trade show business started going down, and then an operator came in that kind of moved away from the trade show business, right? This also unlocks 47 acres of land on the airport campus for development that has been sat vacant for all of these years, right? Most importantly, in my opinion, and together, by the way, that is 200 acres of land that is currently shared with Brook Park that all comes back into the total control of the city of Cleveland, full economic benefit to the city of Cleveland. And most importantly, that ends the perpetuity, because again, they have rights that they get to collect revenues on that blue property there forever, unless we demolish it.
Clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So are we talking about, on this map, everything that's in color, you said is 200 and some acres? Only the ones that are colored? Or you're talking about the blue IX
Yes,
property
what's in
alone?
color. Yes, everything that's in color.
Everything is in color.
Everything
Represents
is in
how
color.
many acres?
It's about 200 in total.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And so again, this ends the perpetuity. It also ends the proportionality, right? So Brook Park no longer receives. If a company comes in with X amount of payroll, Brook Park is never getting a percentage of that anymore, right? So you'll see that we are giving them a fixed payment, but it ends that proportionality where their revenue goes up with whoever it is we bring in, right? This also ends 9 years of litigation that is hung over our head. And again, this makes what is Cleveland, Cleveland, and what is Brook Park, Brook Park, and we can all move on. Now, there is a cost to that, right? In this, there is a settlement payment of $2 million that goes towards all of that green area that is down below, right, that has been in constant litigation for 9+ years that goes on. They will receive a singular payment in lieu of taxes of $650,000 for the next 33 years. But I want you to go back up to that chart above, right, as we get to it, and we'll get to the total of what we think we can do here, but I want you to go back up to that chart. They are already getting $305,000 today from that pink area, and last year, they got about $250,000 from the IX Center. Now again, the trade shows are going down, so that's about $550,000, but if you look at it in peak, they were collecting over $850,000 a year from us. So we are paying them less than, right, less than they were getting at their peak, a little more than they're getting today, right? But we have also removed proportionality from this. So that payment of $650,000 stays constant over the course of time. I want you to remember that I said that NASA Glenn was making $1.9 million in revenues in 2001, $3.5 million today. So the importance of removing that proportionality, I can't overestimate enough. They will also get that 34 acres in green that is already in Brook Park, right? We receive no benefit from that, economic benefit. We will never receive economic benefit from that. We're not building this runway, so we have no need for the runway protection zone. It goes back to Brook Park. And then, oh, there we go. So this is kind of the last slide, and I think it is really important to think about how we boil this thing down, right? Because you can strip all the other pieces around this. Ultimately, the airlines paid a lot of money for the building. There's been lawsuits back and forth. But when this thing comes down, and I think 30 years from now, how they judge us, we gave up NASA Glenn Research Center. Again, NASA Glenn was producing $1.9 million in income taxes in 2001, $3.5 million in income taxes today. What we got in blue produced $280,000 in revenue for the city of Cleveland last year. In retrospect, because that runway was never built, this was a really, really bad deal for the city of Cleveland, right? And we have a chance to change that into our favor because we now collect all revenues that take place at this property. And so if you look at those potential future revenues, and this is some very basic math, and again, think about that slide we showed on the IX Center. Jennifer Scheel, our business attraction executive, would have been with us today, but she had to leave a little bit ago. When she is talking to national site selectors, they almost cannot believe that there is a 2+ million square foot building with 60-foot ceilings, 16-foot thick concrete floors that is directly attached to a runway that is immediately adjacent to NASA Glenn Research Center. The types of companies that we are talking to are really large in scale. I mean, there's one company that's in a potential conversation that has $70+ million in payroll. They're only looking to lease half the building, right? And we've had multiple of these conversations. Like, these buildings don't exist, and it has been underutilized for 40 years. So you can see we've started to model out, like, if you just got $25 million in payroll, just $25 million of payroll, that could be in the IX Center, the whole thing. It could be on the 47 acres that's next to it. And there is a huge opportunity, I think, here working along with Port Control and the airport. I mean, we have looked at everything from MROs that can support the airline to, is this further business development park? But those MROs pay $70,000+ for jobs. There's needs for that stuff right now. But if you get that $25 million in payroll mark against all of that land that we are now bringing back into our whole thing, over the course of this whole deal, we net $2.45 million. Guys, that is like beyond below the floor, right? You know, you think about the type of company that I was just mentioning over here, and where we can be. If there's $100 million worth of payroll around here, we benefit to the tune of $60+ million in a deal like this. Like, that is not an unreasonable number to look. Now, is that going to change all of the city of Cleveland's fortunes? No, but it gives us the ability to play with companies that we've not had the ability to play with before. Like we are having conversations now that we have not had before. We have the ability to attract hundreds to thousands of jobs with real payrolls that can come in that benefit the city of Cleveland, right? And so again, yes, is Brook Park going to make some money on? And that's what they get out of it, right? They get certainty for a period of time on this whole thing. You know, but ultimately, again, we are paying them almost that much money right now. We have paid them more in the past. This gives us all the upside on this deal. I also know, you know, it's been asked in a handful of questions, you know, who has been involved in this conversation, and Councilman Slife did mention this, right? So some of the timing and necessity of this hit, some of the conversations we were having, and again, the IRG ICP group wants to extend the lease, and we're looking at it, and we're like, we can't even like have a conversation about incentives with these companies. Like we would literally lose money on those deals. You know, at the end of the day, this is all about math. And the math has to work in our favor,
The math is
right?
math.
And the math is the math. And so we couldn't even look at incentives for these things because that deal was so bad and it lasted into perpetuity. And so when some of these conversations started heating up and having conversations with the mayor, yes, he reached out to the mayor of Brook Park, and that kind of got the conversation going. And so throughout these conversations, it has been the mayor, it has been myself, it has been Chief Griffin, and at varying points we have been supported by whether it be the team in port control for the airport, a multitude of people in law, the business development team, all looking at how this works. But, you know, I know Councilman Plensick says this all the time, right? Like, we have to stop doing bad deals. We have to stop doing bad deals. And if you go back and you look, again, that there is a comment from the Michael Dolan, who is the chair of the city's aviation committee in 2001, and he said, this was a really expensive deal for Cleveland, but I think it might be a win-win. That was under the auspices that we were going to build these runways and was going to connect us. We never built the runways. We gave up NASA Glenn Research Center for a facility that we are allowing to only collect about $230,000 a year for us. That's a bad deal, right? We have an opportunity right now to regain control of nearly 200 acres of land, make it full city benefit for the city of Cleveland, allow us to go out and attract the types of companies that can, again, fit with the industries that are core to us, that we are trying to get here, that we can benefit from substantially in the long term, right? These don't come around very often. So I also, you know, as I mentioned earlier, you go back and you read some of these articles, it's like everyone was caught off guard with these things. No one knew it was coming. There was a lot of surprise. As we started having these conversations, this is in Councilman Slife's ward, was talking with Councilman Slife, I think, pretty consistently throughout the process. We started briefing Council President as those heated up. Again, as it got closer, we knew that this would eventually be coming to, say, the Finance Committee. We were having, you know, I'm trying the best I can to make phone calls over weekends, evenings, whatever we can to make sure no one is caught off guard by this. And I know it is a lot, right? But this is also a huge opportunity for the city of Cleveland, right? We get all this land back in, we control the upside, right? And there is a huge opportunity in front of us to have real financial benefit for the city as a whole, because that building doesn't exist anywhere else.
Anything to add quickly? So thank you. And as I said at the beginning, I am supportive of this. I understand this. Understandably, I'm more keyed into some of the ins and outs of this area of town more so than others. The challenge has been that when we have tried to, so I'm a former industrial site selector, as we have tried to bring new companies into the IX Center, whenever the city of Cleveland does what's the return on investment for any sort of incentive, and whether we like it or not, that's part of the game right now. We don't make enough money off of the IX Center to justify actually filling it with high producing jobs. All that money goes to Brook Park. And that I sense that we've been trying kind of like pounding our heads against a wall, trying to come up with all of these scenarios in which maybe a company would pay maybe like a de facto higher income tax just so we can get something from our city facility, when right now the argument is that the highest and best use for it right now is, you had joked, stale popcorn and sweet lemonade. Can you, are you able to speak, and I know that in these types of scenarios, that information can be elusive, but to the urgency and ongoing conversations, because I understand the anxiety among members of the body that such a big deal is being brought to them at committee of the whole when there's a lot of ins and outs to all of this. So I really want to make sure that people have the opportunity to get as comfortable with the structure of this as they can.
So to Councilman Slife, yes, and as you know, as a former site selector, right, when those conversations begin, they're not telling you who it is they're dealing with. You understand the industry that they're in. You understand the number of jobs. You understand payroll, those kinds of basics. We are in a position right now with the one particular company that we're talking to, that this is one of 2 buildings in the state of Ohio and 1 in 7 in the country that they're looking at, right? It is a really, really, really short list. And so that is an ongoing conversation. Again, Jennifer Scheel has been very involved with that from the city's behalf. Team NEO is involved in it. There's a lot of folks trying to make this a reality, and it's coming soon, right? But I tend to view this more through the lens of, irregardless of that company, the math is the math, and the deal has to work. Right, and again, when you look at the lands that we are picking up, it's not just the 2.2 million square feet, but boy, that is a unique building, right? And the site selectors have been telling us, not just the companies. They're like, holy crap, we didn't know this existed. How did we not know this existed? But again, it is not just this building. It is the other properties that we can bring to bear in this, and the totality of them over the course of time.
Okay. It is almost 6 o'clock, so I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Polensek. I just want, for housekeeping, I've got you guys all down. For housekeeping, we do have a couple other, about 4 or 5 other port control pieces before we can adjourn and move towards the meeting tonight. So let's be mindful of that. Councilman Polensek, then Jones and Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would share Councilman Jones's comment. I think something as critical as this should have gone to full committee where we could have really do our due diligence and drill down. And when I say due diligence, along with our staff, or even if need be, an outside consultant to really drill down on this, because this is where I'm at. As you alluded, and again, Tom, I have the utmost respect for you and your expertise. You said about making bad deals. I have such a bad taste in my mouth about the Browns deal. I cannot begin to tell you how bad a deal I believe we got ourselves into with Brook Park. And here we are again, and as I joked, I hope this deal wasn't concocted in somebody's living room over 3 Cokes, okay, or 2 Cokes, because had 3 Cokes been in a room, I don't know what the hell would have happened, okay? I'm concerned, and then the fact that we had 170 acres right next to the airport, which we never moved on to purchase, and Jimmy Haslam did, but which I just thought was, again, who was not looking down the pike for our airport? So here we are. This is confronted, and you alluded. And I had Mary Louise bring this in. This is the shovel that we used in May 22nd, 2001 for the airport, okay? I kept that shovel. It was the magical shovel. And because what were we told, Mr. Chairman and my honorable colleagues, that we needed to expand the airport, the runways. They needed to have planes because of the weight with the extra fuel to get to Europe. They needed the long runways. We had the hub, the Continental Hub. We were forced to build, was it Concourse B or D? What was that? D, which now is sitting there empty. So you have to understand what pressure the White administration was under and what pressure the council was under to take the action we did, because we were getting beat up, and that's where I had the famous discussion with one of the muckety mucks, the top muckety muck at the Plain Dealer, who was pounded on me because of some comments I made about this whole project. And I went over to meet with them over here on Lakes on Superior, and I was told in face to face, I know, this is what I said, I know we can't beat you guys because you buy ink in the 55-gallon drums. That's right. And his comment was to me, Mr. Polensek, you're incorrect. We buy it by the rail car. That we were not going to win in our argument with them. They wanted that airport expansion. The corporate community wanted that airport expansion. And as none of us had a crystal ball, so I'd say to my former colleague and friend, Mike White, he did, based on the information that he had at the time, and the fact that the airlines were beating the tar out of the administration and the council, collectively, we did what we thought was right at the time, based on the information that we had. So here we are today. So this is what my comment is. And I'm saying this in light. You know, I'm saying this because what I'm looking at, we're losing the Browns, we're losing the stadium, we're losing the jail, the Garfield. We got empty buildings downtown. We got buildings in foreclosure. People are buying buildings 10 cents on the dollar. We keep taking a hit. We keep taking these hits. And so here we are. And so to the administration, we're going to pay Brook Park $23,450,000 that we're going to pay Brook Park. They get the 34 acres of land. What is the appraised value of the land? Do we know what that appraised value is? Can somebody tell us, whoever?
Through the chair to the council person, there's actually an appraisal underway right now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you don't know what the appraised value of the land is? Okay.
We will in just a few weeks, sir.
Okay, few weeks. Okay. The elimination of the Emerald Park Joint Economic Development Zone. Do we know what we're going to lose? Do we lose money on that?
Through the chair to Councilman, no, actually, but we're eliminating it, which means we will now collect all of the revenue
Okay.
in that area, and which that will also make the roughly 40 acres around there developable
Okay.
again.
So on the land, on the 34 acres we're pitching over to Brook Park, is there any anti-poaching agreement so they could not attempt to lure businesses out of the city of Cleveland to that site?
So I do believe in 2017, we extended a new 20-year water services agreement with the city of Brook Park. Those have standard anti-poaching agreements. with
That's
them.
not true. They
No.
refused to sign it.
Oh, interesting.
They refused to sign
There
it?
is no poaching, there is no anti-poaching water agreement with Brook Park. They've refused to sign it.
Okay, so there's 34 acres that they could possibly poach off of us, businesses out of the city of Cleveland. And then the other question, and I'll ask some of my other colleagues have other questions so I know what they're going to ask, so I won't. But so I'm trying to understand. We were told some time ago that there was this big business going into the IX Center, but nobody could tell us who. And you, as you know, I voted against it, that deal. Because I'm saying nobody would tell us from the administration who was going to go, who the anticipated tenant was. When we hear all these, it was going to be Ford and it was going to be EV plant and da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and then nothing materialized, nothing Zippo. So here we are again. You're mentioning it today for the first time. We got some mega company looking at the site, but I don't know who it is. You know, I don't know if it's Elon Musk going to build rockets there, for all I know. Okay, I don't know what is being proposed for the IX Center. All I know is you've touched on it. 2 million square feet, places built like a bomb shelter, because that's part of the building was a bomb shelter. And so we're being asked again to sign on to this deal on the committee of the whole at the 11th hour, where our own staff hasn't had the opportunity, from what I'm told, to really deep dive on this, or for us to talk to a consultant to advise us on this. All I know is I don't have a good feeling. I don't have a good feeling. My stomach tells me or my gut tells me, maybe hold off for a while, ask some more questions, let it go to committee so the committee can do some drill down, some more investigation. We cannot make bad decisions. Too many bad decisions are being made around here. I'm dealing with 18 schools being closed, the majority on the east side of the city. We're taking a constant hit, and I want to do the right thing for the city. I want to do the right thing for this council and our citizens. But to you three gentlemen at the table, I have some unease. I have some great unease on this. And I'll say that to the chair as well. And I know part of this is in his ward, so I want to be respectful of him as well. But to do this at a committee of the whole at 6:05, I got a problem. So I'm very hesitant, Mr. Chairman. I'd be less than honest to say that I'm on board. I've got issues. Thank you.
Director McNair.
So through the chair, did just want to say, again, we have done everything that we can to provide as much information as we can as we go. This was submitted in mid-May. I have been trying to answer all questions as they come in, as much as possible. I also think it's important to note, we are going to pay Brook Park regardless of this. And if we don't do something like this, we're going to pay Brook Park forever.
Okay.
And as long as this agreement stays in place, we will never have the ability to attract the types of companies that can actually generate real revenue in there, right? And I do very much understand. And also, ICP IRG are paying $2+ million a year on this lease, right? This is a company that attracts industrial tenants. So I think the odds of them just leaving the IX Center sit vacant is pretty low because they're paying $2+ million a year in rent on that facility. Because we're also already paying $305,000 a year as it stands today out of the Emerald Park JEDs, that means this building only needs to make about $350,000 a year for the math to be on our side. Again, what we are capturing in here doesn't change. This could be today, tomorrow, 10 years from now, right? This doesn't change the fact that the math is the math, and it takes very little for us to get on the net positive side of this thing. And again, yeah, there's a company that we're talking to right now that would be great. I am not making any deal based on a singular company, right? My job every single day is to look at how do we increase revenues for the city of Cleveland, because boy, I've been coming here for a long time, and the conversations never seem to change, right? Everyone needs more money to get the things done that we need done. You talked about a lot of the needs and challenges that we face every day in the city of Cleveland. We need more revenue for that.
We do.
This building is underperforming. Like I said, this whole thing comes down to those two red circles. We gave up NASA Glenn. None of us can change that decision.
Right.
It is gone. That went from paying $1.9 million a year in income taxes to $3.5 million a year in income taxes. We're not getting that. We currently have a facility that made $228,000 last year for us. That's it. If there are only two ways out of this, and we can talk about it from now till the end of time. There are only two ways out of this. We can tear this building to the ground. That is what the legal agreement allows for, right? We have looked at that. That would cost roughly $35 million because you mentioned this is a bomb shelter.
Right.
Right? Roughly $35 million. You would have to buy out the current operator of that lease, of which they have 13 years left. I'm guessing that's going to be pretty expensive.
Yes.
We would have to build something new. That's a hell of a lot of cost of money we don't have. Or by the way, $650,000 in 2026, 2027 is very different than $650,000 in 2037. That money will be worth less over the course of time, right? That $20+ million is flat over the course of years. And again, we lose proportionality. So just like NASA's income taxes rose over the course of time, whoever we bring in, it will rise. We will make more money as soon as we can remove perpetuity and proportionality.
Okay.
And not just here, but in the 47 acres that are adjacent to it for the airport, in the 40 acres that are undeveloped in Emerald Park. This is a huge opportunity for us.
But you, Mr. Chairman, you just indicated, the director, we don't have an appraisal for the property. We don't have an anti-poaching agreement with Brook Park. That's 34 acres of prime land. in the green area adjacent to our facility, Hopkins International Airport, that's prime property for redevelopment. So again, we're being asked to move on a piece of legislation. We don't even have an appraisal for the property we're asked to flip over.
Through the chair to the councilman. During the course of the litigation, we did an appraisal about 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay.
Which put a value of $4.7 million on the 34 acres that are in Brook Park. And the core piece, I think, of this deal is it's a jobs deal, which is the value of unlocking the IX Center and finally getting the ability to develop the Emerald Parkway is what makes the deal worthwhile.
Well, you're telling me 34 acres is only appraised at $4 million adjacent to the airport?
Through the chair, 4.7.
4.7,
Yep.
34 acres adjacent to the airport. Who did that appraisal? That's what I'd like to know.
If I could, I wonder if the Director Bryant would have, or Director Francis, how many people do that? If Director Francis could, so the land, what was formerly residential in green was torn down. So actually the land in green is the same thing as the street vacation resolution that we just did a minute ago. These were both formerly residential areas that were demolished because they're too close to the airport. So in this, I can't say definitively, but I suspect the Brook Park land is adjacent to existing residences, but has its own development limitations due to the proximity of the runway. And I don't know if the director is able to speak at that at an aggregate level, but to me, it informs why that appraised value may seem low, because the land is large, but the externalities are also large.
Clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Where, are we talking about what's in the green area or something else?
The green area, yes.
Okay.
I referred to another area off map that we just forwarded a resolution for street vacation for. That was land in Cleveland where thousands of homes were torn down for planned runway
So
extension.
is this the 34 acres of land that's going to be given to Brook Park that's in the green?
Yes, it is City of Cleveland owned land that is in the city of Brook Park. So it's subject to Brook Park zoning, it's subject to Brook Park permitting. We just happen to own it, it's in Brook Park. But Director, I don't know if you have any comments on that land.
Mr. Chairman, I'm through. I'm very hesitant on this, so I'm done.
Okay, Councilman Jones.
Mr. Chairman, I think that my colleague Mike Polensek really laid out the foundation of no. And, you know, when we did the initial deal back in 2001, he showed you the shovel. We got documentation that was sent to our doorsteps. Police came and brought all this that you've given to us, you want us to pass in the 9th hour. We had the mayor's people on every single council person with orientation about what the deal was all about. And it was full court press. And it was of such where we had these chambers filled up with cameras. And the council had to break up in smaller parts and pieces to really talk about the deal. It was intense. And so here's what I want to say is that some of what I've been hearing you say makes some sense here. But it's, again, we don't have a number of details that's important to make such a decision right here, right now. Like what was brought out, poaching. What do we got to, you know, I don't see in your proposal that we got to pay 20, maybe it's in here, but I don't see it in here unless you can show me. Why are we paying Brook Park $23 million? And where is that in the proposal that we're paying them that? And then where is it in here that we're giving them 34 acres of land?
So through the chair to Councilman Jones. So
I don't see it.
The amount that Councilman Polensek mentioned is the $650,000 annually.
The 23 million?
Yes, that is the full added amount if you look at it over the life of the deal.
So that's what we got right there.
That is that cost.
Do we pay them any of this?
We are paying them $650,000 annually if and when this moves forward. Now again, I just want to be clear. We're already paying Brook Park.
I got
We're
that.
going to keep bringing Brook Park and not for 33 years.
So with this
forever.
deal here, how much are we paying it off for? And is that the number?
With
Is it
this
23
deal,
million?
Yes, that is 650. So we are essentially financing. We're buying them out of their tax sharing for $650,000 a year forever. But it does not take much for us to bring in a company, because again, now they don't get proportional value. We collect all the tax revenue, right? Like,
I just want to like simplify this and make it make math sense to me, right? So are we saying that we're going to give Brook Park 23 million?
over the course of 33 years.
So are we saying we're going to do that in this deal?
Yes.
So we're going to give them cash?
We're going to pay them $650,000. So if you look at the legislation that was sent out, there will be a special revenue fund that is created. So as it stands today, that area in pink, the Emerald Park JEDs, monies are already going into a special revenue fund because they're being paid out to Brook Park. Similar with the IX Center. So we're going to have a special revenue fund that the collections from both of these go into, right? And that is where the $650,000 will come from.
Okay. So I guess...
And through the chair to the council,
Right.
I think as the director mentioned, we're already paying them about $500,000 a year. So the difference going forward is about $150,000 a year to make this work. So that's what we have to recover.
Right.
And in
So I
2019, we paid them $850,000.
Right.
And I would add one more thing, which is right now, this goes on into perpetuity. This will end it, at least at some point.
Right. So I get that, but see, the math doesn't, because we don't, there's a lot missing here, right? So it wasn't until I brought it out that we have these funds set to aside for this. The question is, in this deal, the way you have it written right now, is it $23 million up front we have to pay?
No.
Or is it over a space and time? Where's the paperwork that can show me that? Again, we made a bad decision here at the table. I'm not sure if we had, I want to say that we had consultants at one point in time to help us deal with this. So what is our law department saying in terms of our people, or do they even have a perspective and opinion talking about Cleveland City's council legal team? Do they have an opinion on this? Have they looked at this? Have they vetted it out?
Through the chair to
Mr.
the
Chairman,
councilman.
this is directed to the chairman. Mr. Chairman, so have our law department, do we have any consulting team that is working on this? Because this is a pretty big deal.
So the law department and Chief McNair led these negotiations with the city of Brook Park.
No. My question is, council has always had a consultant to deal with these big projects like this. And this is one of those things that is a big project, right? So if I'm not extrapolating the information out, I feel like I'm pulling information out here. It should be brought basically simple. What do we get in the deal? I mean, what do we have on the sheet of paper that shows us what we're going to fundamentally get? The issue of poaching and all these other things should be added into that deal. We've had it articulated here at the table just a moment ago, in part from Mike Polensek, in addition to Mr. Casey following it up. And then the next question is, what do Brook Park gets, what does City of Cleveland gets, and how does this really fundamentally operate and work? And then we're talking about if and maybe we might get a company. Do we have a company or we don't have a company? And then the next question is, who's operating the IX Center right now? What is the name of the company that's running this institution now, and why are they been made over to run this operation? There's a lot of unknown questions that I have here right now, and I'm uncomfortable, Mr. Chairman, passing this off at the last minute. And I'm going to be straight and simple forward. We messed up one time, and he's laid out a great argument. We've lost a lot already in the city of Cleveland. I'm uncomfortable with passing this and not really fundamentally having a real better understanding of this. And again, as I stated earlier, when we did the IX Center before, we had executive people over here on that side of the hall explaining to us the importance of passing the legislation. It was full court press, and we don't have that here, but we want to pass off on this. I don't know what we're actually getting out of the deal.
Sure. So I'll answer that a couple different ways. One, I think that there are knowns and then there are unknowns. The knowns are structured on this page behind you, that the raw mechanics of the deal would be that the elimination of the pink area, which is where we split taxes generated in Cleveland, half of them go to Brook Park, we would get all those money back. So today we can quantify what that area is developing and we can know that number. And then also there is a proposed essentially settlement agreement with the city of Brook Park that gives $650,000 a year, which is not dissimilar to what they are already earning off of economic output in the city of Cleveland. What we don't know is what a potential end user could bring to the table. I can say as a former site selector, time is of the essence for these companies, and what I think happened with this project that Councilman Polensek alluded to is they came to the city of Cleveland 2 years ago trying to find a way to move into this building and bring, I believe it was a $60 million payroll, and because of the structure of this agreement, we would have not received a significant portion of the benefit of that. We basically, in the current structure, would have brought a new manufacturer into the city of Cleveland and created a cash cow for the city of Brook Park. And if we're upset right now that we are losing the Brown Stadium and other things and we're giving cash cows to the suburbs, this is currently a cash cow for a suburb. And I think it is reasonable to understand that the knowns are not that expensive and the unknowns are very appealing at a unique building that we will be able to move businesses into quickly. Because I think, again, what happened with what the deal Councilman Polensek was referring to, by the time we could start to get all of our ducks into a row, the economy had changed and they were in a position to be able to just walk away because they hadn't put down any money. But if they were maybe 18 months into a development project, you know, they're too far in to walk out. I do think that because I mean, if it were an EV facility, you know, an EV facility closed in Kentucky, you know, just the economy's changed. So I understand the anxiety, and I'll let you close, and then we move over to Councilman Conwell. But I just want to underscore to my colleagues that if we don't change the structure of this deal at some point dating back to the 90s, the IX Center is going to be just a functionally vacant building in the city of Cleveland that does, our building that we own, that generates no value for us. And when we initially, I was told anecdotally, but I was told that when the city of Cleveland first approached Brook Park about coming up with some revision of the deal, when that manufacturer was on board, Brook Park said, well, it sounds like if you can't make it work, then it sounds like it's not a good deal. And it's taken and just told us, sorry. If we've gotten Brook Park to come to the realization that it's mutually beneficial for both of us to revise this deal from the 90s that was made on assumptions that didn't come to pass, we're going to need to do this at some point. Otherwise, it's just going to be our albatross.
So, Mr. Chairman, I get what you're saying, and your argument is the same typical argument that we've had here at this table in years past, especially when we want to get something done real fast. And then there's that pressure, like, oh yeah, I've read this and it's good, it's a great deal. That's what we did with this bad deal that you have right here on the table right now. And so, and the same pressure of the reasons why we had to do it now has put us in the situation we have in part. The other part of this is we just didn't tear it down and build those runways. But what I'm asking for, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect to you as the chairman, as well as to the administration, the numbers here doesn't make sense to me. I'm pulling out these numbers here, and it should be made easy for me where I don't have to really be worried about it. I need to know what we're going to make out of this deal, what's really solid here, and show that. Your slides doesn't do that. It just gives me, you know, what NASA Glenn versus IX Center is today. But it doesn't tell me the projection of these deals that we're talking about right here, right now. So what does that mean to me, at least for me? You're saying potential future revenues, right? So I'm saying, what do we actually have if we do the deal right now? So where did that put us, and how do we look, financially speaking? And so when you talk about this particular facility here at Brook Park, well, who's coming? Can you give me something to bite on? Can I have something that makes me say, yeah?
So Through the chair to Councilman Jones, I think that Councilman Slife said that about as well as you can say. I think this is largely about knowns versus unknowns. There are a lot of knowns that we have here, and there are the projections that are behind you, and I think what we're modeling out and trying to do it is as simply as possible.
So what are we getting here right now? What do we have right now? Do we have $25 million worth of payroll in place right now?
No,
or we
no,
got
we
a
do not.
site?
But, so again,
do we
what-
have
what
someone
we-
that's going to
what we
sign
have-
off, Mr. Chairman?
What we have today,
Through the chair.
right, through the chair to Councilman Jones, what we have today, you see in pink, right, the Emerald Park JEDs. As it stands today, the city of Cleveland and the city of Brook Park split both 50-50, property and income taxes. Today, each municipality is receiving about $305,000 a year. So, if this deal were to move forward today, the city of Cleveland would collect all of that revenue, right?
It'd
That
take
is
all
roughly
600.
that is roughly half of what we would have to pay for Brook Park. So this is where you get a little bit into the unknown. So we do have a company. Again, it is I believe their name is IX something or other, right? They purchased the lease. It is a subsidiary of ICP and IRG. They are two large industrial tenanting companies. They build industrial buildings. They attract industrial tenants. They've made it very clear they don't want to operate a trade show facility, right? Like, this is what they do. And they want to re-tenant it and bring it in. And so this is, if there is a bet, I think I'm just being fully honest and transparent, maybe there is a world in which the IX Center sits vacant, they can't do their job, and then we'd be losing about $300,000 a year, $350,000 a year.
That's worst case scenario.
That's worst case scenario. Do I think that that is likely? No, because they are a highly successful industrial company, and they're paying $2 million a year in rent, which means they are highly incentivized to bring tenants into this facility. Therefore, and then it gets back to the point, and what we're hearing from national site selectors, much like Councilman Slife said, having a building like this that is ready to go is incredibly unique, right? This is a thing that we can really attract people to. So then it gets to the unknown of like, well, how much can we, what type of companies can we get here? How high a payroll can we get? We're talking to one right now with a $70 million payroll. There were conversations with one a couple of years ago that for a variety of reasons, as Councilman Slife outlined, didn't materialize. That was a $60 million payroll. So getting to things like $100 million in payroll is certainly not, and that doesn't include, again, their conversations with the airport. Once this deal is done, there are 47 acres of land that basically become active again, that are on airport grounds that we can look at developing, whether that is continued business park, if there's that type of interest, or working with the airport, what are the needs that maximize Hopkins, right? Like, all that becomes possible. All of those have payrolls. And as you can see, it doesn't take much for us to start getting into the black on this thing, upwards of $60 million.
So I am going to, it's 6:27, I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Conwell, and then we have Starr on the list as well. Councilman
Well,
Conwell.
Mr. Chairman, let me say this. It sounds like there's more here than meets the eye. And just by listening to Tom McNair, and I'm going to just listen to the rest of the questions from this point.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Conwell.
So through the chair, looking at this, through the chair, and you say the name of the company is what again?
Through the chair to Councilman Conwell, don't know.
Are you referring to
Okay.
IRG?
Yeah.
What?
IRG?
Yes.
The lease, it is IRG and ICP. They are two industrial companies. This is kind of a joint venture for the two of
And
them.
so they bring in what again?
Industrial tenants. That is largely what they do.
And while we are sitting here discussing it, are they out there talking with companies now so that if you pass this, you're not waiting for the implementation of the project, you're ready to move and go through the chair to the chief?
Through the chair to Councilman Conwell, there are active conversations right now with a large industrial tenant that is interested in roughly half the building. Those did not get generated by the ICP IRG company. They have in the past. Again, this is what they do. I think they are talking to tenants every single day. Even in that former scenario, they were looking at how do they tenant the rest of the building, right? Because both tenants were only looking at about half of the facility.
So they put together a plan through you, and they gave you a part of the plan? Because right here we're talking, but when you put together a project, you don't wait, you do overlapping projects. And you also, you have dependencies to tell you if this plan gonna go through or not. You know what I'm saying, through the chair to the chief. The dependency, if we know in, let's say, in July or August where there should be, because whatever they gave you would tell you, are they gonna move in the right direction? Are they moving in the right direction? You know, you're very intelligent, and you know how to read those scales through the chair to the director.
So through the chair to Councilman Conwell, I believe both of those companies have a long track record of success. Again, I am not basing this on a singular company that we may or may
I
not
didn't say
get.
that.
I think we're trying to do this because we think it's in the best interest long term.
Do you have, is it written out and they're giving to you and giving you progress reviews where they're at?
So through the chair to Councilman Conwell, no, this is, as you may also recall, the body approved legislation to allow us to extend the lease of the IX Center with this group.
And I'm talking about the
I
people that's
believe-
recruiting for the company.
Yes, so
for the
th-
labor
this is,
dollars.
this is that group. Ultimately, I think we have not executed that lease extension, frankly, because of this deal. And as Councilman Slife articulated, the more we looked at it, it's like we're not looking to extend the lease of this and keep this deal as currently instituted into perpetuity, because attracting those tenants would actually mean like losing revenue for the city of Cleveland in some cases.
Okay, let me get a point of clarity.
Yes.
The company that is talking to other companies about moving in here to this right here, to the IX Center.
The operator.
The operator.
Yes, sir.
They're recruiting right now, correct? And are they telling you where they're at on recruiting? That way that kill some of your assumptions. Is that correct through the chair to the chief?
So through the chair to Councilman Conwell, yes, we do speak to those companies on a consistent basis over the course of time. They have let us know companies they're talking to. We have been sitting and waiting for the lease extension is a part of this. And then simultaneously, there are companies that come through Team NEO and other economic development institutes. I think as more people learn about this facility,
Right.
we're seeing more interest in it.
Right, and it's in writing, and they give you progress reviews where they're at, because you gotta have something to measure progress if you asking us to do this. I mean, I'm there, but it's the outcome measures. It's things that tell you that they're moving in that direction. If you come and you say you wanna make a deal, and you don't, and I can't see any dependencies, then I don't know, are you moving in that direction? Now, I hear what the chief says, but I look at your analysis to tell me those things through the chair to the chief. And you get that, and you receive it, and you know we're moving in that direction.
Again, I will say you that we've had several conversations with the operator over the course of time. They have a long track record of success of tenanting properties.
And you look at that for the lessons learned.
Yes.
From that right there. And you bet, and you've been monitoring that, and they give it to you. Okay, now, with these, there's a lot of known unknowns that you guys were discussing earlier. And you did an assumption analysis on here. And how did you arrive to your assumption analysis through the chair to the chief? You just can't give me numbers and say you're going to get up to $60 million in payroll, and you pulled your analysis from where? Through the to the chair.
So through the chair to Councilman Conwell, we have spent a lot of time looking at this. I think what you see up there is kind of the most basic version of looking at what rough payrolls are, taking into account, again, offering basic incentives to companies and what that deduction would be, looking at the payment that we need to make to Brook Park over the 33 years on there. All of that is taken into account. We also have some really complicated spreadsheets that are looking at a tremendous amount of different scenarios. Again, this is not just about the 2.2 million square feet at the IX Center. and tenanting that location. It is looking at the 47 acres that are adjacent and what can you put on that?
Yeah, I
Because
was gonna
any
get to that.
building that goes on there is going to create property taxes. If we're working with the airport and the airport feels that they need those MROs and those types of facilities that are in the best interest of the airport, and that's what we need to do. Again, what are the payrolls of those types of companies? What do we think the likelihood is that we can get them? So we have looked at a variety of different scenarios, and so ultimately, like I said, I can't sit here and say with 100% certainty there's no risk, because
Right.
again, I think that there's probably some world
Did you do
in which it's
analysis
not.
on that? You did
Yes.
your assumption analysis,
Yes.
and the risk would be what? What you
Correct.
thinking?
I think it's minimal, right? And I think that is the conclusion that the finance department came to when we looked at this. Again, this building is very unique. I think it would almost take it staying vacant for us to lose money in this deal.
Yeah, the vacant would
right? And I find that very hard to believe.
So with your assumption, let's say you have an assumption analysis, and then around the building, you're going to get other businesses that's going to build around this building as service also. You're going to get more than the $60 million on here, because other businesses are going to service these this building here, which you could get at least another 25 million. That's my assumption.
Through the chair to the council person, I think that there are a lot of possibilities. Again, you can look all over the country. I do not think that you're going to find a building like this, of this size, that is directly connected to airport runways, that is immediately adjacent to the NASA Glenn Research Center. There are 10 NASA centers in the world. There is only one north of the Mason-Dixon line, and it is in our backyard. And we have ignored that industry for far too long.
No, I agree.
But I think that most of the companies that are looking at this are attracted because they see potential partnerships with somebody like NASA, because they have access to the airfield.
Well, you think we'll be able, I'll get to that in a long run. You build houses, you do your circular economy around there, and you'll get more than the $60 million. But here's the other piece you're not talking about. When businesses come, they reach out to you. They're in the city of Cleveland, and they ask for incentives. And you know they're going to ask for incentives. So you get the $60 million. Let's say that's gross.
Yes.
Your net might be, because I'm just seeing doing gross and net, might be 40 million, because they're going to ask for stuff.
So through the chair, those numbers up there, as I mentioned, we did factor in some basic incentives, the job creation income tax credit that
TJTC?
Yes, the 50% income tax credit for a period of 5 years, right? Like
Right.
we looked at a variety of those kind of low-level things that anyone might ask for, included the $650,000 annual payment, and those are still the numbers that we arrived at. And I think also to Councilman Slice's point, it's like there are knowns and there are unknowns, but we now know the equation. So if we are dealing directly with a company and we understand their payroll, number of jobs, we understand the equation of what we owe Brook Park, it allows us to kind of eyes wide open enter into an agreement that we still think is beneficial to the city of Cleveland, both short and long term, right?
So let me ask you this last question.
Yes, sir.
Out of your team, because this is a huge project here. Who's championing the project, and what project team you have together to manage and monitor and control what we're doing? Because you know our different phases. It's not you just, you know, you got the implementation for the project. You building a case, talking about what is right now, the key stakeholders. You're touching on your planning of this project. You're monitoring and controlling of the project. So who is championing the project right now on your team to make sure that everything else lines up if we go in your direction? So when you give us a progress review where we're at, even if some things fail, you have contingency plans, but you got to have a good champion do the chair on this project to make sure, because sometimes things fall apart.
If you could answer that, and then we'll probably have to move on to
But then
Councilman
we'll move
Starr.
on. That
Yeah.
was the last
Through the
one.
chair to Councilman
I heard what you were
Conwell,
saying.
look, this is a team game, right? And I think the law department has done a really great job of kind of making sure that the deal makes sense on a variety of levels. We've had several conversations with the airport and their staff, because again, I think what is undetermined here, there is the IX Center itself, there's the lands that come beside of it, right? And again, what is the future of that, and what direction do we go? We've also spent a lot lot of time, energy, and effort at the city looking at business development and how we go out and attract companies to come to the
Yeah,
city.
you need that.
And that is working with a variety of our economic development partner organizations that are out there trying to look throughout the country to help bring companies to
Right,
Northeast
right.
Ohio. So again, I think that there are a lot of champions here. And ultimately, again, we are looking to mitigate risk and to do something. Again, I'm not bringing you something if I don't think that we can win and financially benefit from it.
Well, you know what, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to yield. The city is going to have a team, not just as the law director. He's going to have to sign someone. Tom is going to have to sign someone, and you got to have somebody to champion it and stay on top of this, right here, right now, and to work with those companies. If we pass this and you just put it on a shelf and you don't project manage it, all things fall apart. And you don't know when. And that's what happened when Councilmember Mike Polisic was narrating, because they did not. They passed this legislation, and you have to manage legislation, and they did not have a champion it for it and have at least 3 to 5 individuals or experts to work on this right now. And you need someone to give an expert opinion. And that's just where I'm at.
Through the chair, if I may, to the councilman, you're absolutely right. And of course, that team is in economic development and led by Jennifer Scheel, who's really done a great job.
She's good.
But your question, I think, is important, which is who's going to come? And the answer today is no one is going to come.
Yes.
Because until we unlock this, our prospects are zero. So we have to open this up to whoever those future people may be. Because today, and Councilman Jones asked this as well, who's coming? Today, the answer is no one.
Yes.
So you don't really have a team that's coming. You just trying to, through the chair, get it out there, present it, have someone to talk with other key, not key stakeholders, but other developers. Is that correct, through the chair?
Through Chair Councilman Conwell, no, we do have a team. We have a team that is working on this all day, every day, and Jennifer Scheel, as mentioned, has a long history and expertise in the aerospace industry, right? That is a world of which she came from, so she knows, she speaks this like it's a second language, but her first language, all systems go. I think what Chief Griffin is pointing out quite simply is that as this deal is structured today, and as that building is structured today, we can't attract anyone to it. This is why we're collecting so few revenues on it.
I
on
see
a
barriers
facility.
and I see
Yes,
constraints.
Correct. And we are trying to remove all of those and unlock the potential, not just of the building, but the surrounding lands.
I got to get to my daughter real quick.
All right.
I'm going to still be here, but I want to take her call.
Before I turn it over to Councilman Casey, I did not realize there are a few amendments that are proposed by the administration. Do I need to read these in or have them read in to clerk?
Yes.
Yeah, so, but I can't make them. Am I able to read these, or does someone else have to make them? All right, so there's no legal objection to this legislation. Yes, Councilman Starr. Yeah, I got you after, you're right, it's you and then Casey, I apologize. Let me read these in real quick. There's no legal objection to this legislation if amended as follows. 1, in the title, line 7, after the word zone, insert, and to execute all necessary documents related thereto, authorizing the Commissioner of Purchases and Supplies to convey the real property under the First Amendment. Number 2, insert a new Section 3 to read as follows. Section 3, that notwithstanding any other ordinance or codified ordinance to the contrary, and by and at the direction of the Board of Control, the Commissioner of Purchases and Supplies is authorized to convey by official deeds executed by the mayor the real property described in the First Amendment, which is no longer needed for the city's public use, and that the mayor, directors of port control and law, and other appropriate city officials as appropriate are authorized to execute any other documents and certificates and to take any other actions which may be necessary or appropriate to effectuate the First Amendment, and then finally renumbering sections 3 and 4 to 4 and 5. I apologize for not reading that in sooner. The bulk of that was dealing with the disposal of the land currently in the city of Brook Park, I presume. I will turn it over to Councilman Starr.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, my biggest question on this ordinance is, for the context of it, are we trying to land swap this land, these parcels, to give it ownership to Brook Park, correct?
Do you want to answer or do you want me to answer? The land swap, so the area in pink and the area in blue are essentially a tax sharing entity right now. They are both located in the city of Cleveland, but we're obligated to share taxes with Brook Park. The area in green is land in the city of Brook Park owned by Cleveland that we would essentially deed over to the city of Brook Park. So what is in Cleveland would be controlled by Cleveland. What's in Brook Park would be controlled by Brook Park. And then NASA is in purple for reference. It's not a part of this deal, but it just speaks to the original land swap that occurred in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Okay, so we're talking about that green part, correct?
Yes, yes. And
mainly
pink, blue, and green are on the table right now.
Okay, so we basically giving up our land for a swap, correct?
Director.
So through the chair to Councilman Starr, we are relinquishing the land in green, giving that back to them, in exchange for eliminating tax sharing in pink and blue, which are
Yep.
land we already own.
And what is that limiting tax? What you mean by that? To the chair.
So as it stands today, that area in pink, the city of Brook Park receives 50% of the income taxes and 50% of the property taxes. That will go away. All revenues will now come to the city of Cleveland. The area in blue, the IX Center and surrounding lands, the city of Brook Park receives the first 1.5% of income taxes on there, so we only receive 1%. The city of Brook Park receives the same millage of property taxes that it received in 2001, which is roughly 40% of the property taxes that come on there. The city of Brook Park receives all parking revenues derived from that site. The city of Brook Park also receives the first 3% of admissions taxes on that site. All of that will go away, and we will collect all revenues on that land in blue moving forward.
So, didn't we went to the court about this before?
Yes.
And did we win?
Through the chair.
Through the chair?
Absolutely.
So we won, and now we want to settle and give it back? Like, what's the point of going to court if we're going to give it back? Or
Through the chair. They sued us.
Okay.
And there was a finding initially that we had violated the lease, the terms of the settlement agreement. And so there was technically a finding against the city. We went back to trial court where the court said, contrary to what Brook Park wants, I'm not going to force the city of Cleveland to purchase the remaining acreage. So we won in terms of a remedy at the trial court. They are now at the Court of Appeals where they are challenging that, and they want us to continue to pay their legal fees to a certain extent. So the answer is they sued us.
Okay.
And let me add some context to that, if I could, for you, Councilman Starr. The area in green was formerly residential, and the city of Cleveland bought it because that's where the runway would come through. As you go further to the east, the area that's not green, the runway was never going to go through those areas, but it would have been too close to the runway for people to live. So the original confines of the deal was basically all of that land at the bottom of the page would be colored green. We just stopped with what you currently see as green. So Brook Park was wanting the city of Cleveland to honor, correct me if I'm wrong,
Correct.
the original deal and basically to buy out the remainder of that neighborhood as it was suggested we would in the early 2000s, despite the fact that that runway is never coming around. So
All
what
right.
the court found is that we were not obligated to expand the size of that green area.
all right, from that standpoint, did Brook Park receive anything beyond what they could have received through this litigation? Did they receive anything in addition other than what they were trying to receive from us through the chair?
Through the chair. They got a finding that we had violated the rules, that we had violated the settlement agreement, but they did not get an agreement that we had to continue to purchase the rest of the property.
All right, and then how much revenue has been generated through that IX part as well as the, what's that, Emerald Park?
Yep.
Properties? How much revenue annually have we generated from those two parks?
So through the chair to Councilman Starr, the area in pink, right, Emerald Park, of course, fluctuates on an annual basis, but last year that we had records for, each municipality received about $305,000 a year. If you look at the IX Center, the area in blue, now again, 47 acres undeveloped there, but you can go back and you can see In 2024, right, we got $228,000 to the city of Cleveland.
Okay.
How much is Brook Park?
I think it's
It was about
it's on the other side.
$475,000 total in 2024, of which we got $228,000. So about $220,000 went to Brook Park within that. If you go back to the peak of the IX Center, and again, I think this just shows what an underperforming asset was, only generated about $1 million total, right? You had about 520 went to Cleveland and about 480 went to Brook Park. Because again, it's like that was built largely on admissions taxes as opposed to anything else.
All right, and then from that standpoint, okay, does this impact future development around the opportunities around the IX Center? This, based on this, does this impact what is trying to be done around that inland that area where we own property at?
So through the chair to Councilman Starr, I would say yes, it impacts it substantially. The 47 acres that is in the city of Cleveland immediately adjacent to the IX Center has gone undeveloped for 30 plus years. That is largely due, in fact, to this odd tax sharing arrangement that has kind of kept it from moving forward. The same thing happened in that area in Pink, where there's roughly 40 acres of undeveloped land, but because of these strange tax sharing agreements, it didn't make a lot of sense for anyone to develop it. So yes, I think that if this deal ends, right, and the new deal that we've put in place, it substantially increases the ability to develop the properties adjacent to both Emerald Park and the IX Center.
Okay. And then from the standpoint of from the information that you're saying, I definitely like to request some information before you get my support. Do we have the full settlement and amendment from this ordinance? Do we have all that information through the chair?
Through the chair, the councilman, yes.
Do we have a 10-year financial projection through the chair?
So through the chair to Councilman Starr, we have analyzed this a variety of ways. Again, there are some knowns and there are some unknowns. And until we know the final variable of like who moves into the IX Center and who develops it, we can't give you an exact answer. All we can give is approximations, which we've tried to do.
And do we have any outside source or a third party who can give us something that does not have any relations with the city of Cleveland within any one of our departments can give us an analysis from a legal analysis from the law department? Do we have anything from that, from either the law department or even a third party through the chair?
Through the chair to the councilman, are you asking for an economic analysis or are you asking for a legal analysis of
Both,
our
through the
rights?
chair.
So certainly from our perspective, we think we've gotten an outside legal opinion from the Court of Common Pleas, which said that we are not obligated to buy the rest of it. With respect to an economic analysis, I think one of the things that we've projected out is the $650,000 a year over 33 years. In terms of how that balances with respect to the revenue, we don't know yet because we don't know what company will come in to become a tenant of the IX Center. But we know that today we don't have anything.
So,
and through Councilman, through Chair to Councilman Starr, this is where again I want to continue to reiterate, we are already paying the city of Brook Park. We are going to continue paying the city of Brook Park into perpetuity. We paid the city of Brook Park about $550,000 last year. Before the trade show started to decline, we were paying the city of Brook Park over $850,000. So there's no decision today that keeps the city of Brook Park from getting paid, right? What we are trying to do is keeping the city of Brook Park from getting paid forever, because that is what we are ending. We are ending the perpetuity nature of this, right? As it stands today, this will be a $650,000 flat payment. That is slightly more than they got last year. That is less than they got a few years ago. And that value, frankly, will decline over time, wherein we have all of the opportunity for companies to move in on all these lands where we claim the full financial benefit.
have we ever thought about, from that standpoint, have we ever thought about annexing this land with Brook Park to get out of this, obviously, a payment and create an opportunity where it's something that we can share? Meaning, you said we paying Brook Park, right? And it's a city-owned land, right? But it's in another city.
Yes.
Have we ever could figure out working out a deal where we shouldn't have to pay them on land that we own?
So through the chair to Councilman Starr, that is exactly what we are trying to do.
But no, we're
Because
trying to-
per the 2001 legal settlement, the only way the only way that we can take that area in blue, the IX Center, we can either do something like we're doing today and come to an agreement that we feel both sides feel comfortable with moving forward, or it's odd it was written in there, but it is very clear. Because we intended to tear that building down for a runway, the only other out is if and when the city of Cleveland demolishes the IX Center. And in doing so, everything would revert to the city of Cleveland. That is why the airport looked at figuring out how much it would cost to demolish a 2.2 million square foot building with 16-foot thick concrete floors and that size, and the cost was near $35 million. That would also necessitate us to buy out the lease of an operator that has somewhere between 12 and 13 years remaining on that lease, which would be extraordinarily expensive. Then we would have to build something on that land to be able to capture value back into it. So you're probably looking at the city having to expend $50 to $75 million to get this. Or we can pay Brook Park that roughly 20-some million dollars spread out over 30 years, right, on a fixed payment, which again, if you think about that value, $650,000 10 years from now is going to be worth less than $650,000 today. And I'll keep reusing the example of the NASA Glenn Research Center, which we gave up. That payroll was $1.9 million coming in 2001. It is $3.5 million today, because over the course of time, likely inflation, all these other things, payrolls will continue to increase, right? So we are desperately trying to get out of the proportionality of the tax revenues that they get and perpetuity, because I just can't say this enough. Like, unless we come to some sort of agreement like this, Brook Park will continue receiving revenues on these properties forever.
So I hear what you're saying. So when did you, through the chair, when did the administration drafted this legislation and sent it over to council? Through the chair.
So through the chair to Councilman Starr, again, I think this has come together very quickly. This was probably a few months ago that the conversation really heated up between the principals when Mayor Bibb and Mayor Orcutt began the conversation. We have been involved in there. I think Councilman Slife could attest almost immediately upon that happening. Reached out to Councilman Slife. It is in his ward, wanted to let him know that the conversations were going on. Briefed the council president to let him know that the conversations were going on. And as that got closer, everyone that is on Finance Committee, and I know we spoke briefly on this on a Friday night and weren't able to reconnect, but like I have had deep conversations with everyone on Finance Committee to try to walk through all of this. So, you know, we have done our best to educate people along the way to when we get here, because as Councilman Slife has brought up, you know, when these deals come together, companies are looking for how can I move in. You know, and having to go through massive pieces of legislation to kind of get to where you need to be to have a building be available makes it very challenging to get the types of tenants we are trying to attract.
And I'll wrap up, Chair, on this. It's kind of hard for me because I'm starting to lose trust just in 601 Lakeside, and it's not nobody in particular. It's the fact that this was introduced on May 18th for us to make a very important decision. Meanwhile, the fourth quarter of last year, an agreement for the Browns to leave was a deal that was struck, and it was rushed through. And now I look up, and I voted in favor of that because we talked about $100 million, and I looked at the numbers, and I said, these numbers do not make sense, but I didn't want to have taxpayers be on the hook to tear down a stadium, even though that $100 million is not really going to be nothing for us. Now we're coming back, May 18th, introducing something, not having us properly vetted, similar to how we didn't properly vet that agreement, because nothing in the charter states that the administration has to do any negotiating. Everything in the charter says it takes legislative authority. So we accepted a deal that is going to have a negative impact long before all of us leave here. And therefore, now you're coming back and say, well, this is something we've been paying out since 2001. And since we have the Brook Park Browns going out there, right, we want to be able to say, well, these 40 acres need to go to Brook Park all of a sudden now. That right there is not something that I can make a vote on today because I don't have all of the things that we need to discuss, from the full settlement amendment, the 10-year financial projection, the legal analysis, and I'm tired of having legal analysis from just our law department, because sometimes, in all due respect, I believe the law department do not work in favor for just being bipartisan. They work in favor for just one party or one side of branch of government, and sometimes that really ticks me off because we don't get everything. We got this one piece of legislation. It seems as if it was rushed, and now it's here for us, like, take it or leave it, or we gonna continue to pay this. I could look at this budget and see how much things we continue to pay that has been doing wrong forever. It just seems to me is we let the team leave. That's what they wanted to do. We took a terrible deal that I voted on, that I know I shouldn't have voted on, but I was trying to do right because the fight was quote unquote over. And now you're telling me, let's give them these other 47 acres of land for them to build everything they want. Man, that just seemed like we're just getting the short end of the stick. At the end of the day, if it's our land, we should be figuring out how to ways to develop our land to be able to create revenue in an area that's not much needed. So it's hard for me, and I'll just say to the chair, I am a definitely no to this, on this ordinance right now, unless we can get more information to figure out in a later, instead of us rushing through this. And I yield, Chair.
So through the chair to Councilman Starr, the one thing I want to make clear again, the areas in blue and pink are in the city of Cleveland. We are trying to get Brook Park out of the city of Cleveland so that we can collect all revenues on there. The area in green is land that the city of Cleveland owns that is in the city of Brook Park, which means we have no financial right whatsoever to anything that happens on there. If for some reason, and again, right now I think the FAA would have a lot to say on anything that were built there, but if for some reason the city of Cleveland wanted to have somebody come build something on there, all of the financial benefit would go to the city of Brook Park. We would receive nothing from that.
So,
And from that standpoint, I think that's much rather a fight we should be fighting as opposed to us just giving up the land. If this is something you just said, I'm just taking it plumb simple. If this is land that is owned by the city of Cleveland, but it so happens to be in another city, you telling me, based on whatever proceeding or legal battles we had a couple years ago, that we cannot fight to say, well, that is our land. We can't do nothing because of whatever agreement we had in 2001. That's where I have a hard time understanding. If it's our own land and we want to say this is our land, that's worth fighting. That is worth fighting for, to make sure we have the real investment in that area. And that's just something that is hard for me to say. We just gonna let Brook Park, if they want to, somebody want to develop on there, Brook Park get all the revenue. Well, how if it's our land?
So
we need to move over to Councilman Casey, but I will just say, let me couch it this way. The enthusiasm that the new runway was going to come in and Hopkins was going to become O'Hare, and this was going to, we signed a deal, we signed a bad deal. In hindsight, we can say that. At the time, it looked like a good deal, we signed a bad deal. And we have, in signing the bad deal, we let the operator of the IX Center, which is a building we own, basically have de facto rights over everything that happens in there, despite the fact that it's our building. And we said that Brook Park could have all of this money here and all of the money in pink, because we were so confident that within the next decade, all of it was going to go away because we were going to tear it down and build a runway, that we hedged our bet and said, we're going to sign a bad deal for us, and it'll be a bad 5 years, and then we'll have a brand new runway, and we'll be the biggest airport in the country, and that didn't come to pass. And since it didn't come to pass, now we need to figure out how to make it a good deal, because it's not a good deal, it's not working for us. I will pass it over to Councilman Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm glad you said that, because we don't know if this is going to be a good deal or a bad deal. I hear the enthusiasm on the other side of the table, but we heard the enthusiasm in 1999 at the other side of the table, right? We all did. So all I know is that we're just 2 years away from getting out of a 30-year deal on the lake, and now we want to turn around and sign another 30-year deal. And even, we know that the city of Brook Park are not good partners for the city of Cleveland, i.e. the fact that they won't even sign the cooperation agreement with the water department, one of the very few suburbs that that the Cleveland Water Department services that won't sign it. So, Mr. Chairman, to the director, whichever director wants to answer, was NASA ever part of the negotiations?
So through the chair to Councilman Casey, it came up. Again, in any negotiation, both parties have to agree to something. You know, my wife told me a long time ago, and it's something I always remember. Tom, compromise doesn't mean getting everything you want.
That's in
so,
a marriage,
of course,
dude. Come on.
But when there is another party that has legal rights,
All I did was ask a question. Was NASA part of the
NASA
conversation?
was brought up
Okay.
of let's just revert back. Let's just move forward. We'll take NASA, and that was not. Now,
Right.
we can't give up the IX Center because it's on airport ground. That's very valuable to us, right? But yes, NASA was brought up, and that was a very quick conversation.
Does NASA currently sit in the city of Cleveland, or is it in the city? I know it's all the way over at the corner, but is it in the city of Brook Park?
Through the chair, that was land that was originally in the city of Cleveland, and in
Right.
2001 we transferred it to the city of Brook Park.
So it was originally
Correct.
in the city of Cleveland.
Correct.
And we got rid of it. Mr. Chairman, to the directors, where are they at legislatively in Brook Park?
Through the chair to the councilman, they are also simultaneously introducing and considering their legislation. And let me respond to a couple of comments that you made about a 30-year lease, a 30-year agreement. Remember, that 30 years is replacing what is in perpetuity. So we're trading an infinite obligation for a cut-off 30-year obligation. And I would also say this, which is we've been litigating this case for 8 years, 9 years. We're really good at delaying things. We can keep this going for quite a while, and we've been winning. But the question today is can we move at the speed of business? And so the timing of this is driven not by the litigation, because, I mean, we can keep litigation going on for at least another 2 to 3 years. The timing is being driven by business interests, and our challenge today is can we move at the speed of business? And that's why we're here.
Mr. Chairman, to the director, I can appreciate that, but we also heard the same request when you wanted to extend the IX Center and wouldn't tell us who was going to go into it. And again, I'm just going with, you know, the history that I have to deal with sitting on this side of the table, right? And we're just talking projections here. So there's a possibility that we could do this deal and nobody ever moves into the IX Center. That's a possibility as well. And I believe if the director has a potential, you know, new tenant for the place, and I understand sometimes the hesitancy, but we should know who it could potentially be, right? I mean, myself and Councilman Slife had to fight for a year with our residents because people were overly convinced that a data center was going into the IX Center. You couldn't imagine the arguments that I had to have with people, just assuring them that that wasn't going to be a data center. Never said what I knew, but again, here we are, you know, with who's going to have to deal with the rumors, you know, is the two guys on this side of the table until a potential person shows up. And again, and I understand the 30-year, you know, this is a perpetuity and it goes on forever, but 30 years, when I first got on council, we got beat up because we signed AMP contracts for 30 years, right? I still hear from them, still hear about that.
50.
People tell 50 years, right? 50 years. Yep. At this point, none of us are going to be, except for Polensik, none of us are going to be here in 30 or 50 years. So, you know, but again, you know, the people who are going to be sitting in these seats in 30 years from now, are they going to say it's a good deal or a bad deal? We don't know, right? But what I don't want to do is I don't want to put ourselves in that situation. So
through the chair, Councilman Casey, I understand that. I truly do, and I think part of what we're trying to do here is manage risk, and we have talked openly, I think, about what is the ultimate risk in this, and you know, again, if this were to move forward, you're abolishing the Emerald Park JEDs. That means all of those revenues are coming to the city of Cleveland, which means the biggest risk, of course, if the IX Center just continued to sit vacant, we'd lose about $350,000 a year.
So, Mr. Chairman, to the director.
That's the risk.
The land that we're giving back to Brook Park, what was it zoned before we took it, do you know?
Through the chair to Councilman Casey, I cannot remember their exact zoning, but it is residential in nature. There were single-family homes on there. They have asked that it be returned to the zoning for which they had on it.
So is that part of the agreement that those 34 acres get returned to residential zoning?
They wanted it changed back to the original zoning.
Yes, but then they'll also have the right to zone it however they want to zone it.
So, let me ask you a question. In the current agreement, does it state that our area had to be a runway? That area had to be a runway?
It could only be used for airport purposes.
Airport purposes.
Correct.
Which doesn't necessarily mean a runway, right?
Through the chair, not necessarily.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, to Director Francis, do we ever see the possibility of needing those 34 acres for a runway, I mean, for expansion of the airport in some way, shape, or form? I know that we're short on parking now, right, at the airport. Is there any way that we would ever need those 34 acres potentially for airport expansion, no matter what it is? Not a runway, but potential expansion. Could you weigh in?
Through the chair to the council person. So obviously I can't speak for forever, but what I would say is that for the current time and what we're looking at in terms of an opportunity that we would have to develop on the 47 acres that we don't really have the opportunity to today, that is a great situation for us to be in. At this time, we don't have a use identified for that 34 acres or 32 acres. It is going to have to go through the FAA process to agree to have it released. That's because we actually show it in our Exhibit A in our airport master plan. But we have never identified a specific use for that land in the years since it was purchased.
All right, Mr. Chairman, to the director, has the FAA been informed yet about the potential of that swap going back?
Through the chair, yes. And so we have initiated the appraisal for the fair market value, and that's expected to be completed in just the next few weeks by the first half of July.
All right. And then, Mr. Chairman, to the director, where are we getting the $2 million that you're asking the council to give to Brook Park?
Through the chair to the councilman, my understanding is that finance has identified those, and I think right now
They've been identifying dollars all day.
my understanding is a significant part of that will come out of the law department's settlement budget. Out of the law department's settlement budget.
All right. My last question, because I know we got council to get into, Mr. Chairman, to any of the directors, were the Haslam sports groups involved in this conversation at all? Anybody? Can't even say the Haslam sports group. Anybody involved with the name Haslam or the Cleveland Browns involved with this conversation at all?
So through the chair to Councilman Casey, no.
All right. Anybody from the Greater Cleveland Partnership?
Through the chair to Councilman Casey, no.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Councilman Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to keep it quick. I appreciate the discussion and a lot of the background historical context. A lot of it happened before I was even born, so it's much appreciated. But I wanted to just, I'm a little confused about kind of the end user portion of what this is. So can you at least verify or confirm that it is not going to be a data center to the director through the chair?
So through the chair to Councilman Shaw, it's funny, this has come up on several occasions. I know this was mentioned here, and we probably said 1,000 times the IX Center will not be a data center. As mentioned, this body did give the authority for us to extend the lease with the operator, and I have no problem. This is a conversation when we get to that stage, stipulating that they cannot have a data center without express written consent. We are not doing this deal. We have spent a considerable amount of time here talking about how important income taxes are to the city of Cleveland and making this on the right side for us. And so I don't think that we have any interest in a building that we own doing something that has very low jobs and income taxes.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to understand the portion about, so if this is approved, this passes, we offer to extend the lease by 49 years, is that correct? We authorized that earlier? Go ahead.
So through the chair to Councilman Shaw, the legislation that you passed last year gave the administration the ability to extend it for a period of 49 years, which I believe is a maximum allowable amount by the airport.
FAA.
FAA.
And that hasn't been exercised yet, though?
Through the chair to Councilman Shaw, that is correct.
So right now, when does the lease run out?
Through the chair to the councilperson, it's 2039.
Okay, 2039. And yeah, can you explain to me, or why should we be okay with the end user not being public? Because for me, the way I approach it is that this is public land, this is a public building, this is paid for and maintained by public tax money. Doesn't the public have a right to know what kind of uses are being considered for it?
So through the chair to Councilman Shaw, again, revert back to when this building was acquired in 1999, we did a sale lease back to the operator. That lease gives the operator, within confines of zoning and those other things, to tenant it how they see fit. And so, you know, I think as we enter a lease extension, I think that there is a realm in which we can look at, again, whether it's a data center or certain things, but by and large, as long as it meets within zoning, right? And that is the exchange. Unless we want to buy out that operator, that's a different conversation. But
I hear you, but
yeah.
that's only until 2039. And of course, any large-scale tenant is not going to move in with that type of runway on their lease, pardon the pun.
Correct.
But so we do have a lot of control and flexibility here in understanding and providing information to the public on what the potential users could be, because it's not just a zoning issue. If we also own the land, it's not private land, this is public land. So can you walk me through, like, I'm trying to understand, because I think I'm in the same boat as some of my other colleagues.
Yeah.
I have some concerns about the underlying deal, but they're more, for me at least personally, more overcast by not understanding what the potential end uses could be. And I see this as an opportunity for us to be able to control that, but without further information or, you know, a justification for why we should be okay with that not being identified, it's hard for me to support this.
So through the chair to Councilman Shaw, and actually, if I might defer a little bit to Councilman Slife over here, who's previously worked with a site selector, my experience thus far with site selectors, oftentimes they're not telling anyone who the tenant is. They talk, again, this is the industry type, this is the amount of jobs they have, this is the payroll. That's what gets that conversation started. Eventually, if they want incentives, then that becomes a public conversation, right? And so, again, at this point, conversations we've had, we know general industry types, we know their interests, but I don't know if there's anything you want to add on.
Yeah, I'm not certainly. I hear you, and it's a very. I want that as well. That's just calling balls and strikes. That's not how that industry of site selection operates. They sign NDAs. They come with. We have end user looking for a 2.2 million square foot facility connected to power and water and a runway, and we'd have like this much payroll, which we can then do our algebra to figure out income tax. So that's just the foundation of that. That industry. When you layer on top of it the structure of the deal with the operator in our building, I mean, I've heard that even to go and see a copy of our agreement with our operator in our building, we have to physically go to the IX Center and they present the paper copy and we can look at it and then they take it back. Like, that is part of the deal, and we signed that in the 90s. So confident that there was going to be a runway. So in addition to it just being common practice, whether we like it or not, for there to be NDAs and kind of vague information, we are also contending with the fact that the operator has effectively exclusive rights to operate as they see fit within our building. When you add on to that, that also another
Until
municipality
2039.
through the end of the lease, yes. And then when you layer on top of it that another municipality derives the majority of the economic benefit, it's a reasonable question to ask like if we really even practically own the IX Center. It's just like we're on a deed, but we have no control over this thing's future.
I hear you, and once again, I think my concern is that if I'm understanding what this deal is, it is in order to provide these tax incentives, we're doing this. Because we want to be able to package up the tax incentives, and we don't have to have Brook Park be a part of that equation, then we can package up, say, hey, we're going to give you a 20-year tax incentive abatement, whatever you. We went through the whole slew of tools, and you know what I think about TIFs and abatements. We'll leave that to the side, but it's clear that's what we're gearing up for. So then we should be clear about that, and I think we should be transparent. That's not an accusation that you or the administration isn't being transparent. To me, it's more of I believe we as a council have a duty to our constituents to have more transparency in what we do with public land. And for that reason, at this point, I am a no, but with that, I yield, Chair. I know we have to switch over to the other side, so thank you.
And I, through the chair, Councilman Shaw, I only want to say I very much understand that position. And again, if anyone were to request incentives, that is a very public conversation, and it is different, right? Like, so ultimately, again, did we factor in what incentives would cost? Because I want to be transparent, like those exist in this world, but we are doing this not because of incentives. We are doing this because there is long-term financial benefit to the city of Cleveland. Right? And there is no guarantee that there will be incentives offered or anything of that nature.
I hear you, but also that's none of the end users are refusing to come here because of that reason. It's because they want more incentives. Right. That's why they want that, and that's okay. We can have that understanding, but I just want to point out, right? They don't care about the end benefit that Cleveland, the city, gets or Brook Park gets. For them, it's the plant or the building. So with that, I yield, Chair.
And I just want to be clear that if there are incentives, it will come before this body. Those will be publicly debated. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's 7:15. I don't know if we can just stay in this room as long as we want until we decide to tell everybody across the hallway that we're going to get started. But I think the weirdest part about this whole thing is that we're in this situation to begin with. Clearly, some bad decisions were made 30-some years ago, and we are left here having to clean up some of this mess. And this is not an easy mess to clean up, but here's the analogy I'm going to use. We are in a bad relationship with Brook Park. We are in a marriage that is not working, and we are stuck. And we have 3 kids. One of our kids is the IX Center, one of them is Emerald Park, and the other one is the Brook Park wrap. Those are the 3 kids. And we are stunting their growth, and we are holding them back from reaching their full potential because we cannot figure out who has custody. And we are splitting custody. And one of the kids wants to go date, and we won't let them date, and we won't let them grow. My analogy is breaking down, but we won't let them move on with their lives because we are stuck in a custody battle with Brook Park. And what the administration has brought to us today is the opportunity to get divorced, to say we're done with you, Brook Park. This isn't working. And unfortunately, unlike the real world where you can have one-party no-fault divorce, it does not work that way for contracts that have been signed by municipalities. We cannot simply walk away and dissolve it on our end. So we have to come to an agreement with Brook Park to end this bad relationship. And yeah, it's ugly, it's not pretty, and it's not exactly what any of us would favor, but we probably should have, thought about this 30 years ago when they got married in the first place. It's a little too late for that. So I think what we have is an opportunity to make a clean break. In getting divorced from Brook Park, we keep the IX Center and Emerald Park, and they get the Brook Park wrap. And with full custody, we can actually try to start planning for the future of these locations. It's beyond bizarre to me that we split tax revenue for businesses in the city of Cleveland. It's also beyond bizarre to me that we own land outside of the city of Cleveland, but this isn't the first time and it won't be the last time this comes up. So this seems like a pretty good way to cut ties. You could say right now that Brook Park is being, distracted by a new relationship, right? They're stealing our sexy, sexy Browns, which just keep turning into a bigger and bigger dumpster fire. So good luck with that, Brook Park. But maybe that's got their attention and they're finally willing to walk away from this, and we should take that opportunity. Because I think if we don't take this opportunity, then they might decide that they'll just keep their 50% tax revenue forever, and we'll never get to realize the full potential of what's in our city. Lastly, when it comes to site selection, nobody ever reveals all the details of their deal until it's ready to, till the ink is dry. I'm working on a project right now to hopefully bring a company into the city of Cleveland, nowhere near the airport on the east side, but we're not going to announce it until everything's done. That's the way it works. You don't show, your cards while you're still playing the game. So I would encourage people, as hard as this might be, to look at the long-term future, the potential we have if we have full site control, and let's get divorced and finalize this deal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this. Here's why. It's the end of costly litigation. We'll finally do something at the IX Center. It's an embarrassment we haven't done anything at the IX Center as a city. We're trading in an infinity years obligation for a 33 years obligation. That makes sense to me. It's not going to be a data center, as we've heard. And I'm really struck by these numbers. We've been committed to between $500,000 and $800,000 we've been transferring to Brook Park every year. That money will increase year after year because of inflationary costs. One assumes that pushes things up. We're locking in for $650 a year. Inflation will make that money cheaper in terms of value going forward. I mean, the money just makes sense to me. Fewer years than infinity, less money over time. Seems like a good deal.
All right. Thank you. I had Councilman Jones that wanted back on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had a chance to kind of look at this again and go back and make some calls too to try to better understand this. And let me just say, because this is really important. If the administration is going to do these kinds of deals, you should at least be able to go to each and every one of the council members and talk about it and hash it out, not have it here at the last minute, at the table, because you got to first kind of get yourself wrapped around what you're actually asking for and what we're actually gaining. And sometimes you really can't do that sitting here at this table. You need the time to kind of hash it out. So a lot of questions that were asked here at the table, this work should have already been done. We shouldn't be sitting here at the table going over a big piece like this that, and I agree with Chris Harsh's comments, a bad marriage. And not have this information ahead of time. So what I'm seeing, which is a flaw on the administration side, is you have a small, narrow window of people you're talking to. Well, the mayor represents the people in my neighborhood. His administration should be talking to me as well, as an elected official representing the citizens of my neighborhood, in addition to making decisions for the entire city of Cleveland. And so when that doesn't happen, and you force me to make a decision here at the end of the hour, the 9th hour, the 11th hour, however you want to look at this, and if it took us to 12 or 1 o'clock at night to hash it out, then so what? That's why I'm here. That's why I'm elected. So I'm not in a rush to get on that side of the hall because I don't want to make a bad deal. We've made a bad deal. And so I just want to make sure that, as I'm speaking, you understand exactly where I'm coming from. We're all citizens of the city of Cleveland. The administration needs to talk to us as well, not have a vacuum of a group of folks that you talk to, and then we don't get that information. Because we'll sit here at this end of the table and talk about this and hash it over for way too long than what it needs to be. So let me just ask so I can make sure I have some clarity on some of the stuff that you've already talked about. So right now, currently, we've been in this dispute of litigation. How much is the litigation? How much is the 9 years of litigation cost us?
Through the chair to the councilman, we've been litigating it in-house. Actually, J.R. Russell who's here today, has been our lead lawyer. And so we've had significant expert costs but we have not paid for any outside counsel. So I believe, I think we'd estimate our cost about, how much? $35,000 in costs.
So it's just 35,000 and you add I'm sorry.
To their $2 million. So they hired outside counsel, private counsel, to litigate their case, and they've had over $2 million of legal fees. We've done it for $35,000, and we have won.
I see. So basically they want us to pay for their legal fees. That's the $2 million?
I'm sorry, say that again.
So we're giving them $2 million, correct?
Correct.
So that's to pay for their legal fees, for the litigation.
And to settle the case and avoid any obligation to purchase any further, it's call it an alimony payment.
I see. And then so it abolishes the Emerald Park.
It abolishes the Emerald Park. It abolishes the tax sharing for the IX Center. It frees us from any obligation to purchase any further lands, and then limits the amounts that we have to pay going forward.
So on the Emerald Park, just to make sure I'm on the same page, it comes to a total of $610,000 that's split between us and Brook Park?
For last year, yes, we split 610, so 305
And so
for each.
with this deal, we'll get the full $610,000.
Correct.
See, we got to do the math. So then it also unlocks 40 acres of developable land. Where is that at? Where is that at on the map?
Through the chair, it's in the pink area.
So that is the Emerald Park. So that, in other words, not only will we get the taxes for that, but we can do some development there.
That is correct.
Okay. So then do we have any ideas of what that potentially could be, or we're still salivating on what the possibilities are?
Through the chair to Councilman Jones, no, there is nothing pending on that land.
So, but we do know that we can obtain $610,000 a day with this deal
Through the chair to
on an
Councilman
annual
Jones,
basis.
That's correct.
Okay. So then we move down where we got the taxes here. So $250,000 2024 to Brook Park, and you're just giving numbers of what we've had to pay over the space and time, correct?
That's correct.
Now it says unlocks 47 acres of developable land. Where is that at?
Through the chair to Councilman Jones, it is immediately adjacent to the IX Center.
And where is that at?
It's in the blue.
In the blue.
That is the IX Center, isn't it?
Yes.
Or is land around the IX Center?
Correct.
Okay, so now we're talking about the property around the IX Center that could potentially be developed. Do we have any ideas of what we want to do there?
Through the chair to Councilman Jones, we have had several conversations. If the IX Center is very successful in attracting companies, it is possible that we could look at that as additional lands for a business park. We've also had conversations with the airport about what its needs are over the course of time, and does it make sense for other facilities that, again, could not just develop land on there, they could lease that land from the airport, which is a revenue stream for them, as well as create income taxes. There are a lot of possibilities.
Okay, so basically at the net end of this, if nothing is developed and we just go through the deal, we will be paying Brook Park on an annual basis $650,000.
Through the chair to Councilman Jones, that is correct.
And then we have the $610,000 that we would get from the Emerald Park location.
Through the chair to Councilman Jones, that is correct.
And then, so will we be a net, if we didn't make any money off of this, will we be at a loss of $40,000 a year?
Through the chair to Councilman Jones, in fairness, we were already receiving our own $305,000, right? So I would look at it as roughly $345,000.
I mean, that's looking at it in a different lens.
Yes.
But if worst case scenario goes, will be $40,000.
Through the chair, Councilman Jones, correct.
So this deal we could be potentially losing $40,000. But that's not the issue. The issue is that that's just $40,000. So now the next question I would ask, Mr. Chairman, to the director, looking at this, how much, because this is where it gets kind of like juicy now. I guess I'll say juicy, if that's okay. So you're saying to me that there's a potential for upwards of at least $25 to $40 million payroll, which on the low end, we're talking about 2.4 million that we would actually get in addition to the 610,000 payout.
So through the chair to Councilman Jones now, and fairness again, we have gone from annual payments to the numbers that you're seeing down there below are aggregate over 30 years, right?
So are we talking about potential future revenues over 30 years?
Yes.
Okay, so the 2.45 million would be over a space of 30 years. So it's not like that we would get this on an annual basis.
Through the chair to Councilman Jones, that is correct.
All right, so then what would be the net on these, and that's something else that should have been broken out here as well. What that would give me a better idea to make a good informed decision. Because when I look at these numbers, I'm at first blush at this, I'm thinking we're getting this on an annual basis. But then my colleague talked about the possibility of other incentives. So what is the breakdown of the 25, 40, 80, and maybe the 100 million on a annual basis in terms of revenues?
Through the chair to Councilman Jones, we have a lot of that information. They changed because, as you can see in there, we included, for purposes of the conversation, some basic incentives, such as the Job Creation Incentive Tax Credit, which would rebate the first 50% of income taxes for a period of 5 years, so taking those payroll. So the first 5 years, you'd make less than in years 6 through 33, right? And so all of those were kind of factored into it, and that is the aggregate. That also deducted the $650,000 annually that we would owe to the city of Brook Park over the course of time. Again, I think when we think about mitigating risk, a 2.2 million square foot building that is modeled in the way this one is, we think can attract healthy tenants.
So roughly we could make maybe 240,000, maybe 300,000 on this. Yeah, you got to tell me the math because I'm going to invent it here unless you can tell me based on these numbers. I'm basing them on your numbers.
Yes.
So the question is, what are we getting on an annual basis if we break that down? Are we really making any money?
So through the chair to Councilman Jones, I think what we are doing is trying to maximize the potential of the IX Center. I think that $100 million could be conservative, right? Again, NASA Glenn Research Center sitting over there produces $3.5 million of income taxes annually, right? And so it's a unique facility. I think we have the opportunity to not just attract tenants to it, but to develop the land around it. But I can't sit here, again, these are variables we don't know the answers to. So we're looking at projections, and I think what we've done is create a deal which really mitigates and lowers risk to the point that in the absolute worst of cases, right, there's a very small loss to the city of Cleveland. In the best case scenario, right, there's a substantial benefit to the city of Cleveland over the course of the long term. And ultimately, again, right now we know that there are not companies that are coming here because of the weird situation that this building is locked into, and this frees us and gives us the ability to market these facilities and to try to attract the best tenants that we can.
I see. Well, Mr. Chairman,
yeah, if you could wrap it up,
I
Councilman.
guess at this space and time, we've spent a lot of time on it, so I'm like a 50-50 on this whole proposition. I would more or less lean towards your direction on this whole proposition. In worst case scenario, we're at a $40,000 loss, plus the $2 million.
Thank you, Councilman Jones, for helping summarize. That was actually very useful. We are going to do a roll call vote. If the clerk could please call the roll on 664-2026.
Point of order.
Yes.
To the chair, which committee are we calling the roll for first?
I believe so. There's actually amongst the 15 of us, I believe that she's just going to read read us in order, divvied up by committee. Everybody is on one of the two committees except for Councilman House Jones, Councilman Shaw, and Councilwoman Hudson.
It's, Mr. Chair, it's a point of order as well.
Yes.
All right. I don't know what a committee of the whole is, as I've learned today, but I do know committees of the whole, you cannot have a roll call of yeas and nays. That's in our rules under Rule 16. However, a roll call of yeas and nays shall not be in order for committee of the whole. I don't know what the rules are, but that's in the writing, so I'll leave it to you. You can have a voice vote or clamoring. I don't know.
So we can't have a voice vote. We can't have a voice vote, right?
my understanding is it would be a floor vote like in council, when we have a regular council meeting.
But we got to move it from committee to the floor. So recommendation.
You can still move it into it for a floor vote, but according to the rules, there's just, I think I read it earlier.
Which section, if you could.
That would be Rule 16. Thank you. The rules of council shall be observed in the committee of the whole, semicolon. However, a roll call of yeas and nays shall not be in order. And I wouldn't have looked this up, but I had to earlier today. Oh, right, Rule 16, and then, like I said, last sentence.
So then we need to go straight
Roll call
to
of
the
yeas and
floor.
nays shall
Broke
not
this
be in
for
order.
40 years, so might as
I
well
truly
go
don't
ahead
know.
and break it again.
I mean, I think the yeas and nays will
40 years we've been doing this. Well, we've been voting committee as a whole for as long as I can recall sitting here at the council table.
Well, hold on,
So we've
before
been
we
breaking the laws and the rules already. If you
we're gonna, 1 second, Councilman, if we could. Here's what I am going to make sure that we're gonna have to recommend. Mr. Director, if we could, 1 second. Director, how urgent is this to get done today?
So through the chair, as we know, time kills deals, right? There's an active conversation that's going on. There is always a risk if it's delayed, but
Because of the clarification of the rules and several other factors of making sure council members get more clarity, let's do it in July. If we lose the deal, so what? That's what people want in the city of Cleveland. That's what people want. Let's move to the next thing.
Just to
okay?
clarify, Chair,
We'll just kick it. We're gonna kick it into July.
I'm saying, why couldn't we just move it to a floor vote?
Because I want to make sure we get clarification on how we move it through committee. So since we have a clarification and we don't have, unfortunately, our attorneys here that can give us our parliamentary rules, I'd rather us get a good interpretation before we do it.
With a 2/3 vote, we could move it to a committee with a floor vote.
I'd rather it go and come back in July. That's
Okay.
that's what we're going to keep and get clarification of doing that. So we'll move it to July.
Okay.
And if people want to get more information on this, please set up time to talk with Mr. McNair. I will say this, guys. This was a bad deal that we're trying to unravel. And I understand that we got some very smart people on council, and I just want to make people recognize that when we have these kind of conversations, I really, really hope people realize that it's hard to attract businesses. It is very difficult. And at the end of the day, we need revenue in order to run a city. So I understand that people want to have T's crossed and I's dotted. I know government does not always move fast, but we got to also keep in mind that this was a deal that we are not responsible for, that we are trying to unravel a bad deal. If you guys knew the fighting that went on back in the day between the former mayors of Brook Park and Cleveland, it was a very cantankerous and very difficult time. And I will tell you that a lot of bad deals came out of that, and a lot of bad information came out of that toxic relationship. So we're going to kick it to July, and in kicking it to July, we'll I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to talk with Director McNair. Okay.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
No, Mr. Chairman, I would just, Mr. Chairman, I would also ask through you that we have our staff drill down on the deal, and if we need to have an outside consultant to recommend as well to take a look at this, I would also, we want to make sure we want to make sure the action that we're taking is the right action at this point. So that's what I would respectfully ask through you and the chair, that our staff, and if we need, again, to bring in somebody from outside to take a look at this, to make a recommendation to us, then so be it. I think that's important. Thank you.
So can I ask you this? So, Councilmember, you were expert opinions, correct? That's what you're saying. Only thing I want is a quarterly review. That's what I asked Tom. Give me a quarterly review so I know where we're at, because we made mistakes before, and that way we can evaluate it with his experts. That's where I'm at, CP.
Okay, everyone, we have 5 port control pieces. None of them are long and elaborate, so I think we can just go through a relay real quick, okay? Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Director. All right? All right, here we go. Ready, Director? Ordinance 366, 2026 by Council Members Slife and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Port Control to exercise the first option to renew contract number PIRC 2024-04 with Bauman Enterprises Incorporated for the demolition of various buildings and structures, disposal of related debris and materials, restoration of sites, relocation of employees, tenants. Could someone please close the chamber doors? Thank you. And affected facilities and construction of temporary relocation facilities for the Department of Port Control. Demolitions at the airport.
Good evening, committee. Yes, so we're asking for the 1-year option on this agreement to be effective. This company has done great work in demolishing structures on the airport. We need that work to continue as we have more structures we would like to demolish and replace with new facilities, and we ask for your support.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions on demolitions at the airport? Hearing none, 366, 2026 is approved. Please sign on. Ordinance number 589, 2026 by Council Members Slife and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to amend Section 3 of Ordinance number 884-2023 passed September 25th, 2023 relating to professional consultants to provide on-call planning services. Director.
Yes, we are simply asking for the ability to add a funding source which is going to capture all of the work for these on-call planning services that is specific to the Terminal Modernization Development Program. There are no other changes to either agreement, simply just looking to add that funding source, and we ask for your support.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions on on-call planning services at the airport? Hearing none, Ordinance 589 is approved. Ordinance 597, 2026 by Council Members Slife and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Port Control to exercise the first option to renew contract number PS 2022-030 with SP Plus Corporation, a Delaware corporation, to provide maintenance, commercial operation, and management services for parking facilities at Hopkins International Airport and Burke Lakefront Airport. Director, Parking, Facility Maintenance and Management.
Thank you. SP Plus has been our longtime provider of parking management services. They also operate the shuttle services between the airport and the Brown lot and the employee lot. We are looking to exercise their 5-year option at this time. This agreement would have expired in early 2027, but there is a need to order a new fleet of vehicles, and they need to have this 5-year extension in place in order to do that. So we're asking for your support, and they have been good partners.
Thank you. Are there any questions on Ordinance 589, 2026? Hearing none, please sign on. We have 2 pieces for passage under suspension. Ordinance number 697, 2026 by Council Members Slife and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to amend Section 6 of Ordinance number 989, 2022 relating to contracts to assist in the development of a continued marketing and advertising strategy at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport and Burke Lakefront Airport. Director, could you please speak to this and the time sensitivity?
Yes, absolutely. This is similar to the last item, and we are asking for the addition of a funding source. As we advance on our planning and get closer to breaking ground on the first project of the Terminal Modernization Development Program, we're going to be ramping up the promotion of the program, increasing the visibility and awareness, and we need to capture all those costs through this new funding source so that they are segregated from our regular marketing advertising efforts.
Okay, great. Just signing the dollars separately. Are there any questions on Ordinance 697, 2026? Hearing none, it will go before the full body in a few minutes. Lastly, Ordinance number 702, 2026 by Council Members Slife and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more contracts of one aircraft rescue and firefighting vehicle, including related equipment and training for the Division of Cleveland Hopkins International Airport, Department of Port Control. Director, I understand that we have a grant to purchase a new airport fire truck. It takes a long time to get these things delivered, so the sooner we can pass this, the sooner we can expend these grant dollars and have a cool new airport fire truck. If you haven't seen one, they're pretty rad.
This is correct, Mr. Chair, except we are going to be paying for this with our capital funding dollars.
thank you for the clarification.
Yes, we did allocate funding for this in 2026. We're looking to continue to modernize our fleet of vehicles across the airport, including our aircraft rescue and firefighting services, and we would like to proceed with the purchase of this vehicle as it is a long lead time of 18 to 24 months to delivery.
Okay, are there any questions on ordinance 702, 2026? Hearing none, it'll go before the full body now-ish. All right, that was it, guys. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, just to let everybody know, she needs about 10 to 15 to set up. So we're going to start promptly at about 8 o'clock. So please go in the chambers by 8 o'clock.